Very good morning, welcome to Edgbaston for day 2 of this County Championship First Division game between Warwickshire and Kent. Fascinatingly poised with the home side replying 155 for 6, 10 runs behind Kent, who were bowled out yesterday for 165 on a surface with a bit of grass on it and a wee bit of greenery, and there was not extravagant movement but a little bit of nibble both through the air and off the seam, and as a result 16 wickets on the opening day. I'm Richard Wilford from BBC Radio WM. Very shortly Ben Watts will join us from BBC Kent, and I'm delighted to say that Grace Ballinger, who plays for Leicestershire and for the Lightning and soon will be playing in the 100, left arm seamer, she's going to be with us for the first time just around 11:30. The floodlights are on. It is quite a murky morning, still very, very warm. Even though it's probably 10 degrees cooler than yesterday, it feels heavy out today in the West Midlands. And Kent will be hoping for a bit of movement and to try and dislodge Sam Hain, who's going to face the first ball of the morning, which is being bowled by Matt Milnes, and he comes forward in defence, pushes it out into the offside, and there's no run. If you didn't quite stay with us through to the close of play yesterday, I can report that occurred at 7:23. I think probably the second latest finish I've seen for an uninterrupted day of Championship cricket. There was one horrible Warwickshire game at Trent Bridge where they lost at about 8 o'clock, having lost 20 wickets in a day. Yeah, that said, there's been a fair degree, given the heat, of leniency on the umpire's part, so Kent's overrate is set on the scoreboard at the moment as -3. So again, forward in defence is Sam Hain, pushes it out into the offside. We'll do an update for BBC CWR and BBC Radio WM very shortly. We'll give them the lie of the land for this morning. There was a little bit of rain overnight in Birmingham and the potential of a couple of showers today that could just interrupt us. Fancy that Matt Henry will probably get the first over from the far end. This ball is in its 54th over, which means the Bears will want to make runs against the old ball if they can, as Hain gets a thick inside edge that goes up towards mid-on. There's a fielder with no number on their back there. Here at Edgbaston, overcast morning. Warwickshire replying to Kent's first innings total of 165 are 155 for 6. Watchful defence from Sam Hain in the opening over of the session. Matt Milnes is bowling. The wicket still has some green tinges. There's been plenty of grass on it, and with the overhead conditions, you'd fancy that it might be a good day for the seamers again. Hain is the key. He's there on 68. Danny Briggs, his partner, is on 12. Warwickshire 155 for 6, trail by 10. So that gets the morning duties done. So the story of yesterday, Kent's 165 all out. They were in real trouble at 43 for 5 in the first hour. Ollie Hannon-Dolby with all 5 of those wickets. A stand of 72 for the 6th wicket gave them some sort of foundation. Jordan Cox striking 48 and Sam Billings 33. And then a nicely bludgeoned 34 from Matt Henry, including back-to-back sixes off Henry Brooks, propelled them to that 165 all out. Hannon-Dolby 6 for 40, Brooks 3 for 56, and a wicket for Danny Briggs as this ball goes past the off stump of Sam Hain. In the Warwickshire reply, other than Will Rhodes with 32, and he shared a stand of 90 with Hain, it's been pretty hard going. Briggs is only the 3rd batsman in double figures in the Bears innings. Only 5 managed it in the Kent innings. The Bears have been buoyed by rather a lot of extras, with Navdeep Seni, the Indian seamer, who was pretty sharp and claimed 3 wickets along the way. He also overstepped 13 times. And, of course, with 2 runs for a no ball, that's 26 extra runs on the board. And it did contribute to the late finish yesterday, as Hain is able to push forward and just angle the ball down towards 3rd man. Compton gives chase, and they'll come through for the first 2 runs of the day. That brings the deficit down into double figures. 157 for 6 of Warwickshire. Hain is on 70. Yeah, so 3 wickets for Saini. I thought Milnes was as good as anybody yesterday with the ball. He took 2 wickets. Matt Henry just the 1, was getting it in the right sort of places, didn't have a lot of fortune. And it will be, as suspected, Matt Henry who will bowl the opening over from the Birmingham end. Tips of the Cranes in the murk a wee bit again today. Ben Watts is striding into position. He wants to be ready for the start of this second over. I can sense it. The fine people of the Medway know the lie of the land for the morning. Because there must be some.
What, some people in the Medway?
So there must be some fine people in the Medway.
Oh, right.
So I thought I'd start on a
No,
high.
no, nice. What a way to start the day. Well, floodlights on then. Cloudy overhead, and it was when the floodlights came on last night that Kent got those wickets. That 3-wicket burst. There's Matt Henry from the Birmingham City end bowls to Danny Briggs, left alone outside the off-stump. Briggs batted really well last night. 12 he made, but it was the 40-odd balls that he faced that was key, and sticking around with Sam Hain after Kent had managed to open up an end with the dismissal of Rhodes, caught a backward point, and then Navdeep Saini getting rid of both Muesli and Burgess for naught. As Henry's in, left alone outside the off stump. Good to chat to Matt Henry last night for the first time in a few years, of course, coming back to Kent after being a key part of their Division 2 promotion season in 2018 when Warwickshire won the title and Kent was second, I believe.
I'm more than happy to believe that. Yep.
Because I think it was then the title shootout here, last game of the season, and Warwickshire won quite comfortably. As this one bounces through awkwardly to Sam Billings as it's left alone outside the off stump by Danny Briggs.
You mentioned the 3 wickets that fell with the floodlights on. It was considerably darker than it is now.
True.
And the umpires had chatted a few times about whether the light was getting too bad. Will Rhodes played a shot that frustrated him, so I'm not speaking out of turn. Injudicious shot to hold out at point.
Henry bowls left alone once more by Danny Briggs outside the off stump.
And then Saini produced 2 terrific balls that lifted and caught the top of the bat to get rid of Moseley and Burgess. Almost unplayable deliveries in amongst a litany of no balls.
Yeah.
And in fact, he'd bowled 4 successive no balls, and then that 5th ball got Burgess. And you know, as a batsman, it must be really doing your mind.
Here comes Henry. Defended away by Briggs into the offside. Turned him round a little bit, that delivery. Yeah, he stood there, Michael Burgess, didn't he, and looked at the umpire as if to say, are you sure that one was a legitimate delivery?
Yeah.
Because the previous 4 weren't. Just so happened that he nicked the one that was a proper ball.
If he does get a bowl this morning, it'll be interesting to see if he's cured himself.
Here comes Matt Henry. Edge behind, does he? Oh no, just got inside the line of that one, but it wasn't far away. Danny Briggs just going back and tucking the hands inside the line of the ball just in time. So end of the over, 157 for 6. Briggs yet to get off the mark for the day, 12 of 50, and then Hain 70 off 136. The point of difference between the two teams thus far, Sam Hain.
Well, if one batsman has made the surface look different, it's Hain. It looked like his back was sore once he reached 50. He certainly jarred himself, whether it was his back or his hip at the time. Looked a little bit freer in warm-up this morning. So on his shoulders a lot lies here for Warwickshire. If Hain was able to go through to 3 figures here, and it would be a very decent 100 given how tricky it's been for the batsman, then it might give them a decent lead. But he's got work to do there as he drives nicely the first ball of a new over from Milnes, but it'll be picked up at mid-off.
Yeah, if he gets 100, gives you probably a 50-run lead, potentially.
You'd think, wouldn't you? It depends on other contributions. Henry Brooks is perfectly capable, still to come at 9. Craig Miles,
he's no slouch.
Is you know, the sort of Matt Henry cameo that we saw yesterday is not unattainable for Craig Miles. Part-time wicketkeeper, as we were discussing yesterday. Milnes in again to Hain, and this time he's able to push it wide of Joe Denley in the covers. Across comes Compton, but they'll come through comfortably for 2 more. 159 for 6, and Hain to 72. The deficit down to 6. Again, a lot of spectators at this end, but a considerably larger smattering. It's not huge numbers, but a much larger smattering at the far end of the ground, at the Birmingham end, which tells you that they were ducking the
Yeah.
heat and sun yesterday.
It must be quite a good spot this week, just because down towards fine leg, that end is pretty close to the action. Must feel like you're a little bit closer.
Might be throwing 1 or 2 balls back at some point. Ball down the leg side from Milnes. Hayne rather pulls inside it.
So there's no... Well, there is one man who sat behind Ben Compton at very deep point, and I'm surprised he can see the action from out there.
He's got his newspaper, hasn't he?
Well, there's another chap at deep cover, but the pitch is miles away from where they're
cover,
sat.
yeah, the gentleman who always sits in the back of the middle of the hollies, he's there. Although I don't think he was there for the opening session yesterday.
No,
whether it was even too hot for him, I don't know. Milnes to Hayne, short of a length, guides it in front of point. And once more, it's Compton in as the fielding, just the single this time. 73 to Hayne, 160 for 6.
Milnes looked a bit annoyed at himself there. Clearly, Kent's plan is to bowl as little at Sam Hayne as possible. And he did really well, actually, earlier in the over to push it out to Compton at deep point and run 2. But the placement and perhaps the lack of timing almost, whereas that one he hit it too clean and could only run 1. But at this point, just a couple of balls for Briggs to face in the over. Deep point, told to go back to where he was.
You can't spend too much time protecting a number 8 either. That would be the route to madness, wouldn't it? You have to let them take their share of the strike, and that's way outside off stump, so Briggs shows no interest.
To be honest, I don't think Briggs has shown that he needs protecting so far. Nicked his first ball that Cox tried 3 times to catch, and eventually it hit the deck, but since then he's barely played a bad shot, to be honest. He's played inside the line of the ball, he's defended well, left well.
Well, I'm a cricketing anorak. There's one championship game starting today because Leicester Glamorgan a day late because of the Women's One Day International. I'll come back to that. Milnes way outside off stump again, left alone by Briggs, end of the over, 160 for 6. Because when it's the first day of championship cricket, I'm always intrigued to look at the 11s that are named. Whether there are people I don't know or whether somebody is unexpectedly turned up in a team that I wasn't expecting. And that has happened this morning with Leicestershire.
Oh, really?
In that the name Joey Everson appears in their team on loan from Nottinghamshire. There you go, look, Joey Everson, listed to bat 5. Seam bowling all-rounder. So, little loan across the East Midlands. I say that makes me a little bit of a sad man, but you're probably quite similar. You're probably that much of a cricket lover that you look at those sort of things.
Well, it's only right that Nottinghamshire lend Leicestershire a few players every now and then over the years.
Yeah, I've always felt that was a bit of a one-way road.
So Matt Henry from the Birmingham City end, bowling to Sam Hayne, who's defending this one back up the pitch. 3 slips in play, deep point posted out on the short boundary towards the Hollies. Daniel Bell Drummond out there. There's a lot less white floppy hats on today, and in fact there's just the one, Ben Compton, who's currently being moved to extra cover.
I think Henry was capped, not floppied, before he took it off for this over, wasn't he?
Yeah, I think that's what everyone else has pretty much gone for that method. Henry does have an official Kent cap as well after his efforts in 2018 in a bowling, defended away back down the pitch. Back in the day, it almost was part of the overseas players' contract that they would become a capped player. But doesn't happen these days.
Well, he certainly earned his cap.
Yeah, you have to earn it these days. And who did we have? Ollie Robinson, who got his earlier on in the season.
It's an important thing. It's an important landmark. I mean, it does have effect on your salary as well, but it's an important landmark to achieve that.
Henry bowls in behind Sam Hayne once again. Defensively.
Few will forget the scenes 3 years ago when Dom Sibley was getting his cap at the end of the season. It was after the final home days cricket of the season. And unbeknownst to the team, somebody else was going to get their cap that day, and they had no idea. And it was my mucker Ollie Hannon Dolby, my podcast partner, and he was in tears afterwards because it meant that much to him.
Here comes Matt Henry, defended away by Sam Hayne. So Warwickshire, same as Kent, then they do it on contribution rather than, because some do debut, don't they? But
yeah, on merit. It's on merit. Earn it. And they really do make you earn it as well, let me tell you. It's, yeah, so some players have had to wait a bit longer than you might have expected as an outside observer. But that makes it worth something, doesn't it?
Matt Henry bowling once more. Short ball this time to Hayne, which he ducks underneath. Through to Billings.
So, this is the first wicket on the circuit today, on the county circuit. Simon Kerrigan out for Northants for a 34-ball duck. Wow.
Well, I mean, he did his job last night, presumably.
He did. He shared a stand of 11 in 9 overs with Lewis and McManus. 222 for 8 Northants. Of course, they're ones where they've got extra 8 overs today because they only played 72 yesterday because of the heat.
Of course, this one's another short one, ducking underneath here. Sam Hayne, end of the over. Kent making sure that Hayne wasn't going to be on strike for the next one. As the over completed. They score 160 for 6. 57 gone in the innings. Warwickshire trailing by 5 then. As Matt Mills is going to carry on from the pavilion end of the ground. Well, at the point that most people were, our number of games were finishing yesterday, we of course still had an entire session still left.
Yeah, the final session started almost bang on 5 o'clock here yesterday, so that's an hour late.
25 past
and it
7.
finished at 7:23, so they managed 32 overs in 2 hours 23. It wasn't quick, was it? As Briggs is turned around slightly, a thick outside edge will go along the deck to point where it's picked up by Compton.
We go back to our friend bowling all the no balls on that front, in fairness.
Well, yeah, I mean, he delayed us 8 to 10 minutes, didn't he? And look, it was understandable that nothing happened terribly quickly yesterday. There has to be a certain amount of give and take for that. And
I must admit, even just going down the bottom to the get into the Kent changing room, I was sweating just stepping outside.
It was genuinely oppressive yesterday. Thick outside edge will go for 4 here from Briggs. Reasonably soft hands, but it was a false shot nonetheless. 3 slips in place, but it went well wide of the third of those, leaning. And Briggs with a boundary goes to 16, 164 for 6. Warwickshire trail Kent by just a single.
Morning to Andrew, who's listening in from Japan, as he often does. Kent fan. He's hoping a combination of pace and guile will knock the Bears over quickly. Well, they're going to have to get Sam Hay now or open up this one end, and Danny Briggs is doing a good job at the minute. 16 not out for him.
Pace and guile.
Pacing and guile.
Tremendous double act. Milnes in again, and again, it's kind of a thick outside edge, but it was more of a vigorous attempt at a shot there from Danny Briggs. And it squirts out into the offside. Compton does the fielding once more. So, did you enjoy the social whirl of Birmingham last night?
There was nothing sociable about what I did last night, which was go to the supermarket and go back to my hotel.
Oh. Oh dear. Did you do the make your own sandwich thing that I had suggested?
No.
The ball is well outside of stump, dies a bit before it gets to Billings. It bounces a second time, left alone by Briggs. But given it's one of those well-known supermarkets that are based abroad, you weren't lured into buying something really weird from the middle aisles, were you?
No, I didn't actually. I just skirted around the outside edges.
Okay.
Picked up a couple of bits, some sort of pasta salad thingy.
And a tapestry clothes peg holder.
Some sort of
chilled beverage?
No, I didn't actually last night.
Oh. So you're dehydrated there? Oh dear. I have to look after Ben today now. There's a 4th person in the slip cordon here, but Milnes has strayed onto the pads of Briggs, and as a result he can just nudge it out to the leg side. The man with no number picks up, and the score's 11. It's one of these interesting landmarks that spectators applaud. Scores level. 165 for 6.
As you do.
It's not a natural landmark, is it, really? But, you know. Who's the man with no number?
Is it Quinn wearing the jumper? Yeah, he's got one of the sleeveless jumpers.
Oh, yes. Now, see, physique-wise, that makes some sense now. It is him, isn't it?
So
he's got broader hips than shoulders. That's what I remember from yesterday. As Mills approaches once more, bouncer because they want to keep Briggs on strike. Hayne ducks under it, he's 73, Briggs 17. Scores level, 165 for 6.
Yeah, that was inevitable that was going to be short. So Matt Quinn is wearing the original jumpers that came with the new kit manufacturer at the start of the season, and Kent decided that they weren't going to print the numbers on said jumpers because they were actually going to get some proper cable knit ones.
Oh.
Which, of course,
you can't print numbers on.
No, you can't. But they hadn't arrived at the start of the season when it was cold. So when did the cable knit jumpers arrive?
This week.
Absolutely.
Oh, well done, the manufacturers.
What I really wanted was Darren Stevens to play and to wear one yesterday.
Oh, he does like a short sleeve.
He loves a sleeveless. He'll always bat in a sleeveless jumper.
Yeah.
So I reckon he would have worn it yesterday.
Oh dear, he might have regretted it.
Matt Henry in and bowling to Danny Briggs with the scores level. And Warwickshire, as that's defended out to point, still having 4 first innings wickets in hand.
It's a little bit surprising that Matt Quinn's got one on today, to be honest. Oh, there's 2 numberless, but it's Senny who's the other one, and he's got more of an excuse.
Yeah, Senny was the only one that didn't look overheated yesterday.
Yeah, he thinks it's cold today.
Here comes Matt Henry. Back goes Danny Briggs to get on top of the bounce of the ball to defend it out towards point.
He's wearing his shorter boots today, just in hope of not overstepping.
I liked your idea about having an extended
heel. Yeah. So it stays behind the line. Could be the only way. It's part of my boot umpire.
James Logan appearing wearing his brightly coloured yellow bib. This one is a very good delivery from Matt Henry. Briggs going back and just about getting the hands and the bat out of the way as it just nipped away off the back of length.
There was a late appeal there from Sam Billings, which I think is the classic case of appealing because of the quality of the ball. He didn't think that Danny Briggs got a touch to it, but he just felt the ball was worth an appeal.
Just felt it deserved a wicket.
Yeah, that was a captain supporting his bowler.
Henry bowls again, fuller delivery this time and driven nicely by Briggs up towards mid-on, and he scampered through for a quick single.
That's actually pretty sharp from Briggs, because he'd set off 4 or 5 yards in case the ball had got past Quinn, and it wasn't a misfield that went a long way away from him, but because he'd already committed down, he turned it into a comfortable single in the end. I thought that was good thinking. There were moments yesterday where I thought Kent were very good at a little bit of drop and run. Possibly could have done a bit more of it, actually.
True.
The temptation of that short boundary on the Hollies side, I think, played a part in their demise. I think it played a part a little bit in the Warwickshire losing the 6 wickets as well. Gets in your minds a bit that you think you might be able to get the ball to that fence.
Henry bowls to Sam. Haney's all gone for this one outside the off stump. He looked like I don't know if it was the trigger movement or the way he just walked at the ball almost and then pushed the hands at it as it swung away from the bat.
But what we're seeing now is really extravagant swing after the ball's pitched. It's necessarily seeming that far, but after that has pitched, that has swung so far, even Hayne, who's been batting really well, can't get near it.
Yeah,
it's actually doing too much.
From fine leg, I thought he'd nicked it because it swung so much. As Henry's in again, Hayne lets this one go through to Sam Billings, and the over ends with Warwickshire leading by a run. 166 for 6 here on BBC WM, BBC Coventry and Warwickshire, BBC Radio Kent and BBC Sport Online with Richard Wilford and Ben Watts. We've got Grace with us today from Leicester, and Loughborough Lightning, I'm assuming, is her 100 team?
It is. She is a Lightning player indeed. And heading for the 100 next month, so that's good for her. It's quite like with the many guests that we've had this year, you start following their matches, you start looking to scorecards, say, right, I've worked with Eva Gray in recent, I'm looking for Eva Gray, looking for Phoebe Graham, who was at Old Trafford when Warwickshire were up there. I'm just looking to see how they're getting on there. So when they're on the telly in the 100, it'll be even more so. Again, Milnes is too far outside off stump where he's bowling to Danny Briggs. With Henry at the moment, given that his natural swing is outswing to the right-hander, anything that's pitching outside off stump right now is a leave. I mean, you saw Hayne having followed that one that he still couldn't catch up with, leaving that last ball, because I think unless he shows signs of jagging one back, and he's probably got it in him, but his natural swing is away from the right-hander.
Yeah, he's got to...
The leave is the important shot this morning.
He's got to aim at leg stump and then move it away, hasn't he?
It's a beauty this time from Milnes, around an off-stump line. And it's that length that goes just above bail height. And Briggs has played inside the line of it, but not with any guarantees. If it had come off the outside edge, he wouldn't have been shocked, I don't think.
Stephen Ramsgate, kentcricket@gmail.com, getting in touch saying, are over 8s being applied in this current match, or is there a bit of leniency due to yesterday's heat? Well, Kent are currently -3.
And that's with quite a lot of leniency to get to -3.
And we think that was mainly because of the no balls.
As a thick inside edge from Briggs will squirt down to long leg for a single. He's to 19, 167 for 6. No ball shouldn't actually be taken into account for any leniency at all, because that's the bowler himself.
Yeah, quite.
It's more a combination of the heat and the number of wickets. But that last session shouldn't have lasted 2 hours 23 minutes for 32 overs.
So what I was told by the Kent scorer was that the no balls, if you work out how many there were and how much time that should take, pretty much adds up to the -3. So other than that, Kent were basically
Other than
okay.
that, they showed. Yeah, other than that, the umpires have shown what I would consider a really sensible leniency, because it's probably as hot a day of cricket as ever been played on the ground. Let's put it in real terms. As Milnes is nudged into the offside by Hayne, the point fielder is deep, so they can scuttle through.
I think Warwickshire were -1 possibly.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not singling out Kent for criticism. We didn't get to 7:23 just because Kent was slow with their overs.
I mean, Kent normally are slow.
The 40 overs and one ball that Kent faced also took a long time, but it was ridiculously hot out there.
Yeah.
Today it is merely hot.
Well, not if you're Navdeep Saini apparently, but...
Well, no, or indeed if you're Matt Quinn.
I think Matt Quinn is... He'll take that off when he bowls. He's obviously just...
I believe you.
He's got short sleeve shirt on underneath, in fairness.
Yeah, he has. Milnes in again, bouncer, and again that moves after it passes the stumps, getting further down the leg side, neatly snared by Sam Billings.
He grabbed it one-handed, didn't he, after it went past?
Well, he had to. It is just bizarre what's going on here in terms of the amount of movement after it goes past the... I mean, it happens at certain grounds more than it does normally at Edgbaston. So... Ben's on the prowl now. He's going to go his report, but he'll then come straight back, and he'll continue with Grace, because Grace will come in just a moment. This is just back of a length, and he does well to fend it off. Briggs through square leg for a single. 169 for 6. So Ben will be back momentarily. Grace, I've got you your own set of headphones there, so I'm going to move Ben's off here, and then he can regather them when he comes back in. Grace is chewing a biscuit at the moment, I'm not going to lie to you. Full disclosure. She'd been upstairs for maybe a coffee, I don't know. With these sports people, their body's a temple. She may not be a caffeine worshipper. No, shakes the head. She'll be with me in just a moment. Matt Henry's going to continue. 169 for 6. Warwickshire lead by 4. 4 first innings wickets standing. Briggs forward in defence. Pushes it out into the covers. Picked up by Senny. And there's no run. Still the floodlights are on this morning. May well be that they stay on right through till lunch. It's not as murky as it was for a while during the evening session yesterday. So bouncer, and Briggs has Billings has done well to get a hand on that, and then a brilliant throw at the stumps, hits the stumps. Hayne was safely through for a bye. But some good cricket actually, because he saved 3 byes really, because that could easily have gone for 4. The bouncer that kept on lifting, and he just about managed to parry it with one hand. And then a brilliant throw, but Hayne had been alive to danger and had run his bat through. 170 for 6, and it is a very good morning to Grace Ballinger.
Good morning, yeah. It's been an interesting start, hasn't it, today? I mean, there's definitely, as you just said, some carry in the wicket, and looks like the keeper's having to work hard, but game pretty much in the balance at the moment. Maybe Warwickshire slightly in the more dominant position.
Yeah, it's all about building up runs and lead. 60 or 70 could be very useful today. That's angled away again from Sam Hain. If you just move that green bit of the... there we go. It might try and evade you every now and then. How you been keeping since we saw you last?
Yeah, I've been good, thank you. I mean, I've been relatively busy, been playing a bit of cricket. We're 3 games into our 50 over campaign over at Lightning, based in the East Midlands, and yeah, 1 more game before the 100 break.
Yeah, and well, it's not going to be a break for you. We'll talk about that in a moment. But this is really interestingly poised, this game, that with Sam Hain leaving alone. I mean, we've seen so many flat surfaces in the Championship this year, Grace. To see a wicket, and you're a seamer yourself, to see a wicket that's giving you a little bit of a chance as a seam bowler is good.
Yeah, I mean, I was saying this morning. I think in all the first-class counties, the wickets are so good these days that a lot of the time we don't even get past first innings, do we? And there's just so many runs scored. It's good to see the bowlers finally getting a bit of a go.
Just leaving that bit of grass on the top surface made the difference yesterday as Hain stands up on the back foot and pushes the ball out towards the point boundary. Daniel Bell Drummond does the fielding, and they come through for a single. 171 for 6. I know you were called back to training yesterday when you were meant to be with us. You missed a great first hour for Ollie Hannon-Dolby, who has bowled such an immaculate line and length on unhelpful surfaces this year, but 5 wickets in his opening spell in the opening hour yesterday in 35-degree heat at the time.
He's just so consistent, isn't he?
Put it in the right sort of places yesterday as Briggs is beaten past the outside edge. End of the over. You also missed the Ollie Hannon-Dolby cocktail lounge yesterday, in that just to the right of the scoreboard, by where it says Dynamo's Cricket, they put an umbrella up for him with a seat, with a chilled towel and a drink. And he was sitting there every now and then and staying under the umbrella when he didn't need to be fielding directly. And he pulled his trouser legs up and tucked them up into sort of the buttock area, so that his shins were exposed because it was so hot.
He's a favourite over at Warwickshire, isn't he? Hannon-Dolby, and he's a really nice bloke and obviously a very good cricketer, so gets a bit of the VIP treatment. Well, probably deserved it yesterday as well.
Well, I think he needed it in that sort of heat. Navdeep Seni has taken a break from fielding, and Ollie Robinson has come on. Kent's second choice wicket keeper. I think he'd love to be playing a little bit more often. I shall describe the first ball of this over, and then Ben can slide into this spot when Grace says some words of wisdom. But let's describe Milnes first of all, bowling to Hain, and that's down the leg side, taken by Billings. It remains 171 for 6.
Yeah, I mean, that one just a bit down leg side. Milnes has gone well in the start of the second day. It looks like he's getting the batters to play and miss a lot, especially Danny Briggs. He looks a little bit uncomfortable, I think, just on the outside off region, but Hain currently travelling nicely on 75 not out, and Warwickshire will need him to stick in and make a decent contribution today.
Yeah, he's done really well so far in the game, Sam Hain. Looked like he had time against the 2 pacemen yesterday, Seni and Henry, the 2 overseas for Kent. As Milnes bowls to him and he's forward in defence, playing out into the covers. And yeah, he's the one man that hasn't seemingly been bothered by a little bit of extra green on this wicket, which has seen this game move on apace. I had Nikki Chowdhury messaging me last night saying, make sure this game goes to days 3 and 4 when I'm meant to be there. She was worried that it might be all done by the end of today, which, I mean, isn't totally out of the realms of possibility. As Milnes is running in. Left alone outside the off stump by Hain. I know that potentially there might be some drizzle around later on. We might get some kind of weather disruption. But it's cloudy overhead at the moment. The lights are on.
Oh, I think the Kent players will be probably quite thankful for the change of weather today. I mean, it's just ridiculous heat, really, wasn't it, yesterday, to be out all day?
Yeah, I mean, I was just telling Richard a minute ago that I went out to do the post-match and was outside for about 2 minutes and was already, you know, felt hot and sweaty. It was, and that was at 7:30, of course, after we finished as Milnes bowls, and back goes Hain, playing defensively out into the covers. Were you training yesterday, you were telling us?
Yeah, we were, but they decided to move it early, so I think we started at 8 in the morning, which was probably quite wise, and finished around 11, and then was in the gym later on. So it was pretty hot towards the end. I was bowling in the last hours of the session as well, so it was pretty hot, so I could only imagine how these boys felt being out in it all day.
Sounds like a sensible call to move it to that sort of time of the day. So yeah, by the time you were finishing, We were just getting
Yeah,
started
it was only
here.
about 10:30. It was probably near 30 degrees.
Here comes Milnes past umpire Goff. Hayne on the back foot trying to play it out towards backward of point. It's a dot ball, so one would assume that Milnes might be chucking a bouncer in here to try and make sure Hayne doesn't keep the strike for the next over. But from all that thought process, Danny Briggs with 20 off 69 is not exactly showing that he's a weak point.
No, he's definitely a capable batter, and I think we've seen him a few times for Warwickshire this year, kind of playing that role with a set batter and helping Warwickshire out of a bit of trouble.
Yeah, he's looked really solid. So Milnes with a couple of slips, bowling to Sam Hayne. Goes full, in fact, and left alone outside the off stump. So Hayne happy to watch it past. Was hung out there by Milnes in the hope that Hayne might push at it to try and get a single. Said he was off the field very briefly. Ollie Robinson now heading off again. Don't know whether he did have a change of boots, perhaps. The shin pads are being brought out for Ben Compton. And a helmet as well, although Sam Billings now saying not now. Now Joe Denley, in fact, coming off. So Robinson, I don't even think he even left the field of play, the sub, before he's jogged out to mid-wicket. So Henry's going to carry on from the pavilion end. Danny Briggs on the strike. Yeah, I would assume the shin pads will be when Senny comes on. Maybe in a couple of overs' time to replace Henry. They'll get a short leg in. So Henry bowling a full away swinger to Danny Briggs, which he again just moves his bat inside the line, leaves it alone.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of that, I think, this morning from the Warwickshire players. I mean, we're not quite behind here in the media boxes, but it looks like they must be getting quite a bit of movement, the Kent bowlers. There's been a few plays and misses, few half convincing shots.
Henry bowling once more, and that is a nick behind, and Briggs does depart. And Henry, who has, as Grace mentioned, been getting some swing away from the right-hander, just draws Briggs into a half push, and he didn't make a convincing effort at that. Just seeing the replay, it's kind of a half jab at the ball, and as a result he's nicked it behind to Sam Billings, and his 71 ball vigil ends, and Kent do have that one end open that they wanted. Briggs goes for 20, caught behind by Billings off the bowling of Matt Henry, 171 for 7.
Yeah, as you say, not the most convincing of shots, that was it. We were just saying that there was getting a bit of movement, but Briggs looked good, and it's a shame to see him play that. It's almost like he kind of pulled out the shot halfway through, but it was already too late. Ended up not playing a defensive shot or not a drive. So I think he'll be disappointed with that, and gives Kent a real chance to break through here and skittle Warwickshire out for a score. Well, they'll be looking at below 250 now, won't they, Kent?
Yeah, absolutely. That's a good point, actually, that Briggs kind of moved forward and got sucked into it, and then probably thought halfway through, actually, I don't need to play at this, and by that point it was too late, and he nicked it behind to Sam Billings. Yeah, I was saying to Richard that let's say Sam Hayne managed to get 100. Warwickshire, if they do that, maybe they get a lead of 40-50. From Kent's point of view, the smaller the Warwickshire lead, the better it is for them, and they turn it into a one innings game, and then it'll be Warwickshire who end up batting last, albeit that it's not going to be a fourth day pitch probably with the way that the game's moving on. Nicky Chowdhury's day 4 certainly will be in threat, as this one's left alone by the new bat Henry Brooks, facing Matt Henry. Just about moved the hands out the way of that one. It wasn't far away from accidentally taking something on the way through.
No, he's a pretty capable batter, Henry Brooks, and don't think he's scored too many runs this year, but certainly can hold an end up, and he'll be hoping to be able to stick with Sam Hayne. Rebuild here, 171 for 7.
Henry tighter to the stumps. That's a really good delivery, and once more Brooks unconvincing in the way that he played at that. He swung away quite excessively looking at the replay, and obviously Henry is Well, he's got that good extra yard of pace to what county players are used to. The New Zealand international, as he's in again. And once more it's swinging away from the bat, and Brooks is having to do everything he can to avoid being sucked into a stroke. He pretty much did move the hands towards it, and then at the last minute got the bat out of the way and almost had it between his legs like a tail.
Looks like the point fielder's just got out to the boundary for the final ball of the over as well, so looking to get Brooks on strike.
Full delivery, which is driven away, and he does indeed take that single as he drives out towards extra cover to Navdeep Seni. So a few Kent supporters, you would assume, giving a hand to Matt Henry for the wicket. Robinson's wandering off.
Yeah, he's looked really dangerous there, Matt Henry, and as you said, it looked like they were calling to get the fielding pads on for one of the players, which would suggest there might be a spinner coming on, but I reckon I'd keep him on if I was the Kent skipper. Looks like he's pretty dangerous and getting them to play and miss.
Yeah, I think if that's the kit, well, like you say, it seems like he's earned himself another over. I think it would have been for a short leg for Seni for the kind of the short ball into the ribs, is what they would have been thinking in terms of the man with the shin pads. But it's going to be Milnes to carry on to Brooks. Gets in behind this one, playing defensively. It's not often that you look at Matt Milnes as the slower bowler in the Kent team attack. Normally he's the quickest one, but with the two overseas that are playing this week, he's probably third on the list behind Seni and Henry.
Probably quite a good wicket to have. The three quick seamers, I mean, they've done quite well.
It's one of those where, yeah, having the extra pace is one thing, as Milnes is in. Driven away by Brooks, fullish length. Milnes trying to swing it away towards the three slips that are out there. But at the same time, in fact, that was the one that came back in. At the same time, obviously, Hannah Dalby took 6 wickets and showed that you don't necessarily need to have express pace on this wicket if you just nip it around. Obviously, Kent have got Darren Stevens in their squad, but he's not playing this week. You feel like it's a wicket for that kind of bowler as well. You don't necessarily need the express pace.
Yeah, well, Hannah Dalby's so good at moving the ball, isn't he? And definitely a wicket for him too.
Milnes bowling once more, left alone outside the off stump. Yeah, it has been swing this morning rather than the nip off the pitch, which has been the most pronounced, whereas Hannah Dalby yesterday was all about the nip off the pitch and the ball just doing enough to beat the bat and hit the pads and take the edge, etc.
I just think Hannah Dalby's a massively underrated bowler. I mean, as you say, he's not the quickest, and I'm a big fan of him myself. Every time I come here, he's always consistent taking wickets. He doesn't bowl bad balls. He's always very economical. He's a very skilled bowler. I think also in white ball cricket, although we haven't seen much of that this year.
Matt Milnes bowls down the leg side. There's a big shout for LBW, but it's going to go down towards fine leg for 4 leg buys. So umpire Goff suggesting that was missing the leg stump. It was fired in full by Matt Milnes. Just seeing the replay would concur with that. The delivery from Milnes was coming back in, was swinging back into the right-hander, but was sliding down past the leg stump. It's quite nice being in Richard's seat in front of his laptop with the big screen. Seeing the replays as Matt Milnes is in again. Defended away by Brooks up towards Matt Henry.
That was a better looking shot. That was far more convincing than his first few balls, and obviously natural. He's faced 9 balls now. He'll just be looking to get in and play a good role for the team.
Yeah, he's looked a bit more convincing and solid in this over.
Sam Hain been a little bit starved of the strike, hasn't he, recently? Actually, he's still sat on 75, I'm pretty sure. I'm not sure I've seen him face a ball since I've come on for my commentary stint, actually. Certainly not more than 1 or 2.
Yeah, from Kent's point of view, that's exactly what they want, to have Hain at that end. As Brooks pushes this one out towards wide cover, there's a throw at the keeper's end from Denley, which was a little bit silly, because actually, from Kent's point of view, Brooks has nicked the strike, and that, again, that's what we say, and that's what they want. They want to be bowling at the number 9 rather than the set batter who's on 75. So yeah, end of the over. I wonder if Sam Hain might just be having a little word with Henry Brooks, going, "Don't take singles off the last ball. give me a few here, lad."
Henry wants to get some runs. He says, "No, don't need Sam Hain. I'll do it myself." But no, he's looked better in the last few deliveries. So as I said before, definitely a capable batter. But be interesting to see if he can hold this partnership here with Sam Hain, which I think is probably quite needed from a Warwickshire point of view.
Matt Henry then bowling to Brooks. That was a more convincing leave outside the off stump. He's just, seeing on the stream, I don't know whether he's wearing black socks or it's the black heel to his boot, but I don't know whether he's got black socks that his trousers are tucked into or something.
He's got no time for black socks with white kit.
Here comes Henry again, pushed away out towards extra cover. I feel like there's a mixture of black heel on the boot and then maybe, I do think they are black socks. Maybe it's a little bit rogue, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm not a fan of that at all. With the coloured kit, I like a coloured sock, but it's unacceptable behaviour.
It's a little bit Nick Kyrgios wearing his red Air Jordan hat at Wimbledon. As this one is on the stumps, defended away by Henry Brooks.
What are your thoughts on, in like the white ball cricket, the coloured gloves and the coloured spikes?
I mean, I don't mind it too much. I don't, it helps sometimes differentiate between one batter and the other.
That is true.
This one's defended away by Brooks. We used to have an overseas at Kent called Heino Kuhn, who's a South African guy, and he had these bright orange straps on his pads and gloves. But it was, great for identifying when he was on strike. So sometimes, I'm sure the scorers as well appreciate it sometimes, having those little quirks. Pink handle or something on the bat, like Ollie Pope has. Makes it easy to tell who's who, as this one is played away out towards point. Brooks has played this over from Henry. Much better, actually. Drummond now wandering out towards deep point. Likewise, square leg moving out a few yards to encourage Brooks to try and keep the strike again. 177 for 7. As Henry bowls and it's defended away out towards extra cover, so a dot ball. Sam Hain will eventually get some strike. And I wonder if perhaps that might be the end of Matt Henry's spell. Whether Navdeep Saini will be coming on shortly for Kent. Billings having a word with Matt Milnes. Listening to the BBC Sport online commentary with Ben Watts from BBC Radio Kent. And Leicestershire and Loughborough Lightning left arm seamer Grace Ballinger. When's your next cricket coming up?
Saturday, up at my favourite ground actually. I've got a lot of time for this ground. My favourite away ground, should I say. Chester Street up in Durham. I get a bit of chat for it, but I love it. I think it's a great ground.
That is not necessarily everybody's favourite away ground, mainly just because it takes you however long to get there.
Yeah, it's quite far.
But once you're there, you like it.
Yeah, I love it. And I love Durham City Centre as well. Very nice place.
Matt Milnes has a one slip to Hain. The field very spread. And he just dabs this into the covers. And it is an easy single for Sam Hain. So Brooks will come back onto strike.
Big changes in the field between Hain and Brooks. Like pretty much everyone is going into a different position. Obviously, more slips in, 3 slips in for Henry Brooks, and just the one fielder out at the deep fine leg.
Yeah, point, cover mid-wicket, mid on, mid-off, as well as those 3 men in the slips, as this one's full and swinging away from the right-hander. Left alone, never got near it, really. Brooks, as he moved towards the ball, but was quite happy to watch it by. Yeah, it was really wide, actually, looking at the replay. Wasn't quite the Durham farewell from ODI cricket for Ben Stokes yesterday.
No.
Wasn't quite what he was hoping for in terms of the result.
Sad to see him retire from one-day cricket, isn't it, Ben Stokes? I mean, he's one of the fan favourites, isn't he? So popular and so talented, but good to see a chance for someone else to come through and take that role.
Matt Milne's bowling as this one's driven away out towards Matt Henry. They thought about a single on the misfield, but didn't go for it in the end. It's obviously a slightly peculiar circumstance where someone's retired from the middle format lengthwise. He's obviously the Test captain, so he's still going to play that, and he's still going to play T20 because there's that World T20 coming up at the end of the year. But it's that one-day 50-over format that he's retiring from, which obviously England world champions in, and largely because of his efforts at times in that tournament, as this one's pushed away out towards point by Brooks.
Yeah, as you say, you often see people retiring from the red ball cricket stuff, don't you, or just from the white ball? But yeah, that is quite strange actually. I never thought of it that way, but I guess he's played a lot of cricket and through COVID and all sorts of different situations, and probably thinks it might be time for him to maybe lessen the load a little bit, but especially with him being Test captain, as you say.
Yeah, I mean, he's been pretty forthright and honest about those reasons, really, hasn't he? And like you say, in terms of his workload, as Milnes is in and bowling, full delivery, which is again down the leg side and off the pad, and 4 more valuable runs for Warwickshire off the pads of Brooks, as Milnes was trying to get one to swing back in. Billings was visibly frustrated to give away those extras. Warwickshire now lead by 17 runs, 182 for 7. Yeah, he was, saying that the schedule that England players who play all 3 formats is just unsustainable for someone to play all 3 formats essentially. You got someone like Johnny Bairstow, probably about the only one who's trying to play all 3, I guess, at the moment. Now Stokes has come out of that 50-over team, as Milnes lets this one go, and it's let through to the keeper into the over. 182 for 7, because obviously Butland no longer playing Test cricket. Joe Root's playing 2 formats but doesn't really play T20, so I guess is there any bowlers that play all formats? Craig Overton probably has been in all the squads recently, but
Hasn't played quite the amount of cricket, has
No.
he? So you wouldn't I don't think you call him a mainstay in the side, really. Definitely not to the extent of Ben Stokes, and I think it's understandable. I mean, it's a lot for them, isn't it? Constantly on tours and constantly playing cricket, and obviously there's a lot of positives to it, and obviously the positives outweigh the negatives. But especially with COVID and the biosecure bubbles and everything they had to do with that, I think it's definitely understandable, and you can sympathise with it. And as a seam bowler, those bowling loads you're going through, especially the men, they bowl so many overs.
yeah, I think those bubbles took their toll in the end, didn't they? It was great that cricket was able to carry on, and particularly for those of us that were stuck at home and couldn't do much, to have it to watch was a real saving grace. But for those players that were, like you say, staying away from loved ones and in hotels all the time and being constantly tested, I don't think it was particularly enjoyable. Johnny Bairstow's spoken quite openly about that on the Tail Enders podcast recently. That was a good listen, actually. I think I'm only halfway through it. I need to finish off listening to that on the BBC Sounds app, as Navdeep Saini's into the attack for Kent. Bowling to Sam Hain here. He's tucked this one off his hip. He's coming back for the second. Denley throwing wildly to the bowler's end. And Sam Hain does indeed make it back for 2. That was really good running. He turned straight away and knew he wanted to come back for 2 there to try and keep some strike. Knows that perhaps he has to be the man to take on the India fast bowler, because Saini showed yesterday that added a little bit of extra pace that he has. As he's in and bowling to Hain, defended up towards mid-on. Good county cricketers like Burgess, who's got 700 runs this year, couldn't deal with that extra pace and was out for naught.
Yeah, shame to see Burgess out for naught. He's another one of the Warwickshire lineup that has really gone well this year. I think second best average in the team, second obviously to Sam Hain, and yeah, he's been a big part of the batting lineup. So, as you say, good for the Kent to get him out so easily.
Senny bowling then from the Birmingham City end. Short ball to Sam Hain that he ducks underneath. That is a sharp bouncer.
That was a good ball. It was a perfect bouncer almost, wasn't it? It wasn't too high that it was kind of non-threatening. Looked like it just caught Sam Hain almost off balance.
Yeah, he's started well here. And the Kent overseas on debut.
It's actually been relatively expensive, hasn't he? Gone at just under 6s in his 10 overs, but also picked up those 3 wickets, which obviously, as you say, vitally important, getting out some of the strongest batters in the Warwickshire lineup.
Well, the big thing has been the no balls, having bowled, I think, 12. Obviously, they count for 2 in county cricket. So that's a good chunk of the runs he conceded. Bowling to Sam Hain, which is defended away off the back foot for 1 out towards extra cover. And then from all the extra balls that he has to then bowl, however many more opportunities to score runs. So yeah, you're right, he was expensive.
I suppose, well, he's bowled nearly 13 overs then, hasn't he? But really, score sheet says 10.4 as of now.
Delhi Daredevils, Rajasthan Royals, Royal Challengers Bangalore. He's moved around IPL teams, but playing his first class cricket for Delhi in the Ranji Trophy, 29 years of age. He's going to get his first crack at Brooks here, and we do now have a short leg. Ben Compton under the lid as a leg gully, which is Robinson, the sub-fielder. As Senny bowls a short ball and Brooks sways out of the way. This could be a little examination here for the bowler.
Interesting to see how Brooks goes about this here. I mean, obviously, very capable bowler and very attacking field, so interesting to see how he plays him as third slip comes into play.
Quinn just doing some warming up at mid-on, so he'll be on in a moment. Here comes Senny for the final time in the over. Fuller delivery, which flies off the bat of Brooks out towards deep point, where Daniel Bell-Drummond will do the fielding. He'll get a single to keep the strike. So Warwickshire, as we approach the opening hour, have lost just the 1 wicket, that of Danny Briggs for 20. Caught behind off the bowling of Matt Henry. But Sam Hain, who had begun the day not out overnight, has managed to move on to 79. Mainly because he's been starved of the strike pretty well by Kent, particularly since Grace has been on commentary and Henry Brooks has come to the crease. He's been the one that's taken the bulk of it, 23 balls he's faced.
Yeah, I think they've done well in that aspect, Kent. I mean, when you're set on runs as a batter, what you want to be doing is, he's gone well, so face as many deliveries as you can, obviously not wanting the other end to get out and not wanting to be starved with a strike, which sometimes can put you under pressure when you do face ball, you feel a bit out of rhythm. So yeah, Kent have done well in that aspect, and they'll be desperate just to get another wicket, especially if it could be that of Sam Hain.
So Matt Quinn from the pavilion end into the attack and bowling a short delivery which has been cut away by Brooks out towards the cover boundary. This won't go all the way, but arguably for Warwickshire that's just as good, because he gets 3 runs for the team, and then Sam Hain comes back onto strike.
Bit of a lose on that delivery, yes, I think.
I would agree. It was a bit of a drag down outside off, wasn't it, from Quinn?
That's the one where you bowl it and you turn around and just give it a bit of the rub of the back and say, oh, just a bit stiff.
Yeah, give it a little bit of an extra stretch, as if to say, oh yeah.
Yeah, that's why I bowled a half tracker.
Or you look accusingly at the front line and suggest you slipped.
Definitely guilty of that one.
Here comes Quinn. It's clipped away up towards mid-on. I like to bowl a half tracker, and as it goes for 4, complain as the fielder didn't dive to try and stop it on the boundary.
Yeah, or when it goes past the infield 2 yards away from anyone, you just give it the, what are you doing?
Come on lads, let's up the standard here. Talking to yourself about bowling a junk ball. So Hain back on strike, 79 for him, 189 for 7. I'll be making way very shortly because Richard has an update. So here comes Quinn, tucked away into the onside by Sam Hain for a single. 190 for 7, I'll leave you with Grace, and then Richard.
Yeah, I mean, Quinn starting pretty steady. Looks like Hain and Brooks managing just to rotate the strike and look pretty comfortable. compared to the other bowlers as he just gets into his spell. And Hayne now moved on to 80 not out, and Brooks just getting into it, 6 not out off 24 balls. It's an important partnership for Warwickshire, this one, I think.
It really is. I mean, Henry Brooks is a perfectly capable batsman. Can be a little stiff in the leg, tall lad, but valuable runs that these two are adding as he drives into the offside with no timing at all, and it's gabbed by Denley in the covers. So the lead 25. If that got anywhere near 100, I think it'd be a very useful lead, but the ball isn't doing perhaps as much as it did yesterday. That said, 68th over with this ball, so it's going to be quite soft. I think it's been changed once in this summer of many, many ball changes. There was one during the Kent innings as well yesterday. As Quinn comes in, looks like a slower ball that one, and pushing forward in defence is Brooks. I mean, it was a good ball that got Briggs, but there's not been a lot out there today. A lot of the movement has been after the ball passes the stumps.
Yeah, definitely. It looks like it's been pretty difficult for Billings behind the stumps, actually, and I think Briggs will certainly be disappointed with the way he got out, kind of just half flashed at a pretty average ball outside off, as you say, and I mean, seems have bowled well, but it wasn't exactly a magic delivery.
Well, he enjoys his batting as well, does Danny Briggs. As Quinn bowls onto the pads of Brooks, turns it into the leg side, and there's no run. We'll have an update very shortly for listeners to BBC CWR and BBC Radio WM. Floodlights still on, but they're probably not needed now. I think we'd be quite bright enough without them. And the crane tips are starting to reappear, as does Jack Leaning. Jack Leaning is back on the field. Somebody else takes a turn to go off. It's one of those habits of the modern game, isn't it? I think yesterday it was quite understandable that somebody would go and have 10 minutes out of the sun. That was,
Yeah, I think that's fair.
We'll call that common sense.
It's not that warm today, is it? And haven't had that many overs.
Yes, certainly not as warm, which is... we were very lucky in here with the air conditioning, which is keeping it rather cool again, so we have kind of no idea of quite how warm it feels out there. I keep on meaning to go out onto the balcony, I haven't got round to it. So Senny is going to continue. Hayne on strike on 80, and he'll add one comfortably off his pads down through square leg for a single. Here at Edgbaston, Warwickshire still batting in their first innings, 191 for 7. Just one departure this morning. Danny Briggs, who nicked one behind off Matt Henry, caught by Sam Billings for 20. Sam Hayne is continuing his own merry way. It's been steady accumulation from him so far this morning, nothing too fancy. He's on 81 and getting support from Henry Brooks. They've added 20 so far for the 8th wicket. The lead is 26, Warwickshire 191 for 7. That's the update out the way for 3 minutes past the hour. And Senny in once more, short ball, ducked out the way by Henry Brooks. Have you got the bouncer in your armoury?
Yeah, I do, but I don't think it's quite as threatening as this one. Quite like the slow ball bouncer, actually, because I'm not one of the quicker bowlers. I bowl medium pace, I'd probably say. So it's sometimes quite good to bowl slow ball bouncer. It's quite deceitful. Quite effective.
That's a really useful weapon to have in the mix.
Especially in white ball cricket, which is obviously what we play in the women's game.
Yeah, it's Brooks. Oh, has he got a nick on that? They're celebrating and he's being given. And Brooks, I don't know whether he's disgruntled himself for getting out or whether he didn't feel that he got a nick on it, but it looked decent from here. Ian Blackwell gives him out. He's had a little look, Henry Brooks, so whether he doesn't think he got a touch, but 191 for 8 it is. It was a good ball from Senny, and we're just going to get a chance to have a look at a replay here. It's often quite hard to tell. He's got to have got pretty close, and you look at the reaction of the slip fielders, they were already on their way celebrating, so that looks probably right to me, Grace, but Brooks gone for 6. Really important wicket, that one, for Kent.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Warwickshire now 191 for 8, and they'll think if they can just skittle through these. The lead's only 26 at the moment, leaves the game perfectly in balance pretty much. I mean, Kent definitely would have been disappointed with the score they put on the board, but looks like they could be in again pretty soon to have a go at it again.
Interesting to see whether Sam Hayne's tactics have to change a little bit now, whether he has to push the accelerator a little bit more. You wouldn't be surprised if he does.
Yeah, no, I think I think that might make a bit of sense. I mean, Warwickshire are going to want to get a decent lead. But that being said, I've seen Craig Miles stick around and score a few runs in his time, so maybe we'll see how he starts. Maybe that will dictate Sam Haynes' decision.
So Craig Miles can score runs fairly rapidly, that's for sure. So you know these moments where you get distracted by an email, but for once it's good news. I've just been distracted by an email that was good news. So one of the things that I have to do is do a rota for the sports department at BBC Radio WM, and August is the most difficult month to fill because you've got cricket, Commonwealth Games, football, people on leave, and somebody's just said yes to the final hole. I had to. Can you imagine that moment? Oh, the relief.
Can't believe the football season starts so early.
Yeah, it's a week earlier than normal, but it's because of the World Cup coming at a very unusual time in November and December. So there'll be a break of about 5 weeks for the Premier League and 3 for the Championship. Here's Senny. He's got 4 wickets on debut so far. He looks for 5, and Miles leaves the ball outside off stump. And it goes through to Sam Billings, who I think has got 5 catches in this innings now. So he's filling his boots behind the stumps. Michael Burgess had 3.
Handy keeper, isn't he, Sam Billings? But that snick by Henry Brooks, I mean, it was pretty fine, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Straight to him, really.
2 good wicket keepers in this game. We could argue 3 when Ollie Robinson comes onto field. As the Kent's 12th man, very unlucky not to be playing regular cricket. Leg gully, and Joe Denley's in that position because then he will dig the odd ball in short, and he does, and Miles lifts his bat high and takes it on his hip. They won't run a leg by because he wasn't offering a shot. And moving in from the boundary is Quinn to pick the ball up. And there's no run. So the lead at the moment, 26. It's negligible. Warwickshire would at least like to make sure they take a batting point from this. They're 9 runs away. And Craig Miles will do his best to see Sam Hayne over the line towards 3 figures as well. Nobody else has got a 50 in this game. Although Mr. Extras is working on that. Senny hasn't overstepped yet today, I don't think. After his struggles of yesterday, and he bowls just back of a length, and they're going to see Miles seize the strike here. He pushes it into the offside and gets a single. 192 for 8. Miles on 1, Hayne on 81, and Mr. Extras is on 35. So it is the second highest score of the innings.
That's ideal, is it? I suppose some of those are leg buys. I mean, we saw 2 off Brooks in pretty short succession, but it's interesting with the front foot no balls. I mean, I think it's pretty tough. I mean, I had a pretty bad problem with it for a few years, and I think it's one of those ones where people say, just get your foot behind the line. It's not hard, just get your foot behind the line, or just take your run up back, but never works.
Yeah, look, it's tricky, isn't it? Just there's a presage of doom for later, by the way. I note that both at Cheltenham and Taunton they're off for rain, and the weather does tend to come up from the southwest. The forecast does suggest we could get an interruption today. Good old British weather. Yeah, at the front foot no ball. When I was playing, most of my career was schools cricket and you know, a little bit of league cricket as a youngster. As Quinn bowls the first ball a new over, left alone, went outside off stump by Miles. I only had a no ball problem ever if I was bowling downhill. And I preferred to bowl uphill. So, I mean, I had no pace, so it made no real difference whether I was going uphill or downhill in terms of the ball. So I was a swing bowler, but you know, downhill I found it very... So I do have some sympathy, but when you do it 13 times in a session...
Yeah, that's not ideal really, is it?
And you're an international bowler.
Yeah.
Quinn into Miles, forward in defence, pushes it to Denley in extra cover. And at the over in which he got Michael Burgess, you could forgive Michael Burgess for his concentration being all over the shop, because the 4 previous balls had all been called no balls. And the next one he gets an absolute jaffer.
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? It's like, if you ever seen a bowler have a mare and they're spraying it and they're bowling half trackers, they're bowling terribly, but then they so often pick up a wicket just because the batter has no idea where it's coming.
Full ball again, Miles forward in defence. This time it's a bit squarer, so Compton picks up. Matt Henry doing a lot of stretching. I don't think it's necessarily about an imminent return to the attack. I just think he's stiffened up a bit since his most recent spell. The 2 opening bowlers this morning got through a good number of overs when you consider that there is potentially a second new ball. Though Warwickshire might not get there. It's just over 10 overs away. If they do get there, then that's probably a healthy sign in terms of the lead building. As Miles ducks out the way of a really good-looking bounce, and there's an appeal for something. And maybe it suggests that his gloves got a bit close to that. But I don't think it struck them on the way through. He tried to sway out of the way, and it followed him a bit. Because most of the swing has come after the bounce, hasn't it, today?
It just looked like, as you say, the ball followed him. Pretty good line for a bouncer. I mean, you want it to be threatening, don't you? And right at him. So yeah, good delivery by Quinn.
I think he surprised him a bit with it as well, and Miles had been so assured in the forward defence in the early part of the over. Let's see if that's sown the seeds of doubt in him. Oh, that's far too far outside off stump to really interest him. He's got the radar wrong there, Quinn. That would have been comfortably a wide in one-day cricket. It almost was a wide in four-day cricket. It was narrowly avoided being wide of the return crease.
Yeah, Sam Billings having to make a dive and stop.
The slip fielders were fearing for their shins at that point. It's coming in to complete the over, and Miles defends back down the track, picked up, well, dropped right-handed in fact, by Quinn as he tried to pick it up in his follow-through. So, will the 100 see you playing on this ground this year?
Unfortunately not. I mean, I've never actually played at Edgbaston, which is a shame because, I mean, I grew up here. I spent the best part of probably about 10 years playing for Warwickshire, and yeah, I mean, we'd be playing Birmingham Phoenix down at Lords.
Okay.
So obviously,
oh,
pretty good ground to be playing
at.
at.
Okay, we're playing at Lords. Yeah.
No.
Wow, fancy having that as a home ground for the 100.
Yeah, it's very exciting. Very exciting. Never played at Lords before, so very lucky to be able to call it my home ground.
And the thought of having to deal with the slope, because bowlers find it quite hard because of the slope at Lords and the effect it has on your run-up.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to make you too wary of it, but to actually have the chance to experience that, wow. Senny to start a new over, bowling to Hain, who just drops it down in front of him. Now the field is pretty well spread here. Kent are more than happy to let Sam Hain have a single. So around the boundary there's a third man and a deep point. On the leg side, square leg and mid wicket have gone deep to allow a single. And there's also a long leg. Extra cover again is deep enough for a push and run, as is mid on. So they're encouraging Sam Hain just to take a single off Senny here. There are one or two gaps, and bear in mind, very short boundary on the Holly stand side. Senny bowled onto the pads of Hain, and he's quite happy to take that single. 82 for Sam Hain, 193 for 8, the lead 28.
I suppose encouraging signs for Craig Miles that Sam Hain is willing to take that single and backs his teammate to keep the scoreboard ticking along and hang around for a bit.
It's such a tough choice to make, but in a low-scoring game, you probably have to take the singles. I'm not sure there's a lot of merit in it. Maybe it'll be different when Hannon Dolby comes to the crease, if Sam Hain is still there then. So with that extra pace against the tail enders is a handful. Bowling to Miles, and that is a bouncer that he takes on the back of the head, so they automatically now have to call on the training staff, physio, just to make sure that he's okay. He's fine. I mean, he almost consciously took that on the back of the head. It was weird. He knew it was coming and really couldn't do an awful lot to get out of the way of it, and it was very much a glancing blow.
Yeah, I mean, that's the second time he got wrapped on the thigh pad and then just obviously hit on the helmet, and he just hasn't reacted either time, Craig Miles. I mean, he's bowling pretty decent pace, you'd expect, especially the one that hit him on the thigh pad, even on the pad, still be a bit painful, but he just seems quite unfazed by it, and as you say, hopefully he's all good and passes the concussion test, but he looks alright from here, doesn't he?
They've got to find somebody to come out and check him first, and maybe to come out with a spare helmet, just in case. So elsewhere, raining at Cheltenham with Hampshire 235 for 2. Felix Organ has completed his century this morning though. 106 not out. Lancashire 10 for 1, replying to Northamptonshire's 235. Lewis McManus was 61. He was the top scorer. He was the 9th wicket to fall. Washington Sundar 5 for 76 on debut. Lancashire lost Luke Wells early on to Jack White. Raining at Taunton with Somerset 298 for 6 against Yorkshire. They lost some play to the weather yesterday as well. Tom Abel out this morning for 116, 3 wickets for Matthew Waite. Surrey having a few problems in reply to Essex's 271. They're 63 for 3. 2 wickets for Sam Cook. Burns and Amler both out this morning. I'll make sure we go to Surrey next week. In Division 2, the matches that started yesterday not still piling on the runs. 489 for 4 against Derbyshire. But 3 wickets this morning. Ben Duckett, one of them, he was out for 241. Hasib Hamid is still there, though, on 186 not out. Sussex 371 for 6 after being put in yesterday by Middlesex. Bajara 132 not out. 4 wickets for Tom Helm. And the match that started this morning, and Leicestershire are off to a quick start. They're 83 for 1 after 18 overs against Glamorgan, with Louis Kimber on 38 and Lewis Hill 26. David Lloyd with the 1 wicket to fall. Craig Miles, as I got through that, has been checked out. His helmet's been checked. He's okay. And Navdeep Sani's got to choose between the Yorker and another short ball here. Which would you go for?
If I could bowl his pace, probably the short ball, especially after just rattling someone on the helmet. It's going to be in his head, isn't it, a little bit?
Short leg in position. There's a leg gully as well. And Seni bowls just back of a length, and it was a flat-footed cut shot attempted by Miles. He misses it altogether, and it goes through to the wicket-keeper. But yeah, he's almost falling away from that shot with his left foot as he plays it. Rather than getting his back foot across, his left foot has gone behind him. That was a waft of a man who wasn't necessarily eager to get back in line.
Yeah, I mean, he definitely flashed at that one. I think he'll be pleased he didn't get anything on it, as that really would have been a poor dismissal if he snicked off. Playing quite a loose shot, but he's still here.
If Miles survives the last 2 balls this over, Sam Hain may have to decide differently about his tactics. And in terms of the share of the strike, because this is Fuller and he drives it into the offside. He doesn't time it. There's a misfield, though, by Matt Henry. You've got everything behind him, but somehow it slipped through his fingers. So Miles will get off strike on 2, 194 for 8. There's 1 ball left in the over.
Yeah, I mean, that shot wasn't too convincing either, was it? Looks like he's decided to go kind of quite attacking against the overseas bowler, and looks like those 2 shots are a little bit loose, I'd say.
Yeah, it felt a little bit like hit out or get out, those last 2 shots. Yeah, I can't argue with that.
I suppose if you get something on it, as it goes to the slips, it will race away for Ricardo's side.
Well, Matt Henry did that sort of thing very effectively yesterday for Kent. His 34 came very quickly, including 2 6 off successive balls from Craig Miles. Not Craig Miles, from Henry Brooks. Craig Miles in my head because he's standing at the other end at the moment as he watches Seni come in to bowl to Hain, just back of a length. Hain tries to flick it off his hip, instead gets hit on the hip, and he goes down onto his haunches. The hip and his back are not areas that are in particularly great nick at the moment for Sam Hain. So that was a little bit uncomfortable. Now he's grabbing his arm. He's a wee bit second hand after that, Sam Hain. Picks himself up now. Yeah, maybe it caught him a little bit further inside the hip than I thought.
There wasn't a lot of sympathy shown, was there, from the Kent players, so that could be quite likely. As always seems the case with that sort of injury in the men's game. No sympathy at all.
Yeah, well, that's blokes in it for you. It's ironic because they'll all know how much it hurts. He's still bent over double. He picks himself up now as Quinn is about to approach to begin a new over. Bowling now to Craig Miles, who launches this over the top of mid-off, not by too much. It was a little bit unconvincing. The chase is on. Will it be reeled in just before the rope? It is. Matt Henry giving chase. But 2 more, 109.6 for 8. It takes the lead into the 30s, but still means the lead is really in the territory of being neither one thing nor the other, really.
Yeah, definitely. And as we were saying before, it does look like Craig Miles might have changed gears a little bit here. I mean, looking to go over the top there, didn't really get anything on it, but certainly an attacking shot.
It is his more natural game. This is more typically Craig Miles, and you know, if it comes off for a boundary in the next couple of balls, that'll at least get the batting point on the board, as he actually pushes this one defensively out into the offside. Ironically, times it better than he did the attacking shot. It went quite rapidly to Joe Denley, who's fielding on a wicket end there. One of the big match pitches there. Was that the one they used at the weekend, or was it? I think it might be the next one across in terms of used wickets. May well have been the Test match track actually that he's on there. Miles awaits again once more, just leans forward in defence. Just one slip in. Well, I tell you what, there is an interesting position out there. In that the guy who I thought was going down to third man, that's almost a fly slip there.
Yeah, it's a bit of a strange one, isn't it? I mean, I guess Quinn not bowling the quickest in the Kent lineup, and they might think if Miles goes to get an outside edge, maybe it might carry, but he's a bit too far back for it to carry that far, so...
Yeah, might do a top edge on a pull shot, something like that.
Strange one.
Quinn hasn't really dug one in short yet. He does now, and it hits Miles on the bat as he tried to duck out the way of it, and it flops about 6 yards to his right, where no fielder is. It would be reasonable to say he's not playing the short ball with any great degree of conviction.
He's just letting it hit him, really, isn't he? Yeah, I mean...
It's inadvisable.
Yeah, I think... Looks like a pretty good plan from the Kent bowlers to do that to Miles. Yeah, he certainly looks a bit uncomfortable at it.
And there is enough pace in this surface that you can bowl an effective bounce. And there have been matches this year where they've just been sitting up. But he's hit through this, and that might be the 200. I think his hands are ringing, because I don't think he got that clean. No, he hasn't timed it at all. They're going to come back for two, are they? No. And he's off. He was almost run out being sent back. If it had been a direct hit from Milnes, he would have been in real trouble. But he did only get the one in the end. There was probably two there. 197 for 8. That did look for all the world when it left the bat that it was going to go for a straight four, but actually he clothed it again.
Yeah, I mean, looked like when it first came off the bat, as you say, probably one bounce, two bounce, four, but yeah, went absolutely nowhere. So maybe just not getting his timing quite right at the moment, Craig Miles, but playing certainly some encouraging shots, and I don't think Kent will mind that too much.
No. He looks more likely to get out than to get runs when he plays them at the moment. Haynes got one ball left in this over, so therefore the field closes in, and he tries a bit of an uppercut. There is an appeal, but I think it was kidology from Sam Billings, and certainly the bowler showed very little interest. End of the over, 197 for 8, and I don't think they've quite got the stars aligned here, these two batting, in that I think Miles being exposed to Senny again certainly plays in Kent's favour.
Yeah, certainly, and it'll be interesting to see how he goes here. I mean, he's been hit a couple of times, hasn't looked too convincing playing defensively, and obviously last couple of balls of the over before went to go quite attacking, so it'll be interesting to see how he goes here and whether Sanu will be able to get on top of him for his fifer.
Considering the problems he had with his front foot yesterday, it would be a very decent response to end up with 5.
Yeah, he's only bowled 13 overs and he's picked up 4, so he's going nicely at the moment. Well, apart from the front foot no balls, as you say.
Yeah, 13 overs, 13 no balls. As he comes into bowl 2 Miles, and not surprisingly, that's a bounce. Michael Goff, the umpire at square leg, signals that that's the one above shoulder height. It's always good to see the man who you could argue is the world's best umpire currently, standing in a championship match. So busy with international games, generally, Michael Goff. So yes, his accuracy percentage is just off the chart for decision making, and you think of the speed and the pressure of making those decisions in test matches and ODIs. As Miles awaits Senny once more, and that one, does it take an edge? It does, and Billings with a good catch, low to his right, and he'd been worked over by the short ball of Craig Miles, and then in the end it was a length delivery that got him. He's gone for 5, half a dozen catches now for Sam Billings, and it's 197 for 9, a bag of 5 for Navdeep Senny.
I mean, yeah, it's not too surprising, I don't think, to see Craig Miles getting snicked off there. He just, in all honesty, just hasn't looked comfortable at any point, has he? And Warwickshire in a bit of trouble here. I mean, only 3 runs away from that batting point, so they'll want to get that at the very least. But yeah, not a massive lead here. It must be sub 30. What is it? 28,
32.
29?
32 now, yeah. And of course, Ollie Hannon Dolby now has potentially got 4 balls to try and see off in this over as well. So Sam Hayne in danger of being stranded. He's And he managed to add 14 runs to his overnight score of 68. It's been, you know, say steady accumulation, but it's been a bit passive as well from Hayne. And now he's going to have to be busy if he's going to make it through to three figures.
Yeah, certainly. I think the Warwickshire lower order will be disappointed. They haven't really managed to provide any sort of role to stand there with Sam Hayne. I mean, they didn't really need to do much except kind of stick with him. But yeah, Kent will be pleased. 197 for 9.
Bears bowlers might at least be encouraged by the fact there's plenty there. There's enough in the surface to suggest that there are wickets to be taken.
Looks like it will be 4 slips in for Alan Dolby here.
Yeah, and then a leg slip and a short leg. Got a long leg in position as well. And he can expect some short stuff. He does struggle a bit with the short stuff. He's batted a lot of balls this season, Alan Dolby, without scoring many runs. Twice he's seen Michael Burgess through to three figures as the last man when Burgess was in the 60s when Alan Dolby came to the crease. And a third time he came in with Burgess in the 60s and he ended up in the 90s. So he's provided good support so far this season. He just leaves the first ball alone outside off stump. Good line from Senny, but well judged actually by Hannon Dolby. Big mates, Hayne and Hannon Dolby as well. See, he would be desperate to see one of his best mates over the line here for 100. Game situation, it would be even more valuable, but it's still not easy out there batting wise.
No, interesting that Senny chose to come round the wicket as well to Hannon Dolby. Obviously was going over before, I think, to Craig Miles.
Yep. Well, maybe he does it pretty automatically in his own mind to a left-hander. And he's in now, and that's going down the leg side, and that's a very good take from Sam Billings. He's saved 4 byes there, which would have been enough for a batting point. He's made an awful lot of ground. The quality of his footwork there stands out. He's getting that extra quick step in before he flung himself to the right that gave him the chance to cleanly pouch the ball one-handed.
Yeah,
He's going to go over the wicket now, isn't he?
Yeah, classic when you spray one. I mean, that was a brilliant take, wasn't it, from Sam Billings?
Got a sore back now.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. It's dived about 3 yards.
Just a telltale sign, he put his left hand just below the number 7 on his back and gave it a quick rub. So sending over the wicket to Hannon Dolby. Short ball, Hannon Dolby ducks out the way of it. It was always going to happen. The short ball.
He ducked it quite well there, I'd say.
Yeah.
Played it quite comfortably.
I think the key was he managed to get out the line of it, because otherwise I think he would have... Where the point he ducked to was the exact height at which the ball went through. Which is a bit of a concern.
Well, he's a pretty tall bloke, isn't he?
Just the 6'7". Came up for interview yesterday, and as always he's reaching above your head to put the microphone. Can he see off the final ball of this over? He tucks his bat inside it. End of the over. 197 for 9. And now it will be very interesting to see whether Sam Hayne changes tack. Still there on 82, but after a very much becalmed morning session so far.
Yeah, I think you'd expect him to kind of play a bit more of a leading role. 82 not out and has really looked in no trouble at all this morning. So if he could get on top of the Kent bowlers and manage to get a bit more of a convincing lead for Warwickshire.
So the field will be spread. Kent will encourage Sam Hayne to get a single. Personally, I think he has to prioritise, first of all, getting to 200 without giving Hannon Dolby the strike, getting the Bears total to 200 and get that batting point. Don't want to miss out on that, having got so close to it.
I mean, the field is extremely spread, isn't it? I mean, if there was a 30-yard circle in that we see for white ball cricket, I don't think there'd be a single fielder in there.
Nope, there wouldn't. They're all well outside. Quinn to bowl to Hayne, and it's again a long way outside off stump from Quinn. His line has been very errant so far. It started wide and it arced further wide. Billings has been made to work hard today. So I suppose he's got rich reward with the 6 catches now in the innings. Quinn almost trotted a couple of yards back to his mark then. And he comes in the bowl to Hayne once more. Short ball. Hayne thought about pulling it, but then chose not to. There's a long leg and a deep backward square leg. Anywhere in between them, it would have been 200 up, but I think the ball would have got a bit high on him.
Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty short boundary out there, but as you say, you don't want to really get caught out there or just get... Do you reckon he'll take the single here?
I wonder whether he'll see the first 4 balls off, and then when the field comes in to allow... to try and keep Hannon Dolby on strike for Senny, then he might go for the big shot. We'll see. No, he's taken the single. He's just blocked the ball out through the vacant mid-on. Leaning will come in to pick it up from the mid-wicket boundary. 198 for 9. Hayne 83 not out, so Hannon Dolby has 3 balls to see off here against Quinn. Showing faith at times is admirable, but sometimes the game situation dictates that you ought to be doing something else.
Certainly, and yeah, I mean, still 3 balls in the over left, so interesting to see. Look like they're just having a conversation here, Hannon Dolby and Hayne, whether Hannon Dolby will block out this 3 overs or try and get Hayne back on strike for the final 2. 2 slips in play then for Hannon Dolby.
It's interesting, Quinn's immediately gone round the wicket as well. And Hannon Dolby drops his hands underneath a short pitch delivery. Carries through above waist height. Sam Billings takes it just to his right. Play to restart at Taunton at 12:40. They've lost 11 overs today. I think they really do lose them because of the amount of overs they lost yesterday, so can't make those ones back up. As Hannon Dolby is forward stoutly in defence, it bursts through the hands of Quinn, but Milnes will pick up. 1 ball left in this over. If you told me it was going to rain here in the next half hour, I could believe you as well. There's something about the light at the moment where it's just starting to look a little bit like wet light, as I tend to call it.
Yeah, I mean, total cloud cover, isn't it? A little bit dim. I mean, none of the clouds look too menacing, but yeah, pretty dark.
Quinn to Hannon Dolby. He's back over the wicket now. He's onto the pads of Hannon Dolby. There might have been a single there, but I think wisely on this occasion they don't take it. End of the over. 198 for 9. It's been Kent's morning. 3 wickets, 2 more for Senny, which takes him to 5. 1 for Matt Henry, who's got 2 in the innings. And Sam Hayne has risen above it all, but they've kept him very much under wraps, if you like. Only 15 runs added to his total in an hour and a half. He's on 83. But this is the over where they've got to try and make sure they get the 200 up.
Yeah, definitely, and much better to have Hayne on strike, and it will be interesting to see how he goes. I mean, they've gone for the totally spread field again, as you'd probably expect. Just the 1 slip in play, mid on, mid off, in but fairly deep, and everyone else just sat either on the boundary on the Eric Colley side or about 15 yards off on the leg side.
Yeah, it is. It is well spread. Jordan Cox is the solitary slip. As Hayne prepares to take strike, he's wrapped on the pads. There's an appeal for LBW. Ian Blackwell decides that he's not out. And it probably would have been missing leg stump. It's hard to tell because Hayne is moving across his stumps as the ball strikes him. And it's reasonably high up the pad. Certainly there were a couple of reasons for doubt there for Blackwell. Navdeep Senny liked the appeal. He was very keen. Hayne goes for a walk, and then there's a push and a prod and a little flick of the crease with the outside of his right boot. Tug at his shirt. So shirt wants to stick to you in this sort of weather. And off the back foot he just defends into the follow through of Senny, who doesn't manage to lay a hand on it, but again they're not interested in a single at this point of the over. That extra pace of Senny against Hannon Dolby would be challenging again.
Yeah, I mean, Warwickshire at the very least want that extra batting point, don't they? Just 2 runs away from it.
At the moment, Navdeep Senny is not offering anything loose to Sam Hayne. So he comes in the bowl, back of a length, and ducking out the way of it is Hayne. Midpoint of the over.
Still playing pretty within himself, isn't he, Sam Hain? It's interesting whether he will, as you say, just go on and try and get that 200, or whether he will go a bit more explosive. And Ollie Derby goes down, maybe to offer him a bit of batting advice from the other end.
Yeah, that would be optimistic on Ollie's front if he did that. He might be suggesting he doesn't have to do anything too far out of the ordinary, but we'll see. This is the 4th ball of the over, and he whips it off his pads, and he does take the single, 199 for 9. 84 to Hain, and now Senny gets 2 more balls to go at Hannon Dolby. Ben Watts will be back with us at the end of the over. It will give Grace a chance to consider her lunch options. Now, previous experience suggests that she'll waver between being good and having the jacket potato with a bit of salad or something on it, or whether she ends up in the fish and chip queue.
I do often go for the jacket potato option.
Yeah.
I am quite keen for them, but yeah, I am quite hungry, so see where the tide takes me, Always the exciting part of the day.
You probably did a 5-kilometre run this morning.
No.
If your coaches are listening, you did. You did. 5 miles round Cannon Hill Park earlier. Hannon Dolby, 3 slips in a gully in place for him. It's down the leg side, and that'll be the 200 up, because that evades Sam Billings. It'll be 4 leg byes, and they look very frustrated with themselves there, Kent. There's nothing that Billings could do about that. And Navdeep Seni just got his line wrong for once there. He's bowled really well in this session. It clips Hannon Dolby, goes through for 4, and Warwickshire do get the only batting bonus point of the game. At least you fancy it'll be the only one. 203 for 9. The prospect of 250 being on the board feels rather fanciful at this point.
Yeah, maybe, but yeah, they'll be pleased with that, and just one more ball for Hannon Dolby to face, see off this over.
38 is the lead. Again, it's negligible. Left alone outside off stump. So that is one little target realised. Grace is going to disappear to work out what the best jacket potato filling of choice is. Cheese and beans is hard to beat, but it's. But it may be that she has other preferences. She might be coleslaw. I don't know. Could be tuna mayo. It's difficult. Ben Watts is back here from BBC Radio Kent. And I just have him as a little bit of a tuna mayo man with his jacket potato.
I mean, I'm not adverse to tuna mayo. Chili.
Oh, good shout.
Yeah,
good shout. Wow. You've got a strong jacket potato game.
Do enjoy a bit of jacket potato. Right, Quinn in the attack then, bowling to Sam Hain, left alone outside the off stump. 203 for 9. Hain's 84. The main bulk of those runs, of course. Navdeep Seni appears to have fixed his no ball issue today.
None today, I don't think. Yeah.
It's been leg byes that have been the extras of choice today.
Well, I've had about 13 of them, I think.
The field well spread for Sam Hain as he defends off the back foot but shows no interest in the single that would have been available to him to extra cover.
I think we can reasonably assume that extras is going to finish as the second high scorer now. It stands on 39, which would be a stretch for Ollie.
Yeah.
So, I mean, Kent will be disappointed with that number, but they will not be disappointed with where they are in the game at the moment, because it's taken it back to honours even.
What extras would have made it honours even if they hadn't bowled any, but of course they're going to bowl some. This one is pushed away by Hain, and this time he does take the single. So 3 balls potentially for Hannon Dolby to face. Yeah, I know you're not going to bowl any extras, but you take those out and then it is. There's no lead for Warwickshire.
I'm left wondering still whether soreness in the back area might explain quite the way that Sam Hain has batted today, in that he hasn't looked to play a big shot at any point.
Yeah,
and you would have thought that the circumstances the Bears are in now, his best bet is a quick flurry.
Yeah, that's a fair point. Well, he hasn't potentially farmed the strike a bit more as well. 2 slips for Hannon Dolby and a short leg as Quinn is in. Bowling a short ball to the tall left-hander.
Hain's generally been taking a single third ball and showing a lot of faith into the tail end.
Like you say, he hasn't played a shot in anger, has he?
He hasn't done the thing of seeing off 4 balls and then looking for a couple of boundaries at the end of the over. He's on 85. There is 100 there to be got. I just don't think that on the surface and with the quality of this Kent attack that you can expect Hannah Dolby to still be around at lunchtime, for instance.
Quinn bowls, full. It's defended away out towards wide mid-off. Seems to be comfortable enough against Quinn, who's going to come around the wicket, change his angle of attack.
You can't make their mind up between over and round against Alan Dolby. Both Quinn and Senny have switched a couple of times in and over.
That lead's not far away from the 40-50 that we talked about earlier on, as Quinn now doesn't force a stroke from Hannon Dolby, who lets it go outside the off stump. So Hayne will be back on strike for the next over, 204.49. And I mean, even though it is marginal, you know, if Kent, I don't know, if it takes them a couple of wickets to get to 40-50, if Warwickshire get a couple of early blows, Kent's second innings, then that lead is, you know, then that lead is worth something, isn't it? And it's not going to be easy. Well, it's seemingly going to be a game of smaller margins than we've had in recent times when it comes to runs scored. So every extra run that Warwickshire add their lead is valuable, especially when you consider they'll have to bat last.
Sending into Hayne, who turns up towards mid-on. There was a single on offer, but he doesn't take it at the start of the over. We are, in theory, within 4 overs of the second new ball as well, if Kent need it, which would potentially happen just before lunch. They might get 1 in before lunch. That said, of course, lunch would be delayed now, if they got towards 1 o'clock anyway, because Warwickshire are 9 wickets down. Over rate hasn't been terribly special again this morning. Not quite as far behind, maybe, as all his defenders. Actually, it is quite far behind, isn't it? This is only the 20th over of the morning. We've been playing an hour and 40 minutes. So
I think, well, it's -3 was still up on the board.
Yeah, well, that's again quite generous. I think it'll probably be recalculated during the interval, but the over rate this morning has not been great again. It's 23, isn't it, this morning? 24th over. It's not quite as bad as Hayne diverts it out into the offside. And again doesn't take the single. Yes, it's not quite that bad, is it? They'd be on schedule for about 28 in the session. So that's 4 behind where they should be. But it does suggest that we could see quite a bit of overtime again tonight. Which leads to the heady prospect of being locked in the car park again, but anyway. It was sorted quickly enough. Surrey lost a 4th wicket against Essex. Interesting game, that, the Oval. Surrey 88 for 4, still 183 runs behind. And none of those 4 wickets have been taken by a man called Harmer.
Wow.
I know. Is that what you were looking for? Is that what you were leading across? Setting into Hayne, forces it off the back foot. They'll certainly get 1. They might get 2. Bell Drummond is across to do the footing. Oh, and they had a bit of a miscommunication there. There probably was 2 there if they wanted it, but Hayne seems to be just happy to get off strike each over. He's tickled his way to 86 in what's been a very quiet morning from Sam Hayne. It's 205 for 9. And I can't pretend I know entirely what the tactic is out there.
It's a longer tail than that Surrey batting lineup, which normally goes down to 10, something ridiculous. But yeah, I think, like you say, I feel like there could be credence to your argument that Sam Hayne is not fully fit out there, and therefore that's why he's not swinging the bat or trying to take most of the strike.
Sending it to Hannon Dolby, bouncer, ducks under it. There's an appeal, but I genuinely would be at a loss as to what it is.
They've had a couple of bouncers where they've appealed, and I don't really know what they think it possibly could be.
That's the weirdest one, because his arms are up, his bat's not up, and it's gone over his backside.
Would do pretty well to punch it behind from there, wouldn't he? I mean,
seriously, hands and bat are nowhere near that whatsoever.
It's not one hand off the body, lads. That's just a corridor cricket or a dressing room rule.
Yeah. So he'll come in for the final ball of this over, and he's resolutely forward in defence. Is Helen Dolby, 14 deliveries for his naught so far, which by his standards is a very minor achievement. 14 balls for 0. Hale on 86, 205 for 9. I don't think we'll ever see a repeat of his legendary innings earlier in the summer when he got off the mark to his 67th ball, but it will live so long in the memory that we have to mention it every time he bats. It's just a given that we have to mention it.
He's been pretty solid for his none off 14 so far.
He has. Matt Henry's back.
Last little burst in an attempt to get this final wicket. If Kent do, will we go to an early lunch, or will they come out for a couple of overs?
Well, at most it'd be 1 over, wouldn't it? We reach that. If it gets to 10-2, I think you're absolutely secure that you take lunch at that point. If not, it's a bit more of a moot point, I think. In theory, they should come back for an over. I'm not sure. I'd have to check this year's specific regulations, because that's the sort of minutiae that can change year upon year.
Henry with a little flashy yellow on the boots. Pulls a Yorker to Sam Hain, which is defended out into the onside. How many players do Warwickshire, just got an email from Stephen on kentcricket@gmail.com, how many players do they lose to the 100? What's their one-day cup team looking like?
They lose about 11 or 12.
That's a lot.
They lose an awful lot, yeah. Of the team here today, Davis, Benjamin, Hain, Mosley, Briggs, Brooks, all in.
Another full delivery from Henry, which is edged out what would have been into a wide gully area, but of course there's no close fielders at all. Everyone is spread. There's a fine leg, third man, deep point, deep cover, deep extra cover, long on, long off, deep mid wicket, deep square leg.
Of those not here in this match, Lintott, Hose, Bethel. It's quite a long list.
Here comes Henry. Turned away into the square leg area, so Hain will take that single now. Yeah, Kent supporters who haven't had much to enjoy at times this season, feeling a bit more optimistic about the One Day Cup. So Sandy's going to play a few games in that. Compton hasn't played any T20 cricket, but you would assume will get a chance in that longer format. Denley's not been picked in the 100 this year, neither has Blake.
Might only be a matter of time for some of them. That's the problem with it. It tends to eat more players once the competition starts.
You would have thought, though, that this year players can come in and out if they're not playing necessarily. You don't need the COVID bubbles that we had last year.
Yeah, that should be the case a little bit more.
Here comes Matt Henry. Left alone outside the off stump. Darren Stevens is not playing in this. Likewise, Ollie Robinson, Twanda Mayeye. You would have thought will play for Kent at the One Day Cup. So, yeah, their team, I think Kent supporters are feeling a bit more positive about that they can get some results.
The Bears have brought in a new overseas player specifically for the One Day Cup, which is Krunal Pandya, who's Hardwick's older brother.
Ooh.
Spin bowling
He'll be
all-rounder.
fun. It's defended away by Oliver Hannon-Dolby. Forward delivery, which is defended up towards mid-on. Yeah, I watched a lot of the cricket. I don't know what the name of it is, but it's on an online streaming service. There was a documentary that followed the Mumbai Indians, and there's a fair bit of focus on the two Pandyas. And Krunal, good left-arm spinner, gives it a whack as well. Could be a good addition. As this is very full from Matt Henry. Oliver Hannon-Dolby tried to knock it down the ground and just bumped it on the end of the toe of the bat back to the bowler in the end.
It's an expansive straight drive, that was. It just about reached Matt Henry on the way back. Yeah, but by all accounts, part of the reason that Krunal Pandya made himself available to come over for it is that his very good friend is Washington Sundar, who just taken 5 wickets on debut for Lancashire this week. So the prospect of spending some, I think the two families are very close. So he was interested in taking a short contract. I mean, Will Rhodes should be available to lead the team. Sibley, in theory, available, but whether he'll play in it, I don't know. Michael Burgess, Rob Yates, Matt Lamb, they'll be playing in it. Interesting what they do in terms of the seam attack. Liam Norwell working his way back towards fitness. This is clipped through square for Hayne, who doesn't take a single. To add to the names I already gave you, Ollie Stone is in the 100 as well. And Chris Wokes is playing in the 100. So that's why it gets into double figures.
Yeah. Kent last year basically had their entire T20 Blast team that were all in the 100. So did struggle in the One Day Cup. Brought in some extra players for that competition specifically, the likes of Finch and Muncie. Had a good competition.
Sending once more to Hayne, who's on 87. Again, hasn't tried a shot in anger all day, and he just pushes this out through extra cover towards the boundary rider and doesn't take a run. The Bears had a lot of players effectively on trial. Ethan Brooks will play in the One Day Cup. He did pretty well in it last year, Henry's younger brother. But they got Carl Carver in on a short-term contract. Bowled very well, actually, the spinner. Little leggy called Van Hollenhoven, who didn't quite stick around. George Garrett and Manny Jahal will be the key seamers, I think, for the tournament. Garrett played last week against Hampshire in the championship. So this is defended. It's a no ball. No. He's overstepped for the first time today. Navdeep Seni. We knew it would happen. It's his 14th, but it's the first of the day for him.
It's funny you mention Carl Carver, because my old club team, Tunbridge Wells, got to the final of the National T20 competition last year, which was the day after finals day. So I was here at Edgbaston for finals day. Then I went to Northampton for that game, which was against Barnard Castle.
Okay. Popular with opticians. So this ball is driven by Hayne up to mid-on, and there's no run.
I think that's right. And Carl Carver played for them.
Yeah.
And they had a group of very rowdy supporters who were singing this song about Carl Carver, and it went along the lines of, "Who's the best bowler in the NYC? It's you, Carl Carver."
Okay.
So I'm assuming that's the North Yorkshire Championship, or and yeah, he did bowl well, and you know, at that level, having played a bit of county cricket, was one of the more high-profile players that were involved.
He bowled well in the competition. He's not sure which way to hold a bat, as Hayne just again pushes the ball into the offside for a single, fourth ball. He goes to 88, 209 for 9. The lead is to 44. It has been a shotless innings, really, from Haynes this morning. He's only scored 20 runs in an hour and 53 minutes today. Was Dominic Cummings the scorer for Barnard Castle? Was he? Was he not? No. No? He's very popular up there. He's done wonders for the tourist industry. Everybody's going up to see what there is to look at up there. What was so pressing? So, are we allowed any political intrigue? I don't know whether we are really. I don't. Oh dear. In comes Seni, left alone outside off stump. Ollie Hannon Dolby.
You're right, though. That's why everyone's heard of Barnard Castle.
Yeah. Very few people had until then.
By all accounts, a very nice place.
I think it probably is, yeah.
Grace was picking up the sights of Durham earlier on. Said Chesterley Street's one of her favourite grounds.
I don't mind going up to Chesterley Street.
It's just a long way from Kent.
I like to count the buses as they go along, especially the one that goes to Hutton Spring. Because the buses are all sorts of different colours. And actually, if I talk about the buses, it really winds up Martin Emerson, which only encourages me. Our colleague who covers Durham.
Absolutely.
Seni to Hannon Dolby, pushes forward in defence out into the offside. There's no run. We are in theory 6 minutes from the lunch interval. It could be delayed because 9 wickets are down. There could be an extra half hour. Hayne 88, Hannon Dolby none, 209 for 9. Slowly, Warwickshire have eked out a lead of 44. Just 54 runs have been added in this morning session for the loss of 3 wickets in 26 overs.
Hannon Dolby's looked like he's got time out there. Out of all the tail enders, you know, Brooks and Miles were looking rushed by Seni, whereas Hannon Dolby, because he's that bit taller, maybe Seni hasn't dug it in as much to him. and he's actually on the front foot. Look like he's got time when it comes to defending, albeit he's not going anywhere very quickly. And then Hayne, as you've pointed out, is not playing any shots really at all, other than pushes for 1 or 2. So I don't know what are Warwickshire gaining out there at the moment, apart from taking some time out of the game and the odd run here.
The
and
odd
there.
run. Well, it's not like time's a factor in the game at this juncture, because there are still
True.
8 sessions after this.
We've talked about how valuable the odd run or 2 could be in this game, as Matt Milnes is into the attack. Hayne is driving very nicely off the back foot out to Ollie Robinson, the sub-fielder, at deep cover, but won't take a single. New ball available at the end of this one.
Yeah, so Matt Henry had a 1-over burst from the pavilion end, which suggests if this wicket doesn't fall in the 80th over, he may well return from the Birmingham end.
Yeah, good point.
But interesting nonetheless that he should only have the 1 over. But he and Matt Milne seem to have their preferred ends.
Here is Milnes, past the umpire. Clipped away off his hip by Hayne. Again, no run taken as it rolls the ball out to Jack Leaning at deep mid-wicket, who's the designated shiner of it in the team. Albeit this ball is 79.2 overs old, so it's probably not much point shining it, because you're going to get a new one in 4 balls time, if required.
I can't recall last time I saw Sam Hayne batting in such a passive way. He can be a steady accumulator, but it has been extraordinary this morning.
Matt Milnes to him, cuts off the back foot, and as he has often done, Richard Wilford, you've pointed out that third ball takes the 1. 210 for 9.
I still can't help but speculate as to whether his back's given him jip, and as a result he's not playing big shots.
I mean, it feels like it must be something like that, because otherwise surely he'd be making more of an effort to score boundaries. That was my point about, although yes, every run is important in the game, it would make more sense to try and move it on a bit more than Hayne has done. If he was fully fit, he'd be, he would have wanted to be at 100 by now. Here comes Milnes around the wicket, and Dolby defends down past his off stump. The ball rolls through to Billings.
Well, this pair have added 13 so far, and they've been together for
half an
about
hour?
half an hour, maybe just over half an hour.
Just under, I think.
Of those
the
13
update.
runs, 6 have been extras.
Yeah.
Because of the 4-leg buys that got them to 200 and the no ball from Senny. So the rest have just been singles.
Milnes around the wicket to Hannon Dolby, defends out to extra cover. I think the wicket fell as I was doing my update just after half past.
So 25 minutes together.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you got the prospect. The new ball is potentially 1 ball away. Does Hayne go more aggressive against a hard ball? I think with the weather conditions, everything, this one would be pretty soft. It's been after all the crash bang wallop and drama of yesterday, it's been a strange morning, a quiet morning with 3 good. I mean, it's been a pretty good morning for Kent. They certainly had the better of it.
I don't think Warwick should be too displeased, as this was a Yorker from Milnes, which Hannon Dolby tries to defend, but it goes through to the keeper. I don't think Warwick should be too displeased at the runs they've added. Clearly they would have liked a few more, but the fact that Hayne has remained out there the whole time has meant they haven't collapsed in a heap. Briggs managed to bat for a bit. We saw some bravery from Miles and Brooks out there too. That old ball is being rolled away by Zach Crawley, and Matt Henry will bowl with a new one from the Birmingham City end. So play to continue as we approach 1 o'clock.
You got yourself into trouble there, haven't you? What have you just called that end?
The Birmingham City end?
Yeah. Well, you're upsetting all the Aston Villa fans now, aren't you?
Yeah, sorry, Villa fans.
It's the Birmingham end, formerly known as the City end. Yeah.
Not the two together.
Not the two together.
It's because it says Birmingham City University at the far end. It's confusing me.
Yeah, that's nothing to do with the naming of the end. That's just a coincidence.
Is Villa Park that way? Is St Andrews that way?
So Andrews is kind of, it's really good, I'm going to point on the radio.
Yeah.
It's sort of that way.
Over the Hollies?
Yeah, not quite over the
Ish.
Hollies, but more towards those two tower blocks there and
Okay.
beyond. Villa Park, you'd go over the city, past the BT tower to get to. As Henry bowls with this new ball, wrapped on the hip is Hayne. They won't take a run.
So it
And
more is the Villa. It's more the Villa Park end than it is the Birmingham City end, really.
you could argue that. You could get beaten up. And then if you want to head to Albion, you just go that way. So West Bromwich Albion, it's really not very far to any of them.
Where's Coventry?
That's in another universe. No, Coventry, so down the A45, so you're off that way. So if you can sort of go to the Blues ground and turn right and head towards fine city of Coventry, as Hayne clips the ball behind square and again won't take a single, even though there's one on offer with this field well spread, and we are heading now into overtime. Although actually this over would have been bowled anyway. But we are about to go into overtime at the end of this session. If Warwickshire survive this over, we'll go into a potential extra half hour, up to half an hour, before lunch, to try and wheedle out this final wicket of the Warwickshire first innings. Henry in just back of a length, and again, third ball, Hayne takes the single, takes him to 90. And the score to 211 for 9. Ben is off to do his report. Unless the wicket falls, he'll be back very shortly. It's one of those sessions now that you can't quite predict when it's going to end. It'll probably end on a wicket. It could end at 1:30 without a wicket. Kent would be disappointed, but a different prospect now with this new ball and Matt Henry. 3 slips in for Hannon Dolby. Short mid-wicket, Senny in position there. Deep square and long leg. And Henry will bowl round the wicket, and he's clipped through mid-wicket for 4 by Ollie Hannon Dolby, who gets off the mark on his 23rd delivery. By his standards, that's quite quick. And it takes the first innings lead to 50 for Warwickshire as well, 215 for 9. And a fist bump between the two of them. We'll update listeners to BBC CWR and BBC Radio WM in just a moment. Ben is off servicing BBC Radio Kent. Thanks to help of the stations to keep this coverage going, of course, via the BBC Cricket homepage. And those of you watching on the feed through Warwickshire or Kent's websites. As Henry is in again, and Hannon Dolby leaves the ball outside off stump. One ball left in this over. This partnership now worth 18. Matt Henry's probably bowled a bit better than these figures of 2 for 62 suggest. At Edgbaston, Warwickshire's first innings continues. They've built up a lead of 50 over Kent now. They're 215 for 9. Sam Hayne has barely played an aggressive shot in the 2 hours of play today. He's dinking a single every third ball of each over and giving the strike to Ollie Hannon Dolby. Hannon Dolby is on 4. Hayne is unbeaten on 90. We go into overtime because it's 9 wickets down. Lunch will be taken on the fall of the next wicket with Warwickshire 215 for 9. Whilst we await Ben, we'll have a look at some of the scores elsewhere. Lunch at Cheltenham, well, they've had some bad weather as well. Hampshire 235 for 2. And Northampton's Lancashire 46 for 1. Trail Northants by 189. In fact, they've just lost a second wicket. Kerrigan has got Jennings for 27, so 50 for 2. Lancashire. Somerset against Yorkshire at Taunton, where they've had a rain delay. 320 for 6. Lewis Gregory is 46 not out. Surrey 93 for 4 at lunch. Trail Essex by 178. Folkes and Jacks are the not out batsmen. Neither of them have particularly got going just yet. In Division 2, we'll go through those in a moment, see if Milnes can prize Hayne from the crease down the leg side, and he's got a little tickle on that, and that will be 4 to Sam Hayne. Carries him to 94, 219 for 9. Again, on another very warm day, extra time in the field in this session is not something that Kent will be too keen on. In Division 2, Notts at lunch 523 for 7 against Derbyshire. Hasib Hamid eventually out for 196. Earlier Ben Duckett had gone for 241. Their stand of 402. And not a lot else actually in that innings. Aitchison has taken 3 for 105. Sussex 412 for 6 against Middlesex. More details on that after this ball from Milnes, who bowls to Hayne, forces off the back foot, chooses not to take the single to deep extra cover. 412 for 6 Sussex. Chiteshwar Pujara is 143 not out. Daniel Ibrahim giving him good support. He's got 36. Tom Helm 4 for 87. That was the other match in which the batting team were inserted yesterday on that hot day. And the match that started today at Grace Road, Leicestershire have had a very quick morning, 128 for 1, scoring at 4 and over against Glamorgan. Louis Kimber 62 not out, Lewis Hill on 47. Milnes to Hayne, tucks this down towards third man. They're thinking of 2 as Compton has to slide to field, and they will indeed come through for 2. Hayne to 96, 221 for 9. And the lead up to 56. This has been the most productive over for quite a long time. Now, will he push his regular single to the 4th ball, or will he look differently now that he's finds himself on 96, Sam Hayne? As he awaits Milnes into Hayne, pushes it out to the offside. It's as you were. He'll get a single. The 4th ball of the over this time. Takes him to 97. 222 for 9. That's 14 first-class hundreds, 10 in List A, and 1 memorably breaking his duck at Trent Bridge in the T20, his first T20 100, on a ground where he's made extraordinary runs in that form of the game. He averages 400 and something at Trent Bridge. But now, with Hayne on 97, a bit of added pressure, you could argue. Oliver Hannon-Dolby to make sure that he keeps his friend in with a chance of getting through to 3 figures here. Milnes comes in to bowl round the wicket with this new ball. That's a well-judged leave, shall we say, from Ollie Hannon-Dolby. It wasn't missing off stump by too much, not too many oohs and ahs. 25 added for this wicket. 67 for 3 on the day, Warwickshire. And this is the last ball of the 29th over. And Hannon-Dolby awaits Milnes with the final ball. And he just ducks his hands there. Did it catch his glove on the way through? The slip cord are fairly convinced it did. They angled back at him. It followed him, that delivery. And Hannon-Dolby, I think, is suggesting it was above the glove, and he's just pointed his bat at his arm as well. And I think he's saying that's hit him on the arm rather than the glove. And Michael Goff, and we've sung his praises as an umpire, seems to feel that way about it as well. End of the over, 222 for 9, Warwickshire. Their lead now stands at 57, and Sam Hayne will be on strike on 97.
Just having a look at the replay.
Yeah, I think it may well have been his arm. It just followed him, that ball.
Yeah. Looked like arm guard, potentially, rather than glove.
Yeah. So will Hayne push for 3 figures here? He's 1 shot away from it, potentially.
Yeah, there's a lovely little clip around the corner in the previous over off Matt Milnes. It's Matt Henry to him now. 2 for 9. Oh, hits him in the midriff. There's some appeals for LBW. I would suggest it was a bit high.
That would be a pretty optimistic appeal. I mean, he's only 5'11", Sam Hayne, but if he gets hit just by the box, the odds are he's not going to be LBW, not unless he's sweeping.
Especially when the biggest appeal is coming from backward point, Jack Leaning. What can you see from there, apart from how high the ball was?
And he's squatting down now. He's going to give himself a moment to compose himself, Sam Hayne.
Honestly, help it up here. Floodlight's still on, but it feels a little bit brighter as Henry bowls to Hayne, just walks forward in that slight trigger movement, clipping the ball out towards mid-wicket. He's still in some discomfort.
Yeah, he needs the magic spray.
Maybe some ice at the lunch interval.
Yeah.
Although I'm sure the feeling of nausea and pain might have, faded away by lunch, depending on how long it takes Kent to get this final wicket. Hayne on 97. Clips it away, down towards fine leg. Bell Drummond trying to cut it off. Will just get there. They think about rushing back for 2. It'll only be 1.
Well, it's
so
interesting.
Hayne to 98.
Kent had their best outfielder in position to deal with that. And that exposes Hannah Dolby to 3 balls from Matt Henry, with Hayne on 98. And that responsibility on the shoulders of a 6'7" Yorkshireman from Halifax.
I think Jordan Cox and Jack Leaning might take account, might suggest that they are slightly better fielders than Belgium, but yes, it was well fielded.
They might suggest it.
That-
I've
no.
proclaimed him it.
Okay, I don't agree. Used to see Jordan Cox in the T20. He's a joke of an outfielder.
An outstanding outfielder,
Yes.
Daniel Belgium.
Okay.
He is a very good outfielder. He's quick.
Yeah, he is. He did extremely well. I thought as soon as that hit Hayden's bat, I thought that was going for 4.
Yeah.
So he did really well to tiptoe his way around the boundary. Stop that.
The roulette wheel of his mind had that going on black when he'd bet on black and his 100 being up.
Oh, that was full from Henry outside the off stump.
It's a wasted ball though, isn't it? Because it's a 1.5 foot outside off stump against the tail ender. He's wanted to get that on target. And all the Kent seamers seem to have been a little bit in two minds about whether they should be over the wicket, round the wicket, or quite what line they need to bowl to Hannah Dolby. What they haven't done enough of for me is use the short ball, which they did so effectively against Craig Miles. Because Hannah Dolby is uncomfortable against the short ball.
Yeah, they've almost decided because he's tall that it's not worth bowling short at him. But actually, as he leaves this one outside the off stump, he's dealt well with everything on the front foot.
End of the over, 223 for 9. So Sam Hayne gets another chance, potentially the 3 figures. The umpires have come to have a conversation. I'm not entirely sure what it'll be about.
We didn't point out yesterday, but they of course wear their hats, white tops and black trousers. Black trousers in that heat yesterday. That can't have been much fun.
They might have packed some ice cubes down there. Or you think some of the places that Michael Goffer's umpired, he'll be more than comfortable with that. But you see, you've gone back to full length trousers today, and you've only brought 1 pair.
Yeah, I know. I've gone from one extreme to the other.
Yeah. I've stuck with the sawn-offs.
I was thinking that I might not need my day 4 clothes.
Yeah, there's a point. There is a point. Mills to bowl to Hayne. Hayne on 98. And tries to turn this to the leg side. Gets a bit of a leading edge. It rolls up towards mid-off. Matt Henry picks up.
I had Nikki Chowdhury messaging me saying, make sure you tell Kent to bat longer today because she wants to come tomorrow and see some of the game.
Where's she based?
Sussex, I think.
Wow.
So
yeah, it's a long jaunt for one day when you're hoping to come for 2.
yeah.
It'd be even worse if it was a game that was going to end at lunchtime tomorrow, but I don't think we're in that position now by any stretch of the imagination. Hayne on 98, facing up, short ball, guides it down towards third man. There's only 1 there, so he doesn't take it. He's going to stay on strike a little bit longer.
I mean, it depends how Kent bat today, but it's not beyond the realms of possibility that we get a 2.5 day finish. Kent have got to bat a lot better than they did and bat longer than the 40 overs they did first time around.
Well, but I think there's every chance that they will. I'd be surprised to see them fail in the same way twice. It's going to be hard to judge whether it's to what extent this surface has become easy to bat on, because we've been looking at tail enders for much of the morning, and Hayne has been fairly calm. This is well outside off stump, so he doesn't get his 3rd ball single this time. He just watches it go through.
Yeah, and the wickets have come about from that away swing that Henry was getting earlier on, along with Milnes and a couple of others. But then the extra pace of Senni.
Yeah. It's been back of a length on an off-stump line. Around the corner, and he will take the single. So he goes to 99. 224 for 9. And only Hannah Dolby, who, as I say, has escorted Michael Burgess to 2 centuries this season when he came in last man, and Burgess was in the 60s. Incidentally, both times Burgess went on to go into the 170s. So they were long partnerships. He's now got 2 balls to see out with his playing partner on 99. That has to sit heavy on your shoulders.
Ollie, don't get out.
3 slips are ready, and Hannah Dolby turns this round the corner. There would have been a very comfortable single. Jed Scott from our online team, who's here today, this is a brilliant stat. Ollie Hannah Dolby has now batted for over 7 hours this season. That boundary he just hit took him to 50 runs in those 7 hours.
Go on, son.
And he's faced 270 balls for those 50 runs. So he's seen off 45 overs.
That's so funny because he looks quite comfortable out there. But maybe it's when he starts trying to score that he gets out.
As he's wrapped on the pad, there's an appeal for LBW. Well, he's gone inside edge on that because it was a strangled appeal in the end. And Sam Haney is going to have the chance on 99. That was a good delivery from Mills, but I'm pretty sure he's got the inside edge on that. And 224 for 9 remains the score. Logan is coming on as an extra fielder now to replace Bell Drummond, who's going off. And Matt Henry, is he going to continue in the attack? No, Navdeep Sen is coming back on. It's been quite a heavy workload now for these bowlers. When you consider the heat, Matt Henry's got through 26 overs in this first innings, and it's been very draining. So it might have been, you know, that the umpires were conferring, because Navdeep Sen took a break, didn't he, from the field. So whether they were just checking whether he'd been back on the field long enough to return to the attack, that might have been the conversation. And I think he had. I mean, clearly he has, because he's coming back on now. But that would make some sense. Also, interestingly, they're setting a normal field for Sam Hain on 99 because, of course, he only needs a single for 100, so they're not going to give him that 100th run. So they set a much more normal field for him. So it'll be interesting to see what he does.
No short leg, 2 slips and a gully. Point cover mid-on, mid-off.
But the boundary riders are no more.
In fact, leaning's coming out of gully into mid-wicket. Maybe catching.
They're going to try and make him play an aggressive shot to get the 100th run here, aren't they?
Yeah, more orthodox actually. Leaning's gone in, Denley's down at fine leg. So Navdeep Sen bowls and Hain drives up towards mid-on.
Good noise from the fielders as well.
211 balls and counting for Sam Hain for his 99. He's at the right end after Anand Dolby fended off a couple. Looking for his 4th century of the county championship season.
I think it'll be the most he's got in a championship season. Something he's been working hard towards this year.
Navdeep Sen and bowling to Sam Hain, off an inside edge out to Jack Leaning, who got moved from gully into that mid-wicket area. Can Hand have made that fielding change? That would have been it.
He did well to field that cleanly as well, because it took a hop off the used wicket. And he showed really good reflexes to take that cleanly, two-handed Leaning. Suddenly he found it up halfway up his shins when it should have been back down by his feet.
A bit of a discussion going on between Anand Dolby and Hain.
I'll back up halfway down the wicket for you, Haney. I think might have been the gist of that.
Sen coming in off that very long run-up. Hain playing defensively off the back foot, or a little push drive at least up towards wide mid-off.
He's got to do something in the next 3 balls, hasn't he? I mean, it's been a study of calm from Sam Hain. His first 50 came off 64 balls. He's now faced a further 148. That's how quiet he's been today. He's added 31 in 2¼ hours. 2 hours 20 now, more or less.
And as we've been saying, not a shot in anger really. I do wonder if he's been hampered by some kind of injury. Sen bowls, a short ball, it's off the body. He's being told to hurry through because Billings has got a pretty good chuck.
And it's a leg bye.
I don't know whether that's taking him on the arm. He looks again in some discomfort, Sam Hain out there.
He's been hit variously and often with certain deliveries. That one has left him a little bit uncomfortable. It was around the hip area that he seemed to have a problem. Yesterday, we kind of always assume that because he's had back issues this season, that it's always going to be the back that's the problem. But it might not be. So it looks like Gerhard Mostert is coming out to check on him. All the games elsewhere are at lunch. This is the only one that's currently playing because of this extra half hour. One cricket score I haven't given out today is just to note that Pakistan did indeed chase down the 344 they needed to beat Sri Lanka, winning by 4 wickets in Gaul, due to a really outstanding innings from Abdullah Shafiq, the opening batsman, who carried his bat for 160 not out in 127 overs on a spinning wicket. There were 4 wickets for Prabhath Jayasuriya, who had taken I think 5 or 6 in the first innings. But that is an excellent, excellent victory. Any run chase that spans 127 overs in Gaul is a very good run chase. A Test cricket, there are those who suggest that it may be on its way out. There are quite a few teams who are proving otherwise this summer. It's very different to the type of run chases and the positivity that we've seen from England and the way they've chased scores down, but every bit as impressive. Sam Hain is going to be okay. They've glued him together.
Magic spray.
Well, I said he needed the magic spray. I know our great fine colleague Kevin Howells has ended up at a match that he wasn't expecting to be today. He's at Derbyshire against Nottinghamshire because he had to get off his train in Derby due to issues with the train.
Where is he meant to be going?
I don't know. I don't know, but that's where he's ended up. And he's very happy about it. I think he's.
Maybe it was meant to be.
Wonder if he's going to Northampton. Wouldn't surprise me.
225 for 9. Down the leg side. That's a catch, or is it? Not out, according to the umpire. What was the noise then? Kent are convinced, and that would have left Hain stranded on 99 with Hannon Dalby on his way.
Well, let's say there was a noise.
But was it bat? Kent were seemingly convinced, or appearing to be convinced.
I've scrolled back, so it'll take me a while to see it again. But you know, these things are.
I mean, bat was away from the pad. As Senny is in again to Hannon Dalby. Around the wicket, on the stumps, defended away. The previous one was down the leg side. Unless he's flicked his pad with the bat. I don't know, there was a slightly guilty looking scratch of his guard there, which some people say is normally a sure sign that a batter's hit it. I heard a noise, and yeah.
There was a noise of some sort. The replay is totally inconclusive.
Yeah, I mean, you can't tell from the replay.
You can't tell from the replay.
I'm more going on the reaction of the Kent fielders and their bemusement.
Yeah. And the question is what made contact with what for the noise? We do not know. It means Sam Hain on 99 has another opportunity. The lead is 60. Matt Milnes is preparing to bowl again. And we are now a couple of overs from lunch if a wicket doesn't fall, because at 1:30 will be the latest that lunch can come. The caterers will be in a state. Oh dear.
I hope there's fish left.
No, it doesn't. It usually works out reasonably well. You didn't have the fish. You had the chicken yesterday, did you?
Yeah, so I was going to go fish today.
Okay. Fish was good yesterday. Generally is. So Milnes to bowl to Hain, who's there on 99, and he's trying to cut, and he's got an edge, and he's gone. And Hain departs for 99. A real shame for him, just short of what would have been his 15th first-class 100. It's a 7th catch in the innings for Sam Billings, and a 3rd wicket for Milnes, and it means the first innings lead will be exactly 60. 225 all out. And Sam Hain, who's barely played an aggressive shot all day, has a flash outside off stump, gets an edge, and he wasn't really hanging around to see the finger go up, although it did. He was on his way off. He gets a pat on the back from Navdeep Seni for his innings. He scored 51 runs, more than anybody else so far on this surface. But Kent now have the opportunity to make sure they pull back in the 3rd innings of this match. The ball has been obtained for Navdeep Seni for his excellent 5-wicket haul on debut. He may have overstepped the line 14 times and been called for a bunch of no balls. However, you can see the potential that Seni has to really play a significant part in what remains of this season for Kent. Sam Hain gets great applause for his 99. He'll be so frustrated not to have got over the line. But a first innings lead of 60 for Warwickshire. It gives them a slight advantage, Ben, but I don't think any more than that.
It is a slight advantage, but in a low-scoring game, a 60-run advantage could be worth something. As I mentioned earlier, if it takes Kent a couple of wickets to get to that half-century score, for example, if Warwickshire do get a couple of early breakthroughs, then you find yourself, effectively none for two by the time it's parity. I think that lead accounts for the fact that Warwickshire have got a bat last on this track potentially, so I think they'll be content, if not, really pleased with the way that they've managed to add those extra runs for the remaining 4 wickets that they had going into today. And Sam Hain, while he'll be gutted to fall 1 run short, that potentially is a match-winning knock, because no other batter has got close to 99 so far in the game. So that was a really impressive showing from him. Bit of a vigil, as you said. He got to 50 pretty quickly, and from that point onwards he faced a lot of balls and didn't necessarily look too comfortable. But it's a Kent attack reinforced by 2 overseas players. Senny, one of them on debut, getting 5 wickets. Matt Milne's adding the one at the end, and a notable day for Sam Billings with all the catches behind the stumps as well. But yeah, I think at this stage Warwickshire will be the slightly happier of the 2 teams, although I guess from Kent's point of view they've not done too badly in terms of wrapping up those 4 wickets prior to lunch. And they've got, well, at least a couple of sessions this afternoon where they'll want to make sure they bat through and start to build a big enough total that's going to leave a tantalising chase come the last innings of the game.
So set your alarms on your phones. 2:05 play will resume. 2:05 for the afternoon session here. 63 overs left in the day, which Kent will want to, in that time, build the lead of 100 plus for as few wickets as possible. But we'll see how that goes. So Kent 165 all out, Warwickshire 225 all out, intriguingly poised, and we'll be back with you in around 38 minutes time. Welcome back to Edgbaston for the afternoon session. Just delayed by the length of a 10th wicket partnership actually, but we're finally going to be underway with Kent about to resume with the start of their second innings. Trailing by 60, Ollie Hannon-Dolby, who took 6 wickets in the first innings, is getting ready for the opening over. And Zach Crawley and Ben Compton are the two batsmen. Compton with a numberless sweater over his shirt, just to confuse us a little bit, because the sweaters don't have names and numbers on. I'm Richard Wilford from BBC Radio WM. Grace Ballinger is joining me for this next half hour, and then she'll be joined by Ben Watts after that. And we have a very interestingly poised game. 60 runs isn't a huge lead, but if Kent were to lose a couple of wickets trying to short those off, then you know the complexion of the game would favour Warwickshire. Do an update for BBC Radio WM and BBC CWR in just a moment. 4 slips in place, and it is an orthodox 4 slips. It is interesting to note that Sam Hain is amongst them after what looked a certain amount of discomfort when he was batting. It was almost a shotless performance prior to lunch, and then going for 99 with probably the first aggressive shot he tried today, nicking behind to Sam Billings. And Hannon-Dolby to bowl the first ball of the session, left alone outside off stump by Zach Crawley, and there's no run. Just wait for the clock to tick over for the reports. And Edgbaston Kent are just starting their second innings, trailing by 60 against Warwickshire. Zach Crawley and Ben Compton out. It was a late lunch because of a 10th wicket partnership that added 28 between Ollie Hannon-Dolby and Sam Hain. Hain, who'd been batting in a very steady way all morning, only 1 boundary on his way to 99 when trying the shot that would have brought up his century. He got a nick through to Sam Billings. He took his 7th catch of the innings. Zach Crawley is just getting off the mark with a 4 as Kent look to eat into this first innings lead. They're 4 without loss, trailing by 56. A nice looking shot to get off the mark from Zach Crawley there, Grace.
Yeah, definitely not the worst shot to be playing the second ball. It wasn't a ball from Hannon-Dolby, maybe slightly on the full side, and obviously that massive gap in the short boundary on the Eric Ollie side, just comfortable boundary.
Hannon-Dolby, who bowled so beautifully yesterday morning with 5 wickets in the opening hour. Bowls just back of a length, left alone by Crawley. Through to the wicket-keeper. So Sibley at first slip, Hain at second, Mosley at third, and Benjamin at fourth. Danny Briggs is at point. Somewhere between extra cover and mid-off is Alex Davis. Will Rhodes with his hands in his pockets at the moment at mid-on. Craig Miles at mid-wicket, and Henry Brooks down at long leg. Umpires have switched ends. Michael Goff has an interesting method of storing a sun hat. Looks like he's protecting himself straight drives as Hannon-Dolby comes in to bowl once more to Crawley, just back of a length and allowed to whistle through to the wicket-keeper. And there's no run.
Slightly better length, I think, that from Hannon-Dolby. I mean, we saw a couple of balls before he get driven off just a slightly too full of a length and just brought it back a little bit there and looked like it carried nicely through to Burgess.
It's the sort of length where a lot of the wickets have fallen in the first 2 days. And a lot of the nicks have been above stump height.
Yeah, I think you get that with these wickets. They've got a little bit in them. Looks like it's just doing a bit off the surface and obviously forced it in play.
First championship wicket this season that's kind of got that extra bit of carry to it. It's another good leave from Crawley from a ball that was angling away outside off stump. There is a little bit of movement off the seam for Hannon-Dolby. He said there wasn't a lot in it yesterday, but sometimes it's just that little bit of nibble, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely hard when it's coming off the pitch as well. I mean, especially as a batter, if you're deciding to go forward or back, and if you kind of get caught on that drive, as we saw with, who was it? It was Danny Briggs earlier on. Just got a bit caught in no man's land. Quite easy to snick off on a wicket like this.
Final ball of the opening over. Hannon-Dolby in once more to Crawley, who gets an outside edge that bounces before it's fielded by Benjamin, who spills it to Dan Mosley. And the end of the first over. 4 without loss. I would assume it will be Henry Brooks who will take the new ball from the pavilion end. He's done away with his floppy sun hat. I think Ollie Hannon-Dolby's the only one who's stuck by his guns with the sun hat. And to describe the next over, Grace Ballinger.
Yeah, I mean, I think he lost out on a couple of T20 games towards the end of the season, Henry Brooks, but he's gone nicely in the 50 over stuff. And, you know, bowls decent pace, pretty tall boy, gets some good length, can bowl a heavy ball. So, should be a pretty good wicket for him. Picked up a couple in the first innings. 3 slips in play for Ben Compton. Left-handed batter to face his first ball today against Henry Brooks.
Seamers have been very willing to go around the wicket early.
I've noticed that a lot from the Warwickshire team this year, but I suppose if a left-handed batter is in, it's normal. So Brooks comes in, first delivery, back for length, and brings Compton to the back foot, which is just driven, punched into the cover region.
It's a very modern sporting story from Halifax Town, who play in the National League, about one of their players, Jamie Allen. Jamie Allen has decided to join the cast of Love Island 2022, making his intentions clear that the opportunity is very important to him. The matter will be reviewed on his return.
Wow, what a professional athlete.
Well, you'd think, wouldn't you? He certainly is professional and he's paid to play.
That is interesting. So Brooks comes in again and slightly straighter ball, attempted to be flicked on the leg side by Compton, but mid-on comes round and stops the run. Yeah, that's an interesting one, that. I mean, are you a Love Island watcher yourself?
No, and I'm not going to knock it, because I just don't happen to watch it. I don't mind a bit of reality TV, but Love Island, I don't think it's aimed at me, particularly.
I've got quite into it this year, but
yeah,
don't think I'd leave my job for it, personally.
It'd be a tough decision to make, wouldn't it?
I mean, it's already 4 weeks into the show. I mean, the chance of actually getting a good shot at it, as Brooks comes in again, and good full ball, defended back to him by Compton, just seems to hit him on the shin, but no run taken again.
It's the thing where you become famous for being a celebrity, isn't it?
Famous for not doing much, really. Just sitting by a pool. To be fair, there's worse ways to make your money, isn't there?
But you see, your chance to appear on TV soon by actually doing something active in the 100 is altogether more meritorious, isn't it?
Yeah, I think I'd rather that. Well, I'd definitely rather that.
I think your family will be prouder of that.
Yeah, definitely right. Brooks comes in again, and again another full ball on the stumps. Driven to mid-on, back into Burgess, and no run taken.
I couldn't imagine, like, when Big Brother was in its prime, I couldn't have imagined putting myself in that position either, being observed all the time.
You never know when the camera's going to be on you, do you?
No.
That's the thing. And
or how it's going to be edited. You might do 6 nice things in a day and 1 bad thing, and the 1 bad thing is going to turn up on everybody's TV screens about 36 hours later.
Yeah. Brooks in again, number 10 on his shirt. It's another good ball outside off left alone by Compton, but carried through nicely to Burgess. And he started well with Henry Brooks, no runs off his over as of yet.
He's putting the ball in the right sort of areas. The knock on Henry is often there's a 4-ball lurking somewhere in the over. And I think it was probably exaggerated a bit yesterday by that short boundary on the Hollies side. So there was some good short stuff from him, and there were 1 or 2 that did get punished. But it was he did a really good job of tidying the tail actually with 3 wickets yesterday.
Final ball of his over then in, slightly back of a length, brings Compton onto the back foot, but just punches it back. And the end of the over, Kent still 4 for none.
See, if I could be lured into any of those TV shows, and actually my legs wouldn't be up to it, I'd probably have to get my knees sorted first. But doing something like Strictly, because you're learning a new skill. So I always admire the ones who learn a new skill.
Yeah, I reckon I'd be pretty terrible at that.
Oh, I'd be terrible as well. I'm not saying I'd be any good, but just the thought of being taught to do something that I've never really been able to.
There's a bit of use in it, isn't there? You're actually getting something out of it, I suppose.
Yeah. And, you know, I think my wife would consider that she'd be fairly safe from the Strictly curse. You know, I think I'd be one of the comedy dancers that wouldn't get into that sort of bother. As Hannon-Dolby wraps Crawley on the pad, there's a long appeal from Hannon-Dolby. Umpire Michael Goff isn't convinced by it. Hannon-Dolby looks slightly quizzically back at him. Well, I have a chance to have another look at it. Crawley was unlucky with his LBW in the first innings when he wasn't playing a shot. This one The element of doubt, because he's rubbing his thigh, he hasn't hit his thigh, he's rubbing his thigh. The element of doubt would be whether it struck him outside the line of off stump there.
I mean, it looked pretty good, wasn't the worst of appeals.
You'd have been up for it,
Oh
wouldn't you?
yeah.
That was off your bowling. And Dolby in again, passes the edge of Crawley's bat. That's a beauty. Absolute beauty. It's the area where he was putting it yesterday as well.
Yeah, good start from Hannon Dolby. Looks dangerous actually. Good start from the Warwickshire seamers in general. Both of them looking to put it in the right areas and looking pretty threatening with those 4 slips in.
Michael Goff talking to Ollie Hannon Dolby. It's not an angry chat or anything. I think he's just... some umpires don't want to get involved in this sort of conversation, and they don't have to, but I think he's probably saying to him, I think it struck him outside the line. He's giving him the reason that he disallowed the appeal. As he's in again, it's down the leg side. That's a tremendous take by Michael Burgess, one-handed way above his head to prevent 4 byes there. That was still on the rise. Quite a sharp, short ball from Hannon Dolby. He uses them sparingly. But a terrific piece of glove work by Burgess. He's grinning there.
Yeah, I think that's what you see with the modern keepers, isn't it? They're so athletic. They're just so... We saw it with Billings as well. They can just move so well. And yeah, that was a spectacular take, diving to his left.
Well, certainly in the game, the wicket-keepers this week. 10 of the 20 wickets have involved the wicket-keeper taking the catch. As Crawley advances down the wicket this time to try and negate any swing or seam, and then lets it go past outside off stump. You're not going to be like professional footballers, are you, when the 100's on? You're not going to make sure your hair's right for televised games, are you?
No comment.
It just amazes me, obviously covering Birmingham City week in, week out, when there's a TV game, how many of them have got a sharp, fresh haircut?
They're just lucky to get on TV, aren't they, Birmingham City? Gosh, they've been terrible the last couple of years.
Well, I have to watch them home and away, so I'm well aware. Don't add to my misery. Wicketkeeper standing up now to Crawley, who just gets a thick outside edge, and it might have, well, it's wrapped him on the glove as well. He's wringing his right hand. It is awkward out there at the moment. Survival is everything. Kent trail by 56. And they want to see off this new ball. It is only a 3-man main seam attack. Will Rhodes the 4th, who tends to be used nowhere near as much as the others. Has underbowled himself a bit this year, Will Rhodes. But they've got to survive this opening barrage. Hannon Dolby, final ball of his second over. Oh, and it goes through to Michael Burgess. Just misses off stump. Well, he's just played inside the line of that Crawley. He's grinning at Hannon Dolby. Hannon Dolby smiles back at him with his hands on his tips, giving it double teapots. Unlucky not to claim the first wicket there.
Yeah, I mean, some tidy glove work as well by Michael Burgess, who has now come up, and yeah, it just looked like it missed the off stump very fractionally. Ollie Hannon Dolby certainly going well. And yeah, Warwickshire will be looking to pick up a couple early wickets, as they did in the first innings.
And that'd have been real bother at 43 for 5 yesterday. Anything near to that today would be very handy.
Brooks in again, round the wicket to the left-handed Compton, and good ball short outside off, missed. Did he leave that in the end? Given the benefit of the doubt, say he left it Ben Compton, and goes through nicely to Michael Burgess.
Unfortunately, I think the TV picture has shown that from deep cover, from the static camera over there, so it's not easy to judge the line of that. Shows that there aren't many people in the Hollies stand as well, that shot. Quite a few in the various tiers of the pavilion. Lunch queues are fairly deep today.
Brooks in again, and slightly fuller this time, again outside off and left alone by Compton.
So did you go jacket potato?
I did.
I did. And what did you have on it?
Cheese and beans.
Oh, it's a classic.
It's reliable, isn't it? It's reliable, it's consistent.
I mean, Ben threw to a really high standard earlier, and he said actually his preference would be chili on his jacket potato.
I'm not against that. I'm not, but it's a bit risky going. I'd have it at home. My mum's cooking. It's a bit risky going elsewhere, I think.
Okay, no, I like that. Well, what's a good shout out to your mum there as well.
Brooks in again, and short ball just flies over Compton's head and through to Burgess. Just a little bit too short to be threatening there, I think.
Is she a good cook?
Yeah. I've got better as well, though. I reckon I'm starting to level out with her.
Wow. Wow, that's a big call.
It is. It is. Well, I cooked for her last night, so
What was it?
like a spicy tomato sauce tagliatelle.
Okay.
Yeah, it's quite nice. It's pleasant.
It was easy though, wasn't it?
There's all sorts in there. Brooks in again. Full outside off, left alone by Compton. Good delivery and good carry here from Brooks through to Burgess.
Did you have to do any chopping?
I did. I put vegetables in it.
Red pepper?
Red pepper and courgette, yeah.
Okay. Oh, courgette's nice in a sauce like that.
Yeah, char grilled the courgette and then roasted the pepper.
Okay.
It's quite pleasant actually.
No protein.
I like to do vegetarian once a week, you know.
That's good. No,
Yeah,
that's good. Yeah.
Feel like I'm doing my bit for the environment.
It's funny. Similarly, we had something with no meat last night as well.
Brooks in again. Good ball left outside off. Bit close to the stumps this time and slip Gordon. Oh, that's why they play cricket and not football. Attempts a bit of kick-ups and in vain. Is that Sam Hain that gave that a go?
Yeah.
Wasn't great, was it
I think
really?
he was trying not to bend, wasn't he? We had a thing that my daughter calls TikTok pasta that involves some fusilli, a slab of feta cheese, and some little vine tomatoes.
Oh, and you put it in the oven?
Baked in the oven.
Yeah.
Oh, it's good.
It's nice, that is, isn't it?
That's
I've done
really
that
good.
before.
With a little bit of garlic bread on the side.
Yeah,
Can't go wrong with that.
you can't.
That was our last night, anyway.
I've got that off TikTok as well before, actually. Brooks in again, final ball of his over, and very good ball. Just gets Compton on the outside edge, but just managed to evade it. And that's 2 maidens for Henry Brooks then. Kent still 4 for none off the first 4 overs of the innings.
Yeah, really good rhythm for Henry Brooks. Putting it in the area where Compton will be a little bit uncertain around his off stump. I've been berated on by Jim, who's a Birmingham City and Warwickshire fan from Erdington, just up the road. He said, "Hi Richard, before lunch you seem to play down the 60-run first innings lead. Don't you think it could prove important in what is so far a low-scoring game?" Yes, I do think it could be important, but I don't think it's enough to say it's a considerable lead, and particularly I look at the Kent attack and how well they've bowled. I don't think Warwickshire would want to be chasing much more than 180. As Hannah Dolby's first delivery is again left alone outside off stump by Crawley, who's determined to leave anything he doesn't have to play at, even with Burgess keeping him in his ground by standing up to the stumps. Crawley had been wandering down to try and cut out the swing. A lot of gardening going on out there as well.
It's a bit green, isn't it? As we say, a bit more green than it has been in the past, so a bit in it for the bowlers. It's always good.
Floodlights have been on all day. It's a little bit murkier at the moment. And Dolby in, and he's cut immaculately for 4 in front of square. Just got up onto his toes there, Crawley, and used the pace of the ball to guide it nicely to the rope for 4. 8 without loss, Kent. They trailed by 52, but that was very elegantly dispatched.
Yeah, it was just so nicely timed, hasn't it? And I mean, he hasn't done much here, Crawley. I mean, he's looked a little bit uncomfortable against the Warwickshire bowling attack, but that was just timed so well, and out to that short boundary that was raced away.
Danny Briggs had to go and fetch the ball. Shook his hand as he got back, whether he caught it against the fence or something when he was picking it up. And Dolby in again, and that's going to be nicked through the slips and down for 4. Well, whether that carried to Chris Benjamin and Dan Mosley, I'm not entirely sure. We haven't quite got the angle as well on the TV, but the way that Benjamin is picking him up, picking himself up, that would suggest that may well have been a chance. Crawley is to 12, Kent 12 without loss, but more encouragement for Hannah Dolby.
Yeah, you don't mind that, do you? As a seamer, a snick through the slip cord. I mean, I'm not sure if it dropped a little bit short. It looks like Benjamin's just come a step further, but yeah, it was a good ball nonetheless, and good signs for Warwickshire.
They're at a really sharp angle, the slips, aren't they? They really are. The cadence of them from 1 to 4. It's off the back foot. He's looking to slam this wide of Briggs, but Briggs makes a good diving stop. See, Ben's coming in the back of the room to find the noisiest possible food stuff. He's bought himself a pick and mix from the supermarket over the road. After his solitary night when he sat in the hotel with a salad last night. He's gone again.
Taking a few sweets and left.
Exactly, yeah.
Hasn't offered any to me. Has he offered any to you?
No, although there is a pick and mix in there that you can grab that's left over from T20 finals day. Well, the sweets are, not the bag. The bag was fresh yesterday. This one just outside off stump is left alone by Crawley. They always have good sweets on T20's final day. They have a pick and mix in the press room. Oh, man.
It's dangerous out though, isn't it? It's dangerous.
Well, look, yeah, in my case, that ship has sailed a long time ago, so... Dear. I'll never be back at my fighting weight. My fighting weight was large. 12 without loss. Final ball of the over from Hannon Dolby. And again, left by Crawley. He's got all 12 runs for Kent. They trail still by 48, 12 without loss. And plenty of time in the game. You know, it's one of these situations, you come out for the third innings of the match, as it were, and there's no pressure to do anything other than bat.
Yeah, it's quite nice. I mean, none of their top five got a score of over 20 in the first innings, so obviously one of them is going to look and want to push on and get a big score, or even a start, to be honest. As you said, none of them got past a half century, their top score being 48, so yeah, they just need to bat time, don't they, and try and put a decent lead on the board. Brooks comes in again to the left-handed Compton. Good ball, slightly back of a length and just punched away into the covers for no run.
Division 2, by the way, Nottinghamshire are absolutely killing Derbyshire, because Patterson, White and Pattinson have added 104 for the 8th wicket in 13 overs.
104?
Yeah, in 13 overs. 617 for 7 they are now. Wow. And when you've been bowling since yesterday morning, in the weather particularly that we had yesterday, that is not what you're going to enjoy.
No. Mr. Fletcher won't be happy at all. So Brooks comes in again to the left-handed Compton and just left outside and through to Burgess.
And it's advantage Essex in big title chasing clash at the Oval. Surrey 121 for 7. 150 behind Essex. Snater has taken 3 of the wickets, 3 for 18 for him. Will Jacks is still there on 19, but Surrey in real bother in that match. That's interesting. That puts a different complexion on the title race. Simon Harmer has only taken 1 of those wickets, which is a rarity.
Brooks comes in again and again back of the length. Compton on the back foot and just defends that away. Yet to score a run yet, Compton. He's not out off 15 deliveries, all of which have been bowled by Henry Brooks.
It's always interesting when there's no strike rotation. It's where cricket as a team game becomes a real one-on-one battle as well. Brooks against Compton has been a nice little subplot for the last 20 minutes. It's given him nothing yet.
Yeah, he's going well. He's going well. Be looking to get that early wicket as he comes in again. Similar channel, but this time just punched away through point and will run away for 4. Short for the left-hander on the offside near that Eric Holly stand, and he'll be glad to get off the mark there.
Yeah, not much wrong with that delivery. The stance that Compton is taking with Brooks coming around the wicket, he's a left-hander, and his right foot, his front foot, is almost already in the playing forward position. The way that he's standing at the crease, it's a little bit curious.
Yeah, it's quite strange the way he played that, but there was a big gap there in the field, so maybe he's just trying to guide it through there as Brooks looks to come back again and better, slightly straighter ball, and Compton can do little with it except punch it into the cover region where the 2 fielders are.
He's already halfway forward than when the ball's been bowled, so you kind of want to see a short ball up his flute, really. You'll see a bit of chin music.
Well, we're seeing square leg being put out onto the boundary over there, so maybe Brooks is thinking a similar thing.
It's my captaincy, you see. Craig Miles has gone back to deep square leg, about 4/5 of the way back to the boundary.
Final ball of Brooks is over then as he comes in, and as we guessed, a short ball, but just hits Compton on the top of the bat. End of the over. Kent are 16 for none.
Why he didn't take the packet of pick and mix with him in the first place? He's back. Oh, I'll rattle mine as well. Well, I can have some of those in a minute. Ben will be back with us properly in about 5 minutes to join you, Grace. All the runs in boundaries so far in this Kent innings, 16 without loss. City of Birmingham bracing itself for the Commonwealth Games, including matches here. 2 a day. I was talking earlier about the challenges that they've got to clear the place, clean it, and then fill it again in between games.
Yeah.
That's a wee bit challenging.
Not easy for the ground staff either, I imagine. Lots of games played at Edgbaston.
And Dolby wide of off stump, left alone by Crawley. I don't know whether they'll be using the hybrid for some of them or not. The surface underneath, there's a mat at the moment just behind umpire Ian Blackwell, and that looks to me like that's going to be used for the Commonwealth Games. And you'd probably get 3 days worth of games on one surface. 3 lots of 2 matches, I would think. Be interesting. There'll have to be one more they're going to use, but it's quite well used, the centre of the strip. And Dolby and Crawley will guide this wide of the left hand of Briggs, and that's 4 more. And all the runs are coming on that short boundary side. And Warwickshire didn't really exploit that this morning.
No, and I was just going to say, that's the advantage of having a left-hand, right-hand combination. You've always got that short boundary into play on the offside, and the way it's been always on the offside, hasn't it? I mean, we've got Compton facing Brooks from the pavilion end, which means that his offside boundary is short, and then obviously Crawley from this end, from Birmingham end.
And Dolby approaches. Crawley's rush is appeal for LBW. He's getting a lot of support from Michael Burgess behind the stumps on that one. But he hasn't got Michael Goff to rule in his favour. Burgess certainly liked that appeal.
Bit high maybe. I haven't seen the replay, but
Yeah, I'm going to try
I've hit him on the back pad, I think, though, so...
try and get a second look at that one. The first one would have probably missed off stump. That one's pretty close. I think that's probably hitting the top of middle. It's come back quite a way, and I think it's hit him in line. For all that Crawley was very unfortunate for us for the LBW in the first innings, I think he's a bit lucky there. As he defends the next ball up towards mid-on, and there's no run. I think that's a really decent shout.
Yeah, it's certainly close. I mean, Hannah and Dolby took it well. I reckon I might have got the teapot out there, maybe even the double teapot.
Oh dear. Would the face go red as well?
Maybe a little.
Yeah.
I think everything's out when I'm bowling, though.
It's got to be, hasn't it?
Absolutely everything.
I got told off for a team I was playing with once for appealing too often. She told me off. And then Dolby to Crawley just nudges it behind square for a single, so they stop scoring uniquely in 4s. One more for him, he's got 17. 21 with that loss. I had 3 LBW appeals in successive deliveries, and to my mind all of them were hitting. And the ball was swinging at the time. I did get my revenge before the end of the over. They got him out bowled, but I was playing the same team as my dad at the time, and they were saying, "Look, Alan, will you tell your son he's taking it too seriously? He can't keep on appealing." And my dad was saying, "Well, they were good shouts." He was very supportive like that. If he thought they might be out, he's got to appeal, hasn't he? You get nothing if you don't appeal.
That is true.
And Dolby for the first time to Compton, who wants a single there, but it's very tight to point. Henry Brooks does the fielding. End of the over, 21 without loss. Do you whirl round when you appeal?
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah.
Bit.
One arm or 2 arms up? You're trying to visualise it, aren't you?
I am, yeah. I am. I'm not too sure, actually. I reckon 1. It might be none.
It's your left arm, aren't you? So you're going to spin. You're going to turn to your left, face the umpire. I reckon you're going to go right hand though.
I think I do give it the one hand. I'll have to watch a replay. Have a look.
How satisfying was it when you got 3 in your opening spell the other day?
Yeah, it was very pleasing actually. It was good. I mean, ball was swinging, so I was bringing LB and bowled into play quite nicely. But no, it was really nice to have a decent opening spell.
When you feel you're getting your line right, like Henry Brooks has so far in this innings, it's really satisfying.
Brooks in again to bowl his first ball to Crawley, and just a bit out, quite wide outside off actually, and Crawley leaves it comfortably. Yeah, I mean, it's always pleasing. I went alright in the T20 competition. As a team, we didn't do great. I bowled very, very average, in honesty, and then I've gotten a bit better in the 50 over campaign, which is obviously really pleasing.
Bit more chance to get some rhythm, isn't there?
Yeah, definitely. And I think cricket's a batter's game, isn't it? I think 50 overs and the longer format cricket kind of evens it out a little bit. Brooks in again then, bowls and Fuller straight ball. Just defended to mid-on by by Crawley.
Since I last spoke to you, I think I've worked with Phoebe Graham up at Old Trafford. Eva Gray came up for a day here. We're unanimous in the feeling that the need to build in some red ball cricket now
Yeah,
for
definitely.
the women's game. Whether it be 2-day matches, 3-day matches, whatever it is, because it's a different skill set with both bat and ball. And if that then creates a situation where there can be more women's test cricket, because the last couple of tests have been great to watch, but you need more of it.
Brooks in again, full ball, driven nicely by Crawley, but diving stop in the covers, and I think Crawley will be disappointed he didn't get that away. A bit of a length delivery, but dot ball nonetheless. Yeah, definitely. I think red ball cricket's definitely something I'd want to play, and I think it's something that a lot of the girls would want to play, but I guess it's just we need to get to that point where every regional player is contracted on a full-time contract, because you can't really ask girls to take 4 days off, 4 days off work in a week if they're working. I mean, it'd be alright for some people, but wouldn't suit everyone, unfortunately. Brooks in again full on the leg side and just flicked away to that short boundary by Crawley. 2 straight and 2 full by Brooks, and Crawley takes that one and he moves on to 21 not out. Going well here, Zach Crawley.
It'd have to be done on a regional basis, I would think.
Yeah, definitely.
Whether it needs to be 4 regions rather than 6 or 8, I don't know. But if you had a competition, then you know as a bowler that, okay, I might get 6 overs first up, and then after lunch I might get another 4 or 5. Might get through 18, 20 overs in a day. Ball in different conditions.
Red ball as well, swings a bit more, doesn't it?
Exactly, yeah.
Oh, a hell of a lot more.
Perfect for you as a left armer as well.
Yeah, it would be ideal. Brooks in again very full, almost Yorker length, and Zach Crawley digs that out. It seems the last few balls have been much fuller, haven't they, by Brooks?
Yeah, I quite like that though, because if he drops too short against Crawley, he's going to be whipped through mid-wicket again and again and again. But here he's just asking the right sort of questions.
Certainly bringing the stumps into play, which is good.
And he's still a very young bowler, Henry Brooks. He's lost really 2 years to injury, but this is an opportunity for him to bowl fast against a current England batsman.
I think you do forget how young he is, Henry Brooks. He comes in for the final ball of his over, and again straight and flicked to mid-wicket, but diving stop saves it, and the end of the over, Kent are 25 for none, Crawley 21 not out, and Compton 4 not out. So Zach Crawley has already surpassed his first innings score. He was LBW to Alan Dolby on just 17, and Compton 4 in the first innings, so matching his first innings score.
Yeah, Zach Crawley yet to score a century this season. That's for Kent, for England. Couple of half centuries. It's Compton who's the man on strike. This one's left outside the off stump. Yeah, whereas Ben Compton, of course, having an excellent season. Ben Compton, the top run scorer for Kent. Red ball cricket over 1,000 runs, 1,040, averaging 86, 400s and 550s. And he's the man on strike. To Hannon Dorby here, 25 without loss, Kent, as this one's pushed away out towards point by Compton. No run this occasion.
Just sense they might be settling in slightly here, the Kent batters. I mean, Warwickshire bowlers have bowled well and they looked to get a couple of chances early doors, but I feel as if they're just starting to finally get into it a little bit here. But that being said, Compton has not faced Hannon Dolby much and Crawley hasn't faced Brooks much, so might give them a chance to try and bowl the different batters.
Ben Compton on strike again, defended away out towards point. I've realised I've docked Crawley of 1 half century, got 1 against Lancashire, and then he got 2 in the Northants game. Because, of course, in the second innings he was out for 84 when agonisingly close to getting a century. I'm going to raid Richard's pencil case next to me. He's got a few glittery gel pens in there. Well, I feel like I shouldn't be fessing up what's in his pencil case, seeing as I'm raiding it for a pen, but and Dolby with 3 slips in a gully. Bowls to Compton. He's in behind this one, playing defensively. Back up the pitch, so trailing by 35 runs, Kent. And obviously wary of the fact that they've got to set Warwickshire a total in this game. Now we're having a little bit of a discussion over lunch. One of the Warwickshire media men was suggesting anything over 200 might be a tricky chase on this pitch. With Kent's bowling attack, the way they operated first time around. Forward comes Compton to this next one from Hannon Dolby and defends into the covers.
Yeah, I mean, Kent will definitely want to be, first of all, narrowing that lead down, which they are nicely, and putting on a score. I mean, they've got so long to bat, haven't they? That's the thing, they've still got a very long time, so they'll just be happy to keep the scoreboard ticking along and hoping to see off these 2 openers. Not lose too many wickets before tea. Trailing by just 35 now.
Yeah, like you said, that'll be the plan. See how many runs they can get as the day goes on, as it's defended away by Compton. They've got 54 overs remaining in the day. They'll very much be hoping that they can bat through those overs with as many wickets in hand and give themselves a chance to go on tomorrow and set what they hope will be an unobtainable total. But it's going to require someone to probably do well what Sam Hain did and effectively get 100, get a big score and be the anchor for the team.
Don't know if Henry Brooks has got injured here, but he's only bowled 4 overs for 8 runs. He's bowled quite nicely, and he's been a bowling change here by Will Rhodes, and a substitute fielder has actually come on for Henry Brooks, so hopefully all is all right there. But didn't see him do any sort of, didn't look like he pulled up or was in any sort of pain, so I'm not too sure what's happened there. But will be Will Rhodes from the pavilion end. 2 slips in, Zach Crawley to face the first ball.
So that change of bowling and full delivery from Rhodes on the stumps, which Crawley is defending back up the pitch. 21 for him so far. He was playing pretty nicely in the first innings, even though he only got 17 as you mentioned, but and then leaving that one alone outside off stump, which was giving out LBW. He's playing this off the back foot out towards the cover point area, which is well stopped, so he gets just a single in the end. It's one of those for Zach Crawley where he was obviously under a lot of pressure and scrutiny in the England Test team for a run of recent low scores. And if I just go back and have a look at some of his recent scores, obviously playing for England in those Test matches against New Zealand, didn't really manage to make a massive impact on that series. Got 43, quite a positive 43 in the first innings of the first match, but scores of just 9, 4, 0, 6 and 25 following that. And then got 9 first innings against India, but the second innings he made 46, and as Compton facing up here to Rhodes, plays this off the back foot out into the offside. No run taken. He really looked like he was focusing hard to rein himself in that second innings against India, and he was leaving a lot outside off stump. Then got going with a couple of boundaries, as he can do when he's at his best. So clearly someone that's been thinking hard and working hard in this game to overcome this perceived weakness of his outside the off stump. As Rhodes is bowling again, full to Compton, plays no stroke outside the off stump, and I guess it's not a perceived weakness, it is a weakness, isn't it, because he's got out a number of ways, nicking off into the slips against like Trent Bolt or the right-handed bowlers as well, and It was good to see, though, in that previous Test match. Clearly, he'd been working on a way to combat that, and rein himself in a little bit.
Yeah, it's so important, isn't it? I mean, you want to see someone working on the game. And
inside edge from Compton onto the front pad, hence the muffled appeal out there.
I mean, every batter's going to have a weakness, aren't they? They're going to have a way they get out, and it's unavoidable that those are going to get exposed with like the performance analysis you have these days. But yeah, as you say, to see him working on it and making a conscious effort to leave those balls outside off, and yeah, it's positive, and it'd be nice to see him hit a bit of form actually. He's, as you say, not getting as many runs as he maybe might have liked.
Compton, the man on strike, Rhodes around the wicket to the left-hander. Angles this one down through backward point for a single out to the deep point fielder, so he moves to 5 and Kent on to 27 without loss. 10 overs gone in their second innings. Yeah, for all the kind of Bazball rhetoric, if you like, and the fact that England want to have a positive opener like Crawley at the top of the order, there is still an element of balance, and yeah, you want to be positive, you want to look to score, but you don't want to give your wicket away, as Crawley maybe has done too many times for his and England's liking. And it probably comes into the James Vince category of, while your cover drive can be your best shot, it can also be your weakness.
Yeah, I think it's really tough for players like Crawley, because people want you to play explosively and then moan when you get out playing apparently reckless shots, so I do get that it's tough.
Edge down towards the slips and held. Compton asking if that's carried, and the umpire at square leg gives him the thumbs up, and he will walk 4-5. So Hannon Dalby, who got 6 wickets in the first innings, has his first in the second, and it's Compton with a low outside edge to third slip. Really well taken.
Yeah, I can see why Compton kind of gave it a second look, 'cause I think it did carry in the end, but it caught him very much. Just like on the full, like third slip coming forward. Is that Chris Benjamin? Dan Mosley?
It might be Dan Mosley, yeah.
Dan Mosley in third slip. Very handy catch, and yeah, it's Compton out for 5 again. Big wicket for Warwickshire.
Yeah, it certainly is. I talked about the weight of runs that Ben Compton has scored so far this season for Kent, so very rare for him to have 2 failures in the match. Just going back to the start of the season, and he got back-to-back centuries in the game against Lancashire. And just to repeat those stats from this season, 550s, 400s, over 1,000 runs. And yet in this game, out for 4 in the first innings and 5 in the second innings. And he's a key part of holding together Kent's batting lineup, who have a number of shot players, a number of guys that like to play their strokes. Compton is the anchor in amongst all of that, and allows them to build partnerships with the way that he occupies the crease at one end. But Hannon Dalby has found a way to remove him, and he will now have a go at Daniel Bell-Drummond, the new batter, down the leg side, and deflects away off the gloves of Michael Burgess. Buys signalled by umpire Goff. So the floodlights are on. The cloud cover over the city still remains, and he's just giving the bowlers enough assistance.
Yeah, it doesn't, I mean, it's been total cloud cover all day, hasn't it? But it doesn't look too much like it's going to rain, like it has, I know, at some of the grounds down south. So hopefully get a full day's play in here at Edgbaston.
Yeah, we were looking at the forecast earlier, wondering, as this one's down the leg side. Burgess standing up to the stumps to Crawley. The 12th man is there to do the fielding, but Crawley comes back for 2. Again, it is by signalled. Burgess has got his hands on his hips. He's not overly pleased with that decision. And well, we were talking about somebody's black socks earlier. What about the black gloves of Michael Burgess?
I quite like black keeping gloves. Different to the black socks. I mean, I feel like they're just quite classy, aren't they? Black gloves.
I guess you go, as long as you go black or white.
Yeah, well, I think white with white kit just kind of extends the plain shirt. It's all a bit strange.
Here comes. And Dalby, oh, what has that gone through? Everything is the answer. It's nipped back. It's gone between bat and pad. The umpire has given leg buys. I just think that missed everything.
Yeah, I'm not too sure what happened there. It just looked like it went through everyone. We'll have a look at the replay, but good areas by Hannon Dolby. Oh,
I'm just seeing the replay now, and there was no appeal for LBW. If leg buys are given, that's a very close shout. I think, if anything, it hit the pad of the keeper and went through, but definitely missed most of its intended targets, that delivery. So, more extras for Kent's total. They're on to 34 for 1. Crawley still there on 22. And Hannon Dolby almost striking twice in the same over.
yeah, like a good ball, but as you say, there was no appeal for LBW, and it was a fairly full straight ball. You think there'd be at least a half appeal there, so not too sure what happened, but yeah, he's going well, and Crawley just not being able to get him away here.
Hannon Dolby rolls on the legs of Crawley. This will be more extras, I think. Down towards fine leg. Yes, one further leg by. And the end of the over as well. So 35 for 1. Bell Drummond, one ball he's faced, yet to score. 22 for Crawley. And Ben Compton, the man to go for 5. And again, worth reiterating what a smart catch it was from Mosley.
Looks like after just, I think it was just 2 overs off the field, Henry Brooks is on, but he won't be back on to bowl, so maybe just off to get some tape or something, but good that he's not injured, because he's had a bit of an injury history, hasn't he, Henry Brooks, so always a bit concerning when he comes off the pitch.
Rhodes to carry on. Full delivery to Crawley. He's missed out there because there was a chance for a leg glance down towards fine leg, and it's hit the pad and just dropped away behind Crawley into the keeper's left, where he's gone to pick the ball up. It's a slight frustration for the Kent batter that he's not been able to add further runs to his tally with those last couple of deliveries that have been angled in towards his stumps. Batting outside of his crease to Rhodes to try and get well forward, and defends out towards mid-wicket. Mosley's there to do the fielding.
Looks like we might see a bit of Craig Miles coming into the attack soon. I mean, you'd assume he'd be the next bowler to come on, but I've just seen him loosening up a bit, so could be maybe one or two more overs from Hannon Dolby at the Birmingham end, or it could be Craig Miles coming on.
Yeah, I would have thought we'd see a bit of Craig Miles before too long. As a skipper, you want to get him into the attack nice and quickly. Use all your bowlers as Rhodes is defended away out towards mid-wicket.
Interesting that Will Rhodes has brought himself on actually before Craig Miles, unless I don't think Craig Miles bowls exclusively from the Birmingham end. I think I've seen him from the Pavilion end before, and Richards was just saying earlier how Rhodes has underbowled himself a little bit, so interesting choice. Maybe just with a bit of movement. Will Rhodes is hoping to get a bit of nip off the pitch and brought himself on quite early.
I think you're probably right about the ends. It may well be a preference thing as Rhodes bowls to Crawley and he defends into the offside. Miles probably wants to take second crack at the Birmingham end after Hannon Dolby, and because he's bowling so well, Rhodes keeping him on for an extra couple of overs before making that change.
Is it slightly downhill, Birmingham end?
Yeah, possibly.
Don't think there's any significant wind.
No, there's not. And there's not a significant camber in the outfield. It's all pretty flat out there as Rhodes is in and bowling. Well, that's a good ball. Outside the off stump to Zach Crawley. Maybe just a little bit of extra bounce off the seam. Through to wicketkeeper Burgess. See, Sam Billings is a white glove man. He would go for the pure white look. Long sleeves, of course, as a keeper.
Yeah, I think it's acceptable, isn't it? Yeah, I feel like you can have any colour in white ball cricket. Red ball cricket, it's got to be black or white, really, hasn't it?
Here comes Rhodes, driven square by Crawley on the ground and well stopped at point. Ended there with 35 for 1. I remember Geraint Jones, former Kent wicketkeeper, that famous Ashes series 2005. I think he had bright orange gloves with little hint of silver. It's a little bit rogue, isn't it? And then you've got Adam Gilchrist or Ian Healy, the Australian keepers often go for kind of the yellowy gloves with a bit of green. Obviously the yellow and green.
Matching the country colour. I can get behind that slightly. I mean, I don't mind a little bit of flair, but it's just something about I don't mind the keeping gloves as much. I don't like the batting.
Black socks.
No, it's the batting gloves for me when people
Okay.
wear coloured ones. That bothers me quite a lot.
Yeah, Grant
actually.
Stewart's not playing in this game, but he tends to have non-all-white batting gloves.
Even in the red ball cricket.
I think so, yeah.
I'm not sure about that. I'm not sure how I feel about that really.
No, I mean, I'm kind of with you actually. I think all white batting gloves is the classiest look, isn't it? As Bell Drummond defends this one into the onside from Craig Miles, who's into the attack to replace Hannon Dolby. Trailing by 25 still, Kent, and that was what I was saying earlier on about the lead that Warwickshire had. Richard was saying, yeah, it's only a slender one, but likely it is that this isn't going to be a massively high scoring 4 innings game. As Miles is bounding in, bowling to Bell Drummond, he cushions this nicely down towards fine leg for a single, and if Warwickshire were to take a couple of Kent wickets before they get to parity, you're effectively none for 2, aren't you? So they're basically still minus 24 for 1.
Yeah, I mean, they got off to a relatively good start here, Kent. I mean, Ben Compton was going quite well. I think he'll be disappointed to give his wicket away.
And that's not something you say too often about Ben Compton, that he gives his wicket away, but I mean, it wasn't a bad shot necessarily, and it was fairly soft hands, but just really well pouched at third slip. Attempted drive by Crawley, goes out towards mid-off. Won't be a run. I thought it was an interesting observation from the two of you, Grace and from Richard as well, talking about how steep the slips are, how close they are together, how sharp the angle is almost of, you know, first, second in front of first and third in front of second. They've had 4 quite close together at times in this match. Benjamin took a really good take at 4th to dismiss Denley in the first innings, and he was very much a 4th slip rather than a gully at that stage, as Miles is defended away here by Zach Crawley. Full face of the bat into the offside.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? I mean, you often see a bit more of a conventional slip cordon, but they've been almost diagonal. They're almost diagonal now, aren't they? So sharp, and I mean, it's worked for them. They've picked up wickets with it, but yeah, it's interesting.
Salming just taking his cap off there a moment ago and giving us a view of the interesting mullet that he's got going on.
Interesting's one word to describe it with.
Yeah, I was trying to find the right adjective there, as this is fired down the leg side by Miles. Good stop in the end from Burgess. Can't have been far away from thinking about that, calling that a wide, the umpire, but as we were discussing yesterday, so often wides don't really get given in this format.
No, I mean, especially only playing white ball cricket, I see him sprayed anywhere down the leg side or outside off, and I just almost expect it to be given a wide, but you forget, don't you? But really are quite lenient on the bowlers in the longer formats.
As Miles is in and bowling, Crawley goes back and drives out towards mid-off, and as Richard was saying yesterday, well, we didn't finish yesterday until 25 past 7, so the last thing we need is umpires being strict on wides and having to bowl even more extra deliveries.
Yeah, especially with those no balls.
And there was a few of them. Effectively bowled almost three no balls for every wicket he took, Navdeep Saini, but I think Kent will probably take that when he's walked away with 5 foot.
Yeah, other than that, he bowled very nicely, didn't he? And yeah, as you say, a bit more pace and pretty economical actually. If it wouldn't have been for the no balls.
That's the thing. If you take out the no balls and the runs that were scored off the no balls, the extra balls that you had to bowl probably wouldn't have been quite so bad. As Drummond is angling one out towards point. Rhodes starting a fresh over. 36 for 1 the Kent score in their second innings here on BBC WM, BBC Coventry and Warwickshire, BBC Radio Kent and BBC Sport Online. Grace Ballinger, the Loughborough Lightning, and Leicestershire left arm seamer with myself, Ben Watts, in the commentary box. Richard is going to be back in a few minutes' time. This will have an update at the top of the hour, as this one is a full delivery which Bell Drummond defends on the front foot. Back to the bowler, lobs it to his mate Alex Davis at mid-on to give the ball a scrub. He's got his sunglasses on the back of his cap. Only Hannon Dalby has the wide-brimmed white one. We had a lot of those on show yesterday with the heat. This one is defended once more by Bell Drummond, who was a little bit late on that, playing it out towards mid-wicket.
Do you quite like a floppy hat?
So you a regular wearer of one, or?
I don't think I can put it off. Well, I wear my hair really high. Obviously, I have to have it up, so I think it would look a little bit strange with the floppy. I mean, not a problem that many of the men have, I don't think, but
sort of the baseball cap with you can stick your hair through that bit.
Yeah.
The top bit tends to be the look, doesn't it? It's full delivery, clipped away by Bell Drummond very nicely. Oh, attempted stop on the boundary, but a bit of a mess in the end as it rolls down the leg of the fielder and over the boundary rope. I think it might be Danny Briggs out there possibly. Yeah, it's gone away for 4 runs. So Bell Drummond on to 5. Again, score on to 40 for 1. I was just reading something on the BBC Sport website actually about the Commonwealth Games selection, the England women's squad, because Richard was talking about that, and certainly around the ground and in my hotel as well, a lot of Commonwealth Games flags and directions up on the roads, and this one defended away by Bell Drummond. Lots of anticipation in the city about that being around the corner. But yeah, Heather Knight saying that England's desire to be more aggressive in the power plays in T20 cricket was behind Kent's Tammy Beaumont being omitted from the Commonwealth Games squad. Obviously she scored a century in the one-day international earlier on this week against South Africa, but left out of that T20 group, which is an interesting call. It's a bold call.
Yeah, definitely surprising.
As this is a beauty from Rhodes. Has he got a whisper of an outside edge? The umpire shakes his head and says no. Warwickshire were celebrating rather than appealing. They were convinced. But umpire Blackwell doesn't believe that Bell Drummond nicked it behind. End of the over. Kent are 40 for 1. They still trail by 20 runs, and that could have been that second wicket before parity that I mentioned. Just seen on the replay, hard to tell. Richard Wilford's going to come back in. A word from Grace Ballinger first up.
Yeah, I mean, looked pretty good. I mean, all of the slip corner Will Road certainly went up and almost celebrating, but shake of the head from the umpire, and yeah, not too sure, but good bowling from Will Road and getting into good positions as Miles comes in. Slightly on the leg side for his first delivery of the over, and Crawley just pats that into the mid-wicket region. Just the 3 slips in now for Zach Crawley. Deep point and a long leg. Mid on, mid off, square in, slightly in front, and a cover.
It's a bit less in me pick and mix now that I'm back.
Miles in again and short and on the leg side, and just turned into the gap by Crawley. They will get back for 2 as Brooks throws to the bowler's end, but no chance for a run out there.
I've had a packet of the love hearts. They still have messages on.
Did you get any nice messages?
Well, really, when you open them for yourself, it feels a little bit. You know what I mean? It's yeah. It wasn't that exciting.
I haven't had any of those in a while, actually.
They were tasty enough.
Miles in again and again, back of the length straight, and Crawley just on the back foot defends that to Ollie Hannon Dolby as it trickles to mid-off.
That early flurry of boundaries, Crawley looks like he's building to bat long, isn't he? He's still half a day's cricket left after this over. Through about 20 minutes or so behind schedule, which isn't too bad compared to yesterday. And if he's still there at the close, then Kent are going to get themselves into, you would imagine, a reasonable position. It still doesn't look like it's going to be a free scoring game.
No, I don't think so. Miles in again. Square leg has been put out deep as he bowls. Pretty full on leg stump, and that is flicked to, I think that's Alex Davis out there. Deep square, and it will just be one.
Yes, you can generally pick out Alex as the most diminutive of stature.
Yeah, he is quite easy. I find the Warwickshire fielders quite easy actually. I think a lot of them quite distinct. I mean, Hannon Dolby very easy to pick out. Alex Davis, as you said. Henry Brooks.
Yeah, Henry's helping you by not having the flop because he and Hannon Dolby and Miles can be a little bit interesting in the field.
Again, back the length and very good diving stop at third slip by. It's Dan Mosley in there. He's fielded excellently in the slip cord and just diving, going through pretty quick there from Bell Drummond, and just one bounce, one-handed stop in his right hand.
Yeah, definitely saving for there. Of course, he's taken the catch as well. Very soon, BBC CWR and BBC Radio WM will be with us. So if I just carry on talking for when that moment comes through. 43 for one. Miles in to complete this over to Bell Drummond. A short ball goes over the back of his shoulder and through to the wicketkeeper end of the over. Run rate's ducked below 3 and over. So Bears bowling with reasonable consistency and rotating the seamers to give themselves, keep them fresh as long as possible. Might be a while before we see Danny Briggs. At Edgbaston, Kent 43 for 1, trail Warwickshire by 17 runs, having been 60 behind on first innings. Zach Crawley, the England opener's in pretty good nick so far. He's got 25, one strong LBW appeal that he survived. The 1 wicket to fall, Ollie Hannon Dolby's 7th of the match. A good catch at third slip by Dan Mosley to remove Ben Compton for 5. Bell Drummond has 5, Crawley 25, Kent 43 for 1. So the road continues. Ben will be back to join me for a bit, and we'll give Grace half an hour of rest, and then you can come back in from this end, as it were. We'll let you go and graze in the outfield. That's how it goes, isn't it? Unless you're one of those lucky fielders who's always in it, always in the game, but
No, I'm everywhere.
disappeared a long leg. Rhodes in, driven towards wicket. Oh! And Crawley is holed out into the stomach of Dan Mosley. What a huge wicket that is. Kent are 2 down, and Crawley looked in good order, driving to short mid-wicket. The trap had been laid, and it proved successful. Will Rhodes has his wicket. Kent 43 for 2.
Yeah, that's disappointing for Crawley and for Kent. It was decent delivery on the stumps, and he's just kind of flicked it straight into the hands of Dan Mosley. Just almost took us by surprise, I think, just because it's just literally catching practice to Dan Mosley. And Crawley will be disappointed there. He's out for 25 after a good start, and Kent are 43 for 2, still trailing with both their openers now gone.
I mean, short mid-wicket is a position that international captains tend to put there for Zach Crawley. The moment he struck the ball, he knew he was in trouble. And he's hit it, and then he shrugged as, oh, I've fallen for that, haven't I? I've fallen for that. In comes Joe Denley, who's on a pair, and that really is an important wicket. Will Rhodes, I think most of us would argue, a bit under-bowled this year by himself, so he's got no excuse. With a really important wicket, he threatened in the previous over as well. He thought he'd got his man to a little nick behind. It was Bell Drummond on that case, but now he gets that really, really valuable wicket. Not many players have got going in this match at all yet. And that was the scenario that Ben was worried about, wasn't it? Was Kent losing a couple of wickets before they knocked the 60 off.
Yes, as you said, they're effectively still two down when they're at none, and obviously they need to get a bit of a lead on here. Plenty of time to bat and plenty of time for Warwickshire to have their second innings. So I think Warwickshire in the driving seat at the moment, but good partnership from Kent could easily steady the ship again. So game still in the balance very much.
Well, Denley has a history of good runs against the Bears, but didn't look in nick in the first innings at all, and he leaves the first ball from Rhodes outside off stump. He was one of the wickets for Hannon Dolby. Benjamin taking it. Was a brilliant catch actually by Benjamin, diving to his left from the gully and caught it at about shin height. So it was one of the best catches of the match so far. Ben is ready to move back into position, so I look forward to Grace being back at just before 3:30 when Ben goes off to talk to Kent. She's extricated herself now. It's good. As Rhodes comes into bowl to Denley, I thought he was going to get an easy shot off the mark there. So did he, as it was into his pads, but it's hit him just under the knee roll, and it rolls back to Michael Burgess, and there's no run. Some noise from the fielders. 15 overs after this before tea, so tea about 4:05 you would think, 4 o'clock to 4:05. So we should get through 45 minutes earlier than we did yesterday. As Rhodes, well, he's chipped through square leg this time. Denley does get off the mark. It's not that convincing a shot, but square leg is on the fence. Danny Briggs is out there. So Denley with his first run of the match, 44 for 2. And Ben Zach Crawley couldn't quite believe that he'd fallen into that short mid-wicket trap.
I still can't quite believe it now, to be honest, because he looked like he was doing everything right out there and was potentially going to be the man to go on and get that big score. I thought maybe today was going to be the day for Zach Crawley in a Kent shirt this season, but just such an innocuous way to get out.
Rhodes outside off stump, left alone by Bell Drummond. He looked livid the moment he played the shot. He knew he was giving it away.
He's worked hard, 25, faced 51 balls, 5 boundaries, but he's, arguably got through the toughest period. Seen off Annan Dolby, looking to try and be positive against Rhodes and Miles. And then, yeah, all he had to do is hit it. I mean, if he'd have gone a bit more aggressive, he probably clips it over that fielder for 4. Could have hit it either side of him. To pick him out in that fashion was, a really poor way to get out. And from Kent's point of view, big disappointment. That's that second top order wicket to fall. Miles now to Denley, drops away on the onside, and yeah, effectively Kent are still 16 runs short of parity. So when they get there, they're only going to have 8 second innings wickets left potentially. From Warwickshire's point of view, making good use of the 60-run lead that they had first innings by getting these early scalps and stopping the likes of Compton, who's got so many runs this year, and Crawley, who has the quality to go on and make a big score. 2 really important breakthroughs from a Warwickshire point of view. As Miles bowls to Denley, defends this one pretty much between his legs almost as it comes off an inside edge, and he manages to get up the other end for a single.
You missed Grace and I discussing the big sports story of the day, the big breaking sports story of the day.
Which is?
The news of Halifax town striker Jamie Allen, who's informed the club that he won't be available for the next couple of weeks because he's joining the cast of Love Island. It's not gone down well in Halifax.
Well, I'm not surprised.
It's a Montserrat International.
What division do they play?
National League.
Yeah, they're not even very non-league, as this one is turned away into the onside. Comes back for 2. I mean, on the one hand, I don't begrudge him because this is 5 minutes in the sun, literally and figuratively. Probably make more money off the back of that than he would playing non-league football.
Too good an opportunity, says Ben Watts, BBC Radio Kent.
Don't condone it. Don't watch it.
BBC broadcaster
I just say
backs Halifax striker's decision.
I think understands would be the correct terminology there. This one's edged short of second slip. Soft hands from Bell Drummond to that delivery from Miles. Main just rocking to his right. Fielded it well, but couldn't take a catch.
Well, Grace made it very clear that she'd rather focus on her career with Leicestershire with the Lightning and playing in the 100, and making her TV appearances, doing something that her family can be proud of her doing, than going to Love Island. That was the upshot of the discussion.
Well, fair play to Grace. This one's clipped away by Bell Drummond down towards long leg. Work to do for Brooks, and he does excellently well to keep that to 1. Moving away to his left, lobbing it in from the boundary. That's such a long boundary, you could probably almost run one on the arm. So he's done excellently well to keep that to just a single. Kent on to 48 for 2.
I suppose it would depend on what the financial package was, but that was her feeling.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, you get the initial fee for going on the show, and then there's so much stuff that you would make off the back of it as well.
You've looked into this, haven't you?
No, I haven't looked into it specifically. This one's down the leg side, but we did have a similar scenario in Kent as this one's left alone. Well, Denley was trying to flick it away, but couldn't make contact. Into the over, 48 for 2. So a guy called Mike Thalasitis, who at the time was playing for Margate when he signed up for, I'm just looking it up now, the 3rd series of Love Island. But he went on it, and then unfortunately with the kind of, increased scrutiny on his life off the back of it, he was
Rose is driven through mid-wicket for 4 by Bell Drummond. Very neatly played. He goes to 12, and that brings up the Kent 50. 52 for 2. They're now trailed by only 8.
Yeah, he then took his own life, 26 years old. So, it's...
There have been a few tales, sadly, off the back of that series.
Yeah, there has, hasn't there? So it's, in terms of your profile and your bank balance, it going on the show might be worthwhile, but has a knock-on effect for the rest of your life, as we've seen with Caroline Flack as well.
Rhodes just back of a length, stabbed down to point. Craig Miles does the fielding.
I feel like I've taken a bit of a serious turn in this.
Moot
point, but
keep it light, Ben. Keep it light.
Yeah, sorry, folks.
Keep it light. Yeah, well, if there was any of these series I would go on, it would be Strictly, but I fell on my own sword by saying A, I wouldn't be very good, and B, Mrs. W would have nothing to fear of the Strictly curse.
I think I would do the ITV one that's normally in a jungle but has recently been in a castle.
Okay.
That would be my choice.
I'm a celebrity, get me out of North Wales.
Although I'd prefer to do the Australian one, I think. Yeah.
Rhodes in, full outside off stump, and the drive just beats the tumbling Chris Benjamin. He's got enough of that. There's Bell Drummond. He's accelerating his second run, but the ball was going over the rope. Don't know whether his long vision's great, but there was no way that was being caught up with. 2 boundaries in the over for Bell Drummond. He's the 16. Well, Rhodes' 5th over may well be his last on the evidence of those 2. He's never keen to overbowl himself. Look, it did well for Jordan North. The first year they were in North Wales, he went from being relatively unheard of to turf more, safe place.
Happy place.
Happy place,
yeah.
Sorry. So I'm glad I misquoted that. I'm going to go home. Rhodes, short of a length, blocked out into the offside. Actually, quite a forcing shot off the back foot by Bell Drummond. He's starting to look at a bit of touch. 56 for 2.
See, I was a big Jordan North fan even before that, because as a regular Radio 1 listener, I quite enjoyed him as being the supply teacher, as he called himself. But yeah, he's now got a regular gig.
He's got his sense of humour is largely at his own expense.
Yeah, absolutely.
Which is nice, and he is a genuinely passionate, die-hard Burnley fan, which you're not glory hunting when you do that. You're just following your local team, which is nice. So Rhodes is in, driven by Bell Drummond, and he's got that sweetly as well. Diving full length, Henry Brooks can't lay a hand on it, and the scores are level. So we need that extra bit of applause for the scores being level, but that's the away team, so not quite so many Kent members to do that. But Bell Drummond suddenly going through the gears. He's up to 23 boundaries in this current over. Will Rhodes trudges back to his mark, suddenly feeling very weary, and I think he may have given the nod to Henry Brooks that it might be a good moment to just limber up a little bit. 13 more overs to tee. He's got to get through his bowling attack carefully here for the remainder of the day. Will Rhodes. Oh, that one's got up a little bit, up to the gloves of Bell Drummond, and he does want to keep it down. Steers it down to long leg. Ollie Hannon-Dalby has to run in quite a long way to pick that up. And another run to Bell Drummond. He's 21. So Kent in the lead, effectively 1 for 2. They're 61 for 2 in the second innings, with Bell Drummond 21 and Denley 2.
Thanks to Andrew. I think you've been more polite about my Love Island topic of conversation, but he also said mullets are always splendid. I called it interesting earlier on Will Haynes' hairdo. Andrew says it's splendid. I would
Sam Haynes' hair?
debate that personally, but there we go.
I haven't had anything that constitute hair for quite a long time, but I doubt I'd call it splendid. I doubt he'd call it splendid.
His teammates certainly aren't calling it splendid.
No.
He's definitely getting some stick off his pals.
It is, however, still better than Cameron Smith's, the new Open champion.
Danny Bell Drummond. He leaves this alone outside the off stump, who I'm always astonished when he does. You know, when you see him bowl, or you see him not wearing a cap or a helmet, which is pretty rare, to be honest. He's even normally doing one or the other. He's normally got some sort of cap on when he's fielding, or he's carrying his kit bag around the ground, or when he's batting he's got his lid on. So when he takes it off and he's got his shaven head, he's just not expecting it almost.
You're not? Oh. I thought you'd be used to him.
Well, I am now, but
you're right. You very rarely see him with that headgear.
yeah, basically was the point. So it's
Yeah.
cut away out towards deep point for a single, and Kent have a lead by 2 runs as Bell Drummond makes his ground at the far end. And well, I mean, if anyone wants, is the Euro Millions? Was that yesterday?
I think it was yesterday, wasn't it?
Yeah, I was going to say if anyone wants any numbers, ask me and I'll give you some suggestions, because I did say if Kent might be. I was hypothesising earlier on, saying, well, if Kent are 2 down by the time the scores are level, here they are, 62 for 2.
That wasn't that out there as a prediction, was it?
I mean, it wasn't, but it was pretty good prediction. This one's left alone outside the off stump by Joe Denley. It's effectively 2 for 2.
Yeah. We're not, of course, condoning gambling in any way, shape or form.
No. It's doing the lottery gambling? I mean,
If you don't know the answer to that, that's a bit of a worry.
I mean,
well, of course it's gambling.
I guess it is.
It's placing a very long odds bet, isn't it?
I mean, it's even more of a long shot than from gambling most of the time, isn't it?
Well, yeah, especially for a jackpot, it's many millions to 1.
Here comes Miles again, left alone by Joe Denley outside the off stump.
There's not many decisions in life that I've got right. I mean, probably proposing to the missus was good, but but when the lottery first started, when you were probably 1, I didn't get the same numbers each week, so I wasn't hooked into it,
Yeah, that's
and therefore
good.
I gave it up because the chances of winning anything.
Yeah, see,
Which is so
my mum
slim.
used to do it, but she would do the same numbers every week, which, like you say, keeps you in it, doesn't it? As this one's left alone by Denley, because you think, well, the week I don't do it,
Yeah,
then my numbers will come up.
yeah. Which psychologically is a nightmare.
I think I did it once when I was 16, because that's the first time you can do it.
Is that a principle you have in life? When you become the legal age to do anything, you have a crack.
Give it a go.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that was the first time, and maybe only time, done the lottery.
So I don't mind a raffle, although then I'm always embarrassed to go up and get the prize.
Here comes Miles, bowling to Denley, defended away. Out towards extra cover. I don't often win the prize. It's when you sometimes go to an end of... So at Kent Cricket end of season dinners, they do the game of heads or tails.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
It's one of those where after the first round, a bunch of people sit down, even though they didn't actually get the answer wrong, just because they feel a bit embarrassed.
They feel a lot more comfortable,
And
yeah.
want to sit down. Whereas Darren Stevens, the Kent all-rounder, will fluke his way through a few rounds, then he'll get run wrong, pretend he didn't, and carry on. And then it'll be normally him against a member for the jackpot at the end.
Oh, no.
And then they have to go stand at the front, and then you can't really blag it from that point onwards, can you? So
No, that's a bit tricky then. And they had one of those at a Birmingham City end of season do, and every table had a signed football.
Yeah.
So one person from every table would win.
Oh, that's quite nice.
And I did win one.
Yeah, that's quite good.
A little bit embarrassing in front of the players, but you know. But at least I didn't have to walk up to the stage to collect anything.
Yeah. I don't think that's too sad. It's better than just having one overall prize.
Change of ends for Craig Miles, now bowling from the pavilion end. And dug out towards Gully on the bounce to Dan Mosley, who takes a while to get himself stopped there. I think he was enjoying having a jog. And it remains 62 for 2. Well, whenever I'm in different Spanish islands, I always end up going to watch a local league football team play. And, you know, really can be quite a long way down the divisions. I was in Fuerteventura a few years ago. My wife and daughter weren't interested in the football, but my mum came with me to watch Union Puerto del Rosario, one of the clubs in Fuerteventura, playing against a team from Lanzarote. As Miles comes in, steered towards mid-wicket, no run. This story does have a purpose at the end. And it was only like €5 to go in, but they also had a raffle. And it was a very typical lower division Spanish football club raffle. And the prize was a joint of ham. And by that I mean one of the big hams that you see hanging up in the butchers. And at half time, the little man who sold us, it was rather charmed that we'd bought any raffle tickets in the first place. He's running up to us. There's only 150 people in the ground as Miles comes in again. And bowls coming forward, Beldrem inside a half of the bat, but he gets it to mid-wicket, where a bold effort there to try and flick it up has gone awry after about 4 little flicks at the ball from, is it Danny Briggs there? It went to the turf. He comes running across, shouting, El Inglés, El Inglés. And he thought we'd won the ham, and we were 1 number out from winning the ham.
Oh, no. So close.
But people say, you're on holiday, what on earth are you going to do with the ham? But you'd have given it to the hotel, wouldn't you? You say to the hotel, can you do something with this ham? If we have the first few slices, do what you want with it. Miles Boss a good leave that from Bell Drummond. Wasn't too far outside off stump, but he got that absolutely judged to perfection.
Just would have been great for the social media, just you holding this massive ham.
Yeah.
That would have been just a... Here's what I did on my holiday. I won a massive ham. You've made me think of my trip to Croatia last year, where there's this little place called Trogir, and there's a football pitch.
Miles comes in, and it's flicked nicely behind square down to Hannon Dolby at long leg for a single, 63 for 2.
Yeah, so sort of non-league pitch, 3G surface, a couple of tiny little stands, but it's between 2 UNESCO World Heritage sites. So at one end you have the Tower of St Marco, and at the other end there's Camerlengo Castle. So
that's glorious.
Yeah, it's really cool. I found the tweet that I did, but there's the view from one end behind the goal.
Perfect.
I don't think I got the. I took a photo of the other end.
I was waiting for that then.
That was the better view though.
Miles in, push forward into the offside. Alex Davis comes round at mid-off, and there's no run. 23 for Beldrummond, 2 for Denley, 63 for 2. The sky is a bit lighter than it's been for much of the day. Kent lead by 3 with 8 wickets standing.
That was pretty.
So you're as bad as me for just going to football wherever you are.
I didn't plan it. I just stumbled across it. So so my wife will just say that wherever I seem to go, I stumble across some sort of sporting.
You just want to you're convincing her it's by accident, not
me.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Just if I'm somewhere, I'll be looking at what's the nearest stadium or whatever. This one's defended away out towards backward of point, although we didn't go to the Camp Nou or the new camp when we went to Barcelona earlier on this year.
I took my mum and dad to a game there, so I love their football. It was in the era when Ronaldinho was still playing.
Well, see, that's the thing. I think it was about 150 quid for the ticket, and they don't have Messi anymore, so I thought, well, there's not really kind of a tourist attraction.
150 quid where you sit in the dugout?
No, it's like a game against Sevilla, so it was a big game.
Okay.
But, yeah, I mean, the current team pre-bunch of signings that no one knows how they quite paid for wasn't great last year, as this one's a short ball, which Denley plays no stroke at. Brooks bouncing it into the keeper. So yeah, I thought it wasn't worth it. If it had
Well,
been
look, there's a lot else to do in Barcelona as well, isn't there? There are a lot of counter attractions.
a lot of big joints of meat knocking around in shop windows as well.
Yeah, there are. That is one of my two favourite cities I've visited, Barcelona. So
Yeah, I did enjoy it.
we could probably bore people rigid for the next 40 minutes.
Yeah, we could, couldn't we? Just talking about random cities.
You have to say now. I wonder what the other one is. I wonder what the other one is in his top two.
There's a shout for a catch behind. I think that's come off the thigh pad. Good take by Burgess, moving away to his left. Go on then, wash over the one.
So if you and Mrs. W, so we've both got Mrs. W, I like that, are into your cities. If you've never been to Lisbon, go to Lisbon.
No, I haven't actually.
What a beautiful city. And really brilliant public transport system. Just out
That's
this
always
world.
good.
So you just top up a card and you can use everything.
Nice.
Really good place to go around.
Brooks in. Short ball to Denley's gone for the stroke, gone for the hook there. Plays and misses at it. But there's a man down at long leg who might have been interested if he'd have made contact with the top edge. Tom Sibley's, he lost a contact lens or something.
I was thinking whether he got an insect in his eye or something like that.
Burgess was
Denny was not looking at the ball when he tried to play that shot.
Eyes closed, swing the bat as hard as you can type stuff.
Swinging and turning his head at the same time.
He's only got 2 so far from his 14 balls, facing up to this one from Brooks. Again bangs it in short and he tries to pull it away. Straight to forward square leg. He's chatting to umpire Blackwell. It's Davis out there, he's now being sent out to the boundary. 24 for Bell Drummond from 29. As Denley taps his bat and weight, 64 for 2 in their second innings, Kent. With 42 overs still remaining in the day, so lots of time left. As it's softly played wide of Gully and down towards third man. He's going to get 2 runs here, Denley, as Briggs is moving around to do the fielding. Into Brooks' 6th over. 66 for 2. So yeah, Kent were bowled out for obviously 165 first innings, but within 41 overs. So still plenty of time left for this game to move on a pace today. But obviously Kent will be hoping this wicket's flattened out a bit and they can set Warwickshire a challenging total to go and chase.
Ben's off. I think Grace is due back in as well. I'm not sure, but we'll see in a bit. But Ben's going to go and talk to BBC Kent. So whilst I plough a lonely furrow, I'll give you some of the scores elsewhere during this over, which will be bowled by Craig Miles. It's Daniel Bell Drummond on strike outside off stump. He slashes this wide of Benjamin, who dives after it. There's a 3-man race for the ball here, and they should run 3 as well. Although, in fact, they're not going to take one on the throw of Alex Davies. It is a good throw. Someone to keep that down to 2. 68 for 2. There's bad light at Cheltenham with Gloucestershire against Hampshire. Hampshire 353 for 5 in a much interrupted innings there. Felix Organ eventually out for 118. James Vince is on 72 and Irene Donald with him on 10. And they're not going to be able to get maximum batting points there because they've only got 2 overs left of the allocation. But they've gone pretty well there. Miles is in once more. Bell Drummond tries to flick it round the corner because it was down the leg side, but that's taken well by Burgess. Lancashire 99 for 6, trail Northants by 136. And Jack White with 5 wickets. I think that might be his maiden 5-wicket haul. 5 for 14. Bowling really well. Dane Villas, who's quite late coming in for Lancashire. I don't know whether he's got an injury, but he's 12 not out. Grace, I think, is going to come into position now. She thought she was eating a biscuit then, but she wasn't. She wasn't. I'm going to accuse her of something she wasn't doing. I'll give her a bit of a moment to get in as Craig Miles bowls to Bell Drummond, wraps him, I think, on the pad, and it's going to be a leg bye. 69 for 2. Somerset 417 for 9 against Yorkshire. Gregory eventually out for 77. Aldridge 36 not out. Dom Bess has taken 4 for 62. And Surrey 176 for 8. Trail Essex by 95. Could be a very interesting match, that. Will Jack's 48 not out is trying to hold on in there. Division 2 scores in just a moment, but Miles in once more. Short ball pulled by Denley and to the short boundary. He'll get the 4 there. Hannah Dolby gave up the chase pretty quickly. So 4 more. In Division 2, Derbyshire 46 for 1, replying to Nottinghamshire 618 for 8 declared. Lewis Rees is the man out for 24. Sussex still batting against Middlesex, 487 for 8. Pujara 199 not out. So declaration time might not be far away. And Leicestershire 236 for 4 on day 1 against Glamorgan. Hillmed 81, Kimber 68. We are Mulder 59 not out. As thick inside edge will get Denley a single in front of square. Chased and picked up by Danny Briggs. 74 for 2. 9 more overs after this before we get to tea. And interesting story in women's cricket, which I'll mention to Grace in a moment. The slightly controversial omission of Tammy Beaumont from the England Commonwealth Games squad for the T20 format. Heather Knight, the captain, has said that Beaumont lacked the aggression for the T20s. They want to be more aggressive in the power play. As Miles bowls is driven by Belle Drummond up to mid-off. Alex Davis does the fielding. End of the over. Kent 74 for 2. They lead by 14. You just sort of, your nose rippled at the thought of Tammy Beaumont not being aggressive enough there.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not too sure. You don't know what conversations are going on, do you, behind the scenes? But know Tammy quite well, obviously teammate at Lightning, and like there's no doubting she's played over 200 games for England. She's obviously one of the best players. She was ranked #1 in the world in ODIs for a while, and yeah, I mean, it's good news for us. We'll have her playing on Saturday. But yeah, no, she's certainly a very talented batter, and certainly seen her play a few shots in her time. So it's interesting, isn't it? But Brooks in and full delivery, left outside off by Denley.
It's quite a young squad. Alice Capps is in it,
Yeah,
isn't she?
yeah, it's a young squad. I thought that's what they were going for, to be honest. I didn't know, but I didn't think for a second that Tammy would be left out for any sort of ability reasons. I thought it was more of a bringing through some of the younger ones, which maybe it is to some extent, but
Yeah, and I suppose is it almost difficult to just put it down to bringing young players through when there are some older players in the squad.
yeah, and Brooks comes and good ball on the stumps and just defended into cover by Denley. Yeah, it's tough, isn't it? I mean, you've got some of the more experienced players like the likes of Catherine Brunt playing as well in the squad, and obviously a new competition, Commonwealth Games for women's cricket, you're going to want to be involved. So yeah, it's a difficult decision, but I suppose it'll be good to see some of the younger players maybe getting a bit of exposure, and I suppose as the older players do start to think about moving on with their cricket, you're going to need a few changes in the side, like we've seen Izzy Wong come in, Warwickshire girl, which has been really pleasing to see, obviously, good friend of mine. As Brooks comes in and another similar ball, this time just slightly outside off, and like the look of that one, didn't he, Henry Brooks? He just gives Denley a little look, I think.
I think but both Izzy and actually to an extent Lauren Bell at box office as well. I think they're really exciting cricketers to watch.
Yeah.
But Izzy in all fun. I mean, they haven't said they're going to do it, but you wouldn't be shocked if in one of the games in the Commonwealth Games they said to Izzy, go and open the batting. She's done that a bit this year, and it's a bit of slap a tickle when she goes in right at the top. But everything she does at 100%, doesn't she?
Yeah, it's certainly true. As Brooks comes in again, and a full ball on the stumps and kept up well by Denley, almost Yorker length, and just trickles to OHD at mid-off. And yeah, she's certainly an explosive player, you know. She's a really nice girl and works really hard, and yeah, she can certainly hit a long ball. We've seen that in the regional competition and a bit in the 100, I think, so it's exciting to see her doing well.
So we've made a test debut, and now playing in the one-day side. And she sees that opportunity, and she does give Heather Knight a different option. John, you've got sheer pace in your side.
Brooks in and short, slightly down leg, and looks like it might just flicked off Joseph Denley's hip, and good diving stop by Burgess to stop it being any sort of buys.
It's just in the strength in depth, I think, in the last few months of the England squad.
Yeah, well, I suppose Tammy being left out of a squad speaks volumes, doesn't it?
Yeah, it would have been unthinkable, wouldn't it?
Yeah, she's a player of such high quality, and yeah, it's also good to have her back in our batting lineup for Saturday.
Yeah. Final ball of Brooks over is left alone outside off stump by Bell Drummond, who's building a decent innings here. He's the top scorer in this Kent knock, 26 for him. 8 overs to go until the tea interval. So England's men have struggled a little bit more with their strength in depth in that the one-day side. I'm not saying they're looking a shadow of themselves without Owen Morgan. They just happen to have had a couple of bad results since Owen Morgan stepped aside. Clearly, he knew the moment was right, that it was time to take himself out of that game. Whether he'll carry on playing some franchise cricket, I think he's due to play in the 100, isn't he, Owen Morgan? That'll be his return to cricket as Craig Miles begins a new over. Has he got any bat on that? No, and he's going to go all the way through for 4. Anyway, it's 4 leg byes. Ian Blackwell has got his leg poised to signal. Not quite getting the line right there, Craig Miles. 78 for 2.
Yeah, just a little bit down leg side, that one. I mean, Bird just made an effort in vain, diving quite far to his left, and just seemed to carry on going, didn't it? Ended up being really quite wide once it had gone past the batter.
The wicket keepers have been kept busy this week so far. Wind is very mild today. The flags are just blowing in the breeze. Bell Drummond drives powerfully, but straight at Will Rhodes, who almost tumbles backwards as he picks that up. But in the end, he's able to gather. So effectively 18 for 2, Kent. That's the lead. Very, very nicely poised game of cricket. Mentioned earlier we might have a bit of weather at some point, Grace. If it is going to come, it might be in the next hour or so.
Doesn't look too bad, maybe slightly ominous on our right, I think.
Again, it's down leg side from Miles, and he looks down at his feet and says, well, what am I doing here? I'm putting a lot of effort into this, but I'm bowling at a line that I'm not going to get anybody out. Wasted deliveries. That said, if we are going to get some bad weather, it can't be a lot of it, because there is very little cloud around on the radar.
I reckon we'll be alright. Hopefully just miss us and we'll get in full day.
And then you can go and cook for your mum again. She'll be delighted.
Back to Loughborough tonight.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Good excuse. Miles to Bell Drummond. Oh, and he tried to drive, got an edge onto his pad, and it just went past off stump. And Craig Miles has had no fortune in this match so far. He's without a wicket, and he just leans his back, puts his head in the air, and lets out a cry of exasperation, because that was about to cannon onto Bell Drummond's middle stump, and then just missed the off stump after it tickled his foot. Nothing but bad luck for Miles so far.
Yeah, he'll be looking to pick up his first wicket of the session and help Warwickshire get into a better position.
And he's strayed onto the pads of Bell Drummond again. That'll be another leg bye. Extras have been rather prominent in this match.
One of the top run scorers, I reckon.
Well up there. Well up there. 60 odd runs for extras in this match so far. 79 for 2. Wonder whether Hannon Dolby will get another spell before the tea interval. He bowled 6 up top.
Yeah, he's bowled well, and you can't help but think if Warwickshire pick up 1, maybe even 2 wickets before tea, it turns into a very different position, you know. Sub 100 for 4, potentially.
Yeah, big half hour this, isn't it? For that very reason. Miles in. Turned towards mid-wickets. Has he got enough on that to get to the short boundary? He has. 4 more. Onto the scoreboard. And they're scored to 83 for 2. And it was it Denley who struck that? It was Denley, wasn't it? Very neatly worked it through mid-wicket. Not a great over that from Craig Miles, and it just leaves Will Rhodes with a bit of thinking to do. I think we may well see Danny Briggs before too long as the 5th bowler in this innings. But Henry Brooks, having fetched the ball, has got a long march to get back into position to bowl the next over.
That's the worst when that happens. Out on the boundary, you've had to put in a stint, running all the way around, and then you're on straight away. You're already blown before the overs even started. He's got quite a long run up as well, hasn't he, Henry Brooks? But
Takes a while to get those limbs going.
3 slips in then for Brooks as he bowls to Bell Drummond, and short ball just deflected down to the deep point fielder, and should be just one and will be just one. Danny Briggs out there doing the work.
So you won't have heard the first podcast he appeared on about 3 years ago, Henry Brooks, where we tested the theory that there's one item of food stuff that gives him the creeps and he's actually quite actively scared of. So I brought an assortment of things for him to taste. And then when it came to the one that he was afraid of, he was backing away in the studio. We had to go and hide it in another part of the studio so it didn't freak him out.
As he's in again and full ball on the stumps and defended back to him, and he takes that with his right hand. What was it?
It's in the sauce and condiment range, is what I'm going to say.
Mayonnaise.
No, and I did bring some mayonnaise. I dipped some bread in some mayonnaise. He was able to eat that.
Marmite.
I didn't try him with Marmite. No. We're looking much more saucy than that.
I don't know.
Yeah, he's got a real dread of tomato ketchup.
Now that is strange. As he comes in again and wraps Denley on. I think it might be the thigh pad. Good straight delivery, and yeah, that is odd. I've never heard that one before. In honesty,
I squirted some tomato ketchup onto a piece of bread, and he properly backed away in the studio. Ian Bell was in with him, and he was in fits of laughter because he knew that he can't be doing with tomato ketchup to such an extent that it's a phobia.
That's interesting. I mean, something that you can't really escape, I feel, in the everyday world. I mean, I'd say it's quite a prominent part of society.
But a lot of people, I think you can escape it. I think you can probably avoid ketchup.
I don't think you can. As he comes in again and short down leg, and then he thought about playing it, ended up leaving it, and Burgess cleans it up to the leg side. But if you're in a restaurant, go with some friends maybe. They're going to have some ketchup, aren't they, with the meal? There's a high chance. You can't tell them not to have it.
I think it depends what type of restaurant you're in, but yeah.
That is true.
You're not going fine dining.
Maybe he's sticking only to the 5-star places just for that reason. I'll have to ask him.
Go to a Michelin star restaurant. Can I have ketchup, please?
There's nothing wrong with that. As he comes in again and full ball outside off, left alone by Denley. Good over here from Henry Brooks. Just putting it in the right areas, asking some good questions.
So it turns out Grace Ballinger is ketchup with everything.
That is not true. It's definitely not true. I'm not against it. I do like it occasionally, but not sure. Don't think I've got any big fears of food like Henry.
No.
But
There is somebody within the staff here, and I'm not going to name names, who feels exactly the same way about mashed potato. So he was struggling a bit earlier.
final ball of the 8th over then, and good channels by Henry Brooks, and left alone pretty comfortably by Denley. 84 for 2 Kent.
It's one of the things with phobia, isn't it? You know, if people are afraid of a snake, it's kind of rational.
Yeah.
Afraid of spiders, it's a bit weird because
That's my one, that is.
Yeah, but if it's a tarantula, it's one thing. When it's a little spider, and my daughter's like, Dad, I can't go in my room, I can't go in my room. It's huge, and it's like swallowed a 1p piece.
I haven't slept in my room last 3 nights in my house because there's a daddy longlegs in the corner of my bedroom. I had to vacate into one of my flatmates' rooms who's not there at the moment.
Because of a daddy longlegs?
Yeah, well, it went down the side of my bed, and I thought I don't know where. If I could see it in the corner, I'd get someone to get rid of it. But it's the uncertainty.
And what do you think it's going to do to you?
I just don't want it near me.
Strangle you?
I just don't want it. It could crawl on me. I just don't want it near me.
I mean, they're not built to defend themselves, daddy longlegs.
I don't like them.
If you touch one of their legs, it'll fall off.
I can't say I've ever attempted
No,
it.
no, I'm not suggesting you should, because that'd be cruel. But I don't think you're in much danger for them. Hannon Dolby's going to bowl for the first time in this match from the pavilion end, and comes into Bell Drummond, who is forward, pushes at the ball out into the offside, and there's no run. So spiders, because we don't have particularly scary spiders in this country. I'm not sure that's entirely rational. I'm not great with heights. So media centre at Lords worries me. It does. Commentary box at Canterbury, not quite so much. It's only about 2 staircases up. And then Dolby striding in. Drummond trying to cut, and it goes past the outside edge. Didn't really get into position there, Drummond. Doesn't need to force the game at the moment. He's batted very nicely for his 27. And this pair have now added 41 for the third wicket. Opened up a lead of 24 runs.
They just need to stick in here for a bit, don't they? They need to try and bat till tea at least and get a bit more of a convincing lead, and they just need to bat for as long as they can at this point.
They can actually afford to park all aggression for the next 5.5 overs to see that time through. So he's back in resolute defence this time, or back to it, because he's actually coming one step forward, bat and pad close together to defend. Alan Dolby pretty much back on line straight away. Seems he's got through a fair amount of work in this match already. This well, it's only his 20th over. The grinding heat of yesterday, in which he took 6 for 40. Once took 12 wickets in a match, so he's got a long way to go to match that. With 1 wicket in the second innings so far. Drummond forward to a ball that was pretty much bang on middle stump. Turns it towards mid wicket. It's fielded by Craig Miles, and there's no run. So Hannah Dolby will get 3 overs from this end before tea. I just wonder whether we might be quite close to Danny Briggs' time at the other end. I thought he was going to stretch a thigh then, but he's trying to keep his hand dry enough.
You often do see the spinner come on, don't you, for 1 or maybe 2 overs before tea as well, and as you say, I haven't seen him yet, so if seamers don't look like they're taking wickets, could be time to see a bit of Danny Briggs. He does take wickets.
It was just a hint of turn yesterday, surprisingly. Oh, and now wrapped on the pads here, Drummond, and he's been given out LBW. That's an absolute peach of a ball from Hannah Dolby. Drummond was very carefully not looking at the umpire, because I think he knew he was going to be in trouble, and that is an important wicket to go down before tea. Drummond is out for 27, an 8th victim of the match for Ollie Hannah Dolby. A delivery that pitched on off stump, cut back a little bit, and Daniel Drummond absolutely knew that he was in trouble. 84 for 3, the lead 24.
Yeah, and once again it's Hannah Dolby that makes the breakthrough for Warwickshire. He's just gone so well. He's just so consistently putting the ball in good areas, getting it to do a bit, and yeah, it's good to see.
I think it's a sign again that other than Sam Hain, nobody has really looked fully in this match. You know, he was going pretty well, Drummond, but then when the class bowler of the Warwickshire group comes back into the attack, first over back, he's just getting the ball into those areas that ask more questions of the batsman.
Yeah, it's been going so well this year. I was saying before, I think Ollie Hannah Dolby's really quite underrated, except I think obviously a fan favourite with the Warwickshire cohort, but just every time I see him he's just so economical, and he's always taking wickets, and he's always taking wickets of good players as well, high quality players, as we've seen in the last 2 days.
42nd championship wicket of the season for Oliver Hannah Dolby. I think we consider that decent. This is such an important match as well, and he's carrying the attack on his shoulders. I think Henry Brooks has bowled pretty well in the game, but it does look different when Hannah Dolby is bowling. Jack Leaning is the new man in, and Hannah Dolby full and straight and leaning in behind it, defends it up to mid-on, end of a successful over. And here the cheers coming from the members for Ollie Hannah Dolby. They're having fielded at the far end for most of the match so far. They sort of come down this end and he'll get a good reception, but I think he's got some clothing right at the far end of the ground that he'd quite like to get hold of, or maybe he wants a jumper now. So effectively, Kent lead by 24 with 7 wickets remaining. I'll say effectively, but it's a fact, isn't it? It's a statistical fact.
Can't argue with that. Ripple of applause again, as you say, for Ollie Hannah Dolby as he comes down here to fine leg as Henry Brooks runs in, 3 slips in for Joe Denley. Bowls a good full ball asking questions, and that's driven beautifully by Joe Denley, and will run away for 4 just straight past the stumps. And it's not a bad ball from Henry Brooks, but it's a high quality shot from Joe Denley there. Yeah,
it wasn't a full half volley, it's just really well judged. It even offered to move a little bit off the seam, that. But beautiful strike from Denley. And now becomes the senior player out there. There's plenty of batting in this side, of course. Cox and Billings still to come. We saw Matt Henry knocking the ball around yesterday. They will feel that they want to get up to at least 250, 260 here, Kent, in this second innings.
So Brooks bowls again, slightly shorter this time, good length, and Denley can do little more than drive. It's mid-on for a dot.
Alan Dolby finding himself a towel down below. We haven't needed to get the umbrella out for him today.
He's got a little cool box down there, it looks like. Some water. He's got one over there as well on the other side of the pitch.
He's getting some messages from Will Rhodes as well. Don't know what that's about.
Brooks in again, straight ball. Kind of just driven quite square into the gap at cover, and then he runs to the other end. Kent 89 for 3.
I think they want a helmet, so whether it's for Michael Burgess or whether it's for a short leg. I think that was the message that Will Rhodes was trying to get via Ollie Hannon Dolby to the Bears balcony. It's odd when a batsman comes out with a jumper on so you can't see their number, because
Yes.
it gets so used to it.
Odd. Brooks in again, first ball, good ball. Just evades the outside edge and through to Michael Burgess. Yeah, they're quite like the old-fashioned woolly jumpers. I do.
The cable knit ones.
Yeah, I like those ones, but obviously they don't have the name and number on, which I think is kind of excusable, but I don't know why that one hasn't got the name and number on, really. Just looks like
They haven't got them on their jumpers.
just looks like a plain shirt though, doesn't it? Because he's got the
Yeah.
sleeveless one on. Well, it looks like I can't see any sleeves, so. Brooks in again. Oof, and that is a really good ball. Brooks stands and looks as it is played and missed. Just evades the outside edge again, and looks like he's just getting a bit of movement there, Brooks.
Yeah, a little bit off the seam.
He's going well. He's been a bit unfortunate, I think, not to pick up a wicket this innings, and obviously kind of just holding the end up while Hannon Dolby's done well, but yeah, he'll be looking to pick some up. Just shy of 9 overs, he's gone for just 18 runs, so he's bowled quite tidily here, Henry Brooks. Fourth slip now in play for the final ball of his over. Full outside off and left alone. Good over. Kent 89 for 3.
Yeah, I think he was trying to bowl that a bit straighter, Henry Brooks. And again, bit of movement off the seam, bit of movement through the air after the ball's gone past the stumps, but not quite so much before it gets to the batsman. Big 4 overs these. Kent need no more mishaps. A 4th wicket before the interval and the Bears would be very much back on top in the game. But it's just very indicative that it's a different game when Hannon Dolby is bowling. A lid has been brought out, and I fancy it's more of an indication of the likelihood that Danny Briggs will have a couple of overs from the Birmingham end. I think we're going to see that with a short leg in. I don't think Burgess is going to stand up to Handolby for Denley or leaning. Denley on strike on 18. Hannon Dolby digs one in short of an length, and the batsman lets it go by. He actually had taken a couple of steps down the wicket there, so that means he will now come up to the stumps and put the helmet on. That's again, they've used this tactic very effectively in this match. They've used it for Zach Crawley. Now they're using it for Denley. If he's trying to negate any movement that Hannon Dolby's getting by coming 2 steps down the wicket, then they'll force him back into the crease.
Yeah, it's very good, and Burgess a very handy keeper, so definitely has the ability to stand up to Hannon Dolby.
That's where he is now, and driving is Denley, and it's cleanly snared in his follow-through by Hannon Dolby, who then threatens an underarm effort at the stumps, doesn't let go of the ball. And Denley goes for a walkabout and a bit of gardening.
I was actually speaking to my dad, because he used to be a keeper last night, about standing up to seam bowlers, and I think Hannon Dolby would be quite an easy one to stand up to. because he's just so consistent. He doesn't often spray a wild one, does he, down leg side, or you kind of know where it's going.
In there to bowl. I thought he'd get on down the leg side just to spite you, but he didn't. It was arrowed in towards middle and leg, and off the thick inside edge it goes to mid-wicket off the bat of Denley, and there's no run. There was a memorable leg side stumping by Burgess off Hannon Dolby last year. I say memorable, I can't remember who the batsman was, and it's driving me mad. I said to Ollie, was that planned? He said no, it's just a great piece of wicket keeping. Obviously planned for him to stand up, but not planned to try and get the batsman overbalancing to a ball down the leg side, which spinners do sometimes, don't they? Might deliberately sacrifice a wide for a chance at a stumping. This is driven through a square mid-wicket for a single. Denley to 19, 90 for 3. Couple of balls left in the over, and Hannon Dolby, I don't think he'd be too disappointed if he gets the chance to bowl those deliveries to Jack Leaney. Chris Benjamin is going to put the helmet on, so the helmet comes off the head of Michael Burgess and onto that of Chris Benjamin, who has inherited short leg from a sore-backed Sam Hain, I think. Benjamin, one of 3 wicket keepers in the Bears team. Given that there are 3 wicket keepers in the Bears team, it's a bit curious that Craig Miles kept wicket for the final session against Northamptonshire a couple of weeks back.
Yeah, I did see that. It's interesting decision, but he didn't look too bad.
He did okay. Leaning forward and walking into that defensive shot, plays it up to mid-on, and there's no run. He got himself a catch. I don't suppose it'll ever look right in the record books. It'll never be known in the record books that one of his catches was as a wicket keeper. He really needed a stumping in order to pull it off. He did try a couple of stumpings when Will Rhodes was bowling off breaks.
Wouldn't have been good if he would have broken a finger though, would it?
No, there was some debate as to whether it had been wise for one of your main bowlers to keep wicket, even against medium pace. As well, I think Leaning's probably had a little nibble at that ball from Hannon Dolby. He wants to withdraw the bat at the end, but 3 overs till tea, 90 for 3. Kent, and they lead by 30. 35 overs left in the day. So we're looking at a finish around 20 past 6, which, if nothing else, is an hour earlier than yesterday. Not that it rankles. We start getting the messages from home. Tell us when you're leaving. We'll put the tea up. Tell us when you're leaving.
Is home far away from here for you?
No, not far.
So Brooks comes in and short ball on the leg side, and there's a big gap in the mid-wicket region, so they will get 2. Joe Denley, they could get 3 as Alex Davis comes, and they will take the 3rd run, and ends up being a relatively comfortable 3rd run, despite Alex Davis's best efforts. And yeah, good in there, and 3 off the first ball.
Yeah, Charlotte sensed the opportunity to get through for 3. Denley now into the 20s, and you start to think that batsmen are getting settled in this match, and that's when things tend to go wrong. They get the one good ball. There's always been that one good ball available that's going to wipe you out for most players in this game. Haynes 99, 50 runs on from what anybody else has achieved.
4 slips in then for Leaning, but again Henry Brooks goes 2 straight and runs away into the mid-wicket region. It's a long boundary out there, so it will not race away for 4, but they will comfortably get 3 in it. Looks like he might have just tripped up a little bit there, Henry Brooks. I don't know what happened. He didn't quite hit the floor, but
there was a stumble, a little bit of a shake of the right leg.
He often stumbles in his follow-through, doesn't he? Maybe when he's trying to get it through a bit more. I think I've seen it a couple of times. But he's alright. He's back at the end of his markers. Leaning adjusts his thigh pad, it looks like, at the non-striker's end. Yeah,
it's not a view the spectators want to pay extra for, but nonetheless, clearly needs doing. I think running 6 a pair of threes in the last 2 balls has got his thigh pad out of sync. You can tell he's not an international batsman because he actually had to lean his bat against the stumps. He couldn't just find that perfect balance point that Joe Root seems to have discovered with his bat.
Brooks into Denley and goes for the short ball, and Denley attempts to play it, but just hits it off his bat and trickles down. It could have easily actually ended up hitting the stumps, but it doesn't. And good from Henry Brooks. I mean, he's got the 2 men out there, deep square and long leg.
He's wanted to take on the short ball as Denley, and he's not been very convincing against it so far. As Leaning is readjusting his garments again. So he got somebody else's thigh pad on or something.
Brooks in again, Fuller this time, and half convincing cover drive from Denley, and just runs away to mid-off. He thinks about taking a quick single, but is sent back. It's gone pretty defensive here, Denley. I mean, understandably so, when just over 2 overs left till tea, he'll want to still be there. With Kent only 3 down, so he's just gone into his shell slightly. 22 not out off 40 deliveries.
Right, he did try the pull at the previous ball, so
That is true.
just seems he can't resist that one.
Bit shorter and left alone outside off by Denley.
That's a nice length from Brooks. That's the sort of area that's given a lot of batsmen problems here this week. It's
Yeah,
like
it's-
sweet spot that Saini has managed to hit.
Yeah, it's good length, isn't it? Slightly back of a length, and definitely brings the slips into play, and Burgess, of course.
We'll be updating listeners to BBC CWR in a moment.
Brooks in again, final ball is over, left, outside, off.
Closing in on tea at Edgbaston on day 2. Kent on 96 for 3 in their second innings, trail Warwickshire by 36 runs. The Bears have kept Kent under pressure. The return of Ollie Hannon-Dolby has led to the most recent breakthrough, trapping Daniel Bell-Drummond LBW for 27. 2 wickets for Hannon-Dolby, 1 for Will Rhodes. Joe Denley is on 22, with him Jack Leaning on 3. Not easy for batting out there. Kent on 96 for 3, lead by 36. Some entertaining jingles, some things you hear in news bulletins. Apparently, an American university potentially offering a qualification in Harry Styles. Well, there we go.
You can do all sorts today at university, can't you?
And Dolby in to start new over. Bowls fairly full outside off stump, left alone. Goes through to the wicket keeper. Where was he born, Harry Styles? Come on, show you Harry Styles' knowledge.
Manchester?
No. No,
You do know?
much nearer to here.
I don't know.
Redditch.
Wow, really?
Born in Redditch.
How did you know that?
I've got my qualification in Harry Styles, haven't I?
You're the lecturer.
Yeah. All I learnt from him at one day going to a concert. As Alan Dolby bowls again. It's a leaning, turn towards mid-wicket. And there's no run. It was very good, the concert.
Yeah, he's good. I like Harry
Yeah.
Styles, but just don't. He is from Manchester, though, isn't he?
He's lived most of his life just outside Manchester, sort of Cheshire. Yeah.
Got a big fan over here. Do you like the other members of One Direction, or
Well, not as
just Harry?
much. Not as much. You know.
Exclusively Harry fan?
No, I wouldn't have dressed up in a pink cowboy hat for any of them, apart from Harry. True story.
Interesting.
Yeah. That's what you do for your daughter, isn't it, in life? You join in. And Dolby draws, leaning forward in defence. Back into his follow-through, picks up.
Don't pretend it was for your daughter.
Well, she was there. To be fair, if you didn't dress up to go to his gig, you'd look like the odd one out.
Really?
Because virtually everybody was in pink. A lot of feathers around.
He's quite extravagant, isn't he? He's quite.
He is, yeah.
Quite well dressed, there, Harry.
He likes it. He likes a bit of fashion. I bought a T-shirt with a watermelon on it.
That's
fit
nice.
in
Very
as well.
topical, yeah.
It's a nice
That's
touch.
good, yeah, that is a nice touch. I'm sure he appreciated that.
Well, luckily, he would have been. I was 150 yards away. Could have been much further back without being out the stadium. Alan Dolby full on off stump, pushing forward in defence is leaning. He's got a short leg, a short mid-wicket and a short extra cover at the moment, just to add some pressure in this penultimate over before the tea interval. So you're not wishing you were there then?
No, I do like Harry Styles quite a lot. I am quite a big fan. I'm not really a massive concert goer, I must say, but I'm a Harry Styles fan.
I didn't much enjoy the support act.
Who was the support act?
Mitski was the support. I didn't much enjoy Mitski. Not my taste. Full onto the pads of Leaning, driven up to mid-on, picked up by Will Rhodes. I was sort of disappointed because when he goes to Australia, the support of Wet Leg, who are a really fun band who've had a big breakthrough in the last 18 months. And I would have much more enjoyed that set than Mitski. You don't know what to do with yourself when you're at a gig and the support act ain't very good, or just isn't what you enjoy.
It's not much you can do really, is there? You just gotta crack on. Gotta let them crack on.
Don't play Scrabble on your phone, that's a bad look apparently. And Dolby in to complete the over, and it's guided very neatly down towards third man by Leaning. It's not going to race away though. Sam Hain, well, for all that we didn't think he was quite himself earlier, he's brought out the slide there to field it, so he's obviously in much better order now. 98 for 3, 1 over to go before tea. Ben's come back for his pick and mix. We'll hear more from him after the tea interval, no doubt. And Danny Briggs is going to, instead of the traditional 1 over before lunch, he's going to have the traditional 1 over before tea.
Yeah, first spin we've seen all day, won't it?
Yeah. Did take a wicket in the first innings.
Did he got the number 11 Quinn out for 1, caught by Craig Miles.
There you go.
There's that 1 wicket.
Was it mid-off? I think he was at mid-off Craig Miles at the time. We're going to be what? We're going to be just after 10 past for the tea interval. So we'll be resuming about 4:30. 32 overs to go, so just after 6:30 we'll get to close of play today.
1 slip in then for Danny Briggs in his first ball, which is left outside off. Looked like he got a bit of turn there, Danny Briggs, and
it's definitely gripping a bit, isn't it? It was from well outside off stump, so not in an area that would hurt the batsman.
Goes straight at this time and slightly flatter, and that's defended by Denley straight back to him. Denley will be happy just to see this over through and be there for after tea.
And it wasn't quite a spear, was it? But it was quicker and angled in.
In again, and this time slower and fuller and driven, diving stop by Briggs to try and stop the single, but tips off his hand and runs out to the kind of in the middle, not quite mid off, not quite long off, and Denley takes a single, moves on to 23.
He doesn't want too many misfields with his left hand, Danny Briggs, because he split the webbing earlier in the season, which is not a whole lot of fun.
No, it happened to a girl in my team last week actually. Looked pretty painful. He comes in again flatter, just leaning on the front foot, defending it into the offside region.
He did miss a bit of cricket, including a game at Northants and 1 or 2 T20s as well. I think it was just the 1. Will Rhodes is going to go into second slip now. Give him a bit of support and maybe put the thought in Jack Leaning's mind that the ball's doing a bit more than it is.
Another ball full on the stumps, and Leaning just comes forward and pats it back to him. 1 ball left then before tea. Can Danny Briggs get Kent 99 for 4 before tea? He's got 1 ball to do it. He comes in and again, not the most threatening of deliveries, just darted into the middle stumps and defended back, and that concludes the second session of the day, and 99 for 3 Kent.
Yeah, so Kent 39 runs in front, 7 wickets standing. Really important evening session to come. It's been a day of high intensity, not a huge number of runs along the way. And other than Sam Hain, and he batted with remarkable caution earlier today before getting out for 99. Nobody has looked entirely comfortable. Ollie Hannon Dolby will presumably continue his spell after tea for another 3 or 4 overs. That could be the real key to the evening session. If Kent can see that off, then they can start to build a big lead. What would Warwickshire be happy chasing? I don't think they want it to go over 200. for sure, particularly against the quality of this Kent attack. So plenty more interest in what remains of day 2. We'll be back with you very shortly. Kent 99 for 3. They lead by 39. Welcome back to Edgbaston final session on day 2 of this LV County Championship Division 1 game. Still, as we seem to say at the start of every session, really interestingly poised. Kent 99 for 3, they lead by just 39. So you'd say largely that Warwickshire might believe they're slightly on top. That said, that no real sign of this surface getting any easier to bat on. 160 to 200 might be a very tough target as the ball is driven by Denley up towards mid-on, and there's no run. An update listeners to BBC CWR in a second. Helen Dolby, 2 of the 3 wickets. Yeah, we're just resuming after tea with Kent 99 for 3. Joe Denley on 23, Jack leading on 5. Ollie Hannon Dolby in the attack, who's taken 2 wickets in the second innings to add to the 6 that he got in the first. Nice catch from Dan Mosley at third slip to dispose of Ben Compton for 5. And Daniel Bell Drummond trapped LBW, a ball that cut back for 27. Zach Crawley had looked in very good nick. He'd made 25 before he holed out, very carefully placed short mid-wicket. Mosley with the catch off the bowling of Will Rhodes. The Bears will want to chase as small a target as possible on a surface that hasn't got a lot easier to bat on. 99 for 3, Kent, they lead by 39. That's the update done for BBC CWR as Hannah Dolby moves in again. Oh, what a thick inside edge from Denley. Up by the tips of his gloves as well. Goes into the leg side. It's picked up there by Briggs. And there's no run. 2 slips in. Again, they've got the wicketkeeper Michael Burgess standing up to the stumps to try and prevent Denley from wandering down the wicket to try and negate the swing. Hannon Dolby with a little hop and a skip at the start of his run-up. Comes in from the pavilion end, forces Denley onto the back foot, guides it into the leg side. And there's no run. Playing in most of the games around the country now. Hampshire 374 for 5 against Gloucestershire in a game that has lost a little bit to the weather. Of course, they're due 104 overs there today. James Vince on 79 and Irene Donald 24. Donald is a bit of a quick scorer. Lancashire all out for 132 at Northampton, a first innings deficit of 103. Jack White 5 for 14. A couple of wickets at the end for Rob Keogh. So Northamptonshire pushing for a second straight win. Dolby approaches once more. Denley driving past Hannon Dolby, but not past a sprawling Alex Davis, who spills it towards Will Rhodes, and there's no run. Yorkshire replying to Somerset's 424 all out. Are 35 for 1. Adam Lythe, the man out for 13. Jack Brooks with the wicket. Surrey 197 for 8 in their first innings, still 74 behind Essex. Digging deep though, Will Jack 65 not out. Kimar Roach has 6 in a stand worth 30. Second new ball is due there. You would see 3 scores in Division 2 in just a moment. As off the back foot, Denley hammers it into the ground and it bounces up to Mosley at backward point, and there's no run. Maiden over. In Division 2, Derbyshire 79 for 2, replying to Nottinghamshire 618 for 8 declared. Middlesex 4 without loss. That's after Sussex in the end made 523. Cheteshwar Pujara, the last man out, for 231. Made himself a day. Leicestershire on the opening day of their game against Glamorgan, 278 for 5. Half centuries for Kimber, Hill, and for Wian Mulder, who is 81 not out. A couple of wickets for Michael Hogan. Ben Watts comes in alongside me.
Hello, hello.
Ready to watch another fascinating session. It's not dull, is it? It's, what is it you were saying yesterday? A quick game's a good game?
Yeah. Sometimes it can be, can't it? And especially after some of the flower wickets that we've seen, some of the cricket on this season. Yeah, it's good for runs and for batting averages and supposedly for the test team. But this is, you know, an even contest, isn't it? Feels like it's a game of cricket between 2 similarly matched sides, as this one's left alone by leaning outside the off stump from Craig Miles. 165 playing 225. Kent know that they probably need to get around that Warwickshire first innings total, if not slightly more, to give themselves the best chance of bowling Warwickshire out, winning the game. They're going to have to find a way to get Sam Hain out in that second innings, as well as the rest. But Hain, that 99 he made earlier on today, looking particularly good as Leaning lets this one go outside the off stump. Doesn't feel like the short boundary has been as much of a feature today compared to yesterday when Matt Henry was batting and eyeing it up. Spoke to him last night, said it was always nice to get the green light to have a little bit of a swing. Enjoying being back in the Kent camp as well after COVID delaying his return as an overseas. And there was a potential for him to come back sooner, which was ruined in that sense. This one's left alone again by Jack Leaning.
I think it was the best tactic yesterday for him to have a dart at the time that he came in. I think, you know, if he tried to play within himself, he probably wouldn't have made 34.
Suits his style of cricket, the way he likes to bat. Sometimes clear that front leg, swing the arms, eyed up a short boundary, a couple of big sixes. Hooked one for 6 as well to the longer boundary. As Miles is in again, bowling to Jack Leaning, has that high back lift. And then lets it go outside the off stump. 99 for 3 then, so still at this stage, maybe Warwickshire fractionally in front, if you effectively call it 30 whatever for 3.
30 whatever?
30 whatever.
What, 99 minus 60?
39 for 3, there you go.
There you go. So I went a bit parental then.
Yeah, my mental maths has gone downhill since school. So this one's left alone outside the off stump. It's normally too readily available on a screen. Don't have to work it out in my head.
So that's it. You become mentally lazy if you're not careful.
Yeah, I know. I'm definitely in that category.
You find that with like people who work in accounts or whatever, in finance.
Should get the calculator.
They use their calculator for everything,
Yeah.
or the numbers on their keyboard. And as a result, even a simple sum, they're reaching. You think, hold on, shouldn't need it for that.
Leaning, waiting. Let's this one go once more. So end of the over for Miles, number 20 for him from 7 overs in this second innings, 99 for 3. Yeah, earlier on I convinced myself, I was doing a tweet and at this point Warwickshire were leading by 32. I think it was when Saini took his 5th wicket possibly. And I'd read two different scorecards that were saying the lead was 32 and I was like, nah, surely it's 34. But I was getting confused. I was confusing myself because I think it was 197 for 9 at that point. And I was getting confused between the 9 and the 7. See, this is why I use a calculator.
Oh dear.
Because get mental maths, simple mental maths wrong.
Alan Dolby has definitely got 8 wickets in the match. I think we can both come up with that sum as he gets through the defences of Joe Denley. May have been a bit of a nick through to the pad on that. There's sort of a little request from Alan Dolby at the end of a very much stifled appeal. He's standing there and quizzically says to Ian Blackwell, how was that? No, it's all right then. And off he trudges. He has made batting look difficult when he's been in the attack generally, Alan Dolby. The odd boundary off him, but other than that tends to be testing the batsman. That's a good leave from Denley, who even turns his back on it on the swivel as it goes through to Michael Burgess. Be another interesting day for end of day interviewee. Will Sam Hain come and talk about 99?
Yeah,
Probably.
Yeah, I reckon so.
Probably. But only 31 of those were scored today. For Kent, obviously you've got your difficulty with Navdeep Seni, who's only just arrived, and Alan Dolby bowls. He's guided down to third man, that'll be 4. That's very nicely played by Denley. Just use the pace of the ball Takes him to 27, 103 for 3. But yeah, he hasn't got a lot of English, Senny, but I think you're going to find out how much, aren't you, today?
Or I speak to Sam Billings, who took 7 catches.
Oh, 7 catches is good, yeah.
And then I get him to talk about Senny.
Yeah, that could be the way around it.
That was my plan.
When did a Kent keeper last take 7 catches?
Good question. I think it was Sam Billings.
Oh, okay.
Against Worcestershire in 2016, Matt Cole was telling me earlier. And then the best is Steve Marsh v Middlesex in 1991. And he got 8.
8? That would have been a good seam attack in 1991.
But it was only those two who have got more than 6.
Left alone outside off stump by Denley.
I remember Ollie Robinson getting a 6 before. He's obviously here as the 12th man. But yeah, a couple of good ones in there for Billings too. See, I suppose as captain of the team, he's used to doing the end of game post-mortem, so it might be nice for him to talk about a personal accolade that's not scoring runs, but his glove work.
You do feel for certain people who get interviewed more often than anything else for it's a bad day, or who do we turn to? As this is clipped to mid-wicket by Denley for a single. There's a boundary rider out there. Henry Brooks. Denley to 28, 104 for 3.
See, I think I've... Well, speaking to Matt Walker after the game against Gloucestershire that they won a few weeks ago, it very much was a case of, you know, so few times do we... Well, Kent won this season for one, but often if they do win, you then speak to someone who had a good game rather than the coach. He normally just gets the brunt of it when they lose.
And Dolby sprinting in once more to Leaning, who's forward watchfully defends out into the offside end of the over. 104 for 3. Kent lead by 44. 30 overs left in the day. And one of these two teams, you think is going to win the game, because can't see this being a draw without the weather seriously affecting it. Really important match in the lower reaches of the table. It's assumed there'll be 2 teams going down this year. There's all sorts of chatter about what might be happening to the county championship, but you absolutely have to assume that it is going to be. And if Northants end up beating Lancashire this week and getting another victory, then it all gets a little bit serious down there.
Looking good for it at the minute. Here comes Craig Mars, continuing from the City end of the ground, the Birmingham end, but not the Birmingham City.
I've got the innings in which Marsh took 8 catches.
Oh yeah.
Just looking at the bowling attack. Martin McCaig, Tony Merrick, who had a spell here, West Indian. Richard Davis, who had a spell here. Chris Penn and Richard Ellison, who came on as the 5th bowler used and took 4 for 39. There were 2 other catches, one for Neil Taylor and one for a substitute fielder.
Oh, Mr. Paul Farbrace in the Middlesex team.
Ah, yes.
Who's, of course, now Kent's director of cricket. As this one's angled away into the gully, having stopped by Mosley.
The catch is dismissed. Ian Hutchison, Michael Rosebery, Mike Gatting, Mark Ramprakash, Neil Williams, who played Test cricket briefly for England, Paul Farbrace, and then Taylor and Gus Fraser.
Nice. Subfielder getting involved as well.
Subfielder getting involved. And first innings lead Middlesex got off 3, and then Kent got 345 for 7 declared in the second innings. Couldn't force a victory. One more catch for Steve Marsh. 9 wickets in the match for Richard Ellison.
Short ball hooked away by Denley. Out towards deep square leg for a single. Alex Davis is out there. Gets through for a single to take him on to 29. That was quick from the scoreboard. 105 for 3.
It's a good Kent side, that, isn't it? Taylor, Benson, Trevor Ward, the 2 Cowdreys, Ellison, Marsh, Davis, McCaig, Penn and Merrick.
Yeah, it's not bad.
Good side, that. So Tony Merrick bat as a pinch hitter before it was trendy in a Sunday League game here for the Bears, and score of 50 batting at 3. Could hit a long ball.
Leading in behind this one from Miles, defending into the covers.
a man with massive shoulders. There was that West game against one of the minor counties, and if he'd bowled full bore, it would have been frightening. But he was coming off about 5 paces and still sending the ball hurtling down because of the size of the shoulder.
Jack Leaning, the man on the strike, as Miles looks to complete the over. One more to go after that bouncer. Just looking at some of the scores elsewhere. Did you see the clip of Jack Leaning hitting a reverse for 6? Reverse sweep for 6.
No.
Got 16, but 6 of those came with one reverse sweep scoring shot, which I can't say I've ever seen Jack Leaning play too many times. Jack Leaning, Jack Leach.
Ah, see, that's what you throw. You throw me with that.
I've said the wrong name, haven't I? Jack Leach.
I'm like, you have to be properly confused. But understandably, I think.
I've confused myself. Leaning on strike. He's bowled by Craig Miles off stump. He's got through the defence of Jack Leaning, and he departs for just 5. Peculiar from the batter, really, to be beaten in that fashion, but Craig Miles celebrates with his Warwickshire teammates, and that feels like a big scalp. Because if this partnership went on for any length of time, these two would have had the potential to turn the game Kent's way, but the lead just 45, and now Kent find themselves 4 down. It's in the replay, or
it's done a bit. It's done a bit. That as it's pitched on middle and off and hit off.
Well, I wondered why. You know, it's not often that Jack Leaning would just miss a straight one. We're down at fine leg, so we weren't able to see this at first glance.
In an ideal world, this would work a lot more effectively, and I'll be able to show you the replay, and it would all happen really seamlessly. But let me try and get back to basics here. You'll get the replay in a moment.
Yeah, there we go.
Me and technology, we like to have a constant battle. But yeah, for me, that's pitched on middle and off and hit off. It's a perler from Craig Miles, and he really let out. And that was the replay. He really let out a bit of a blast there, because he's not had an awful lot of joy in this match. Had a bit of bad luck, so I'd be delighted with that breakthrough. It's an unlucky number in this match. It's 5, isn't it?
Yeah, a lot of 5s.
That's the 5th batsman to get out for 5.
Compton earlier on, now Leaning. So seeing that replay now. Oh, hello. That's an absolute beaut.
There's not a lot you can do if something like that comes with your name on.
Oh. Just that late movement. Doing for Leaning.
And that was the final ball of the over, so it's Hannon Dolby into Denley, who steers the ball down towards third man. There is a third man. It doesn't reach him because Sam Hain has chased across to get to the ball. 106 for 4. You know, it does feel like a significant moment in the game, but still Cox, still Billings. I mean, we've got Sam Billings batting at 7. You feel you've got some really serious depth in your batting order. But effectively 46 for 4.
Hello to Kent fans and to Nikki Chowdhury, who's making her way up the motorway in the hope of seeing a good amount of cricket tomorrow.
Alan Dolby's first ball to Cox. He leaves alone with a bit of an extravagant wave of the bat. Goes through to the wicket keeper.
Don't think we're going to be here on day 4 though.
Not without some meteorological assistance. Oh gosh, I have now seen Jack Leach's switch hit for 6. It is quite something, very vigorous. And Dolby stabbed into the offside by Cox. Davis in to do the fielding. And there's no run. He's usually fairly passive with the bat, Leach. Though came close to a Test match 100 in that Extraordinary Lord's Test against Ireland.
Perhaps more famously known for his one not out in the
Yeah.
Headingley game.
Which was an innings of Oliver Hannon's Dolby-style circumspection. Surrey are having a good little recovery. 225 for 8 against Essex. Second new ball's been taken. Will Jack 71 not out. Kamar Roach 22 not out. They've added 58. It's going to end up very 1-1 after one innings, that particular match, I think, but with all sorts of twists and turns along the way.
Surrey keep finding different number 10s that can bat this season, don't they?
Yes,
Did Jordan Clark get a ton from number 10, I think, earlier in the season?
Although quite what he was doing batting at 10.
Well, exactly.
I think they've got through a fair few seamers in the season as well. There's not been that much consistency of selection.
A few injuries.
And Dolby full forward nicely as Cox hits it down into the ground and it bounces up high enough to go over. And Dolby, which is no mean feat. Encouragement from Danny Briggs and Will Rhodes, who are at mid-on and mid-off. Three-man slip cordon. Deep square leg for the shorter ball. Danny Briggs is really very straight at mid-on for a professional match anyway. Just riding the bounces, Cox steers it to point. Chris Benjamin picks up. One ball left in the over. Conditions for batting don't look too bad. The floodlights have been on all day. They wouldn't be switched on now if they hadn't been already switched on, if you see what I mean.
Good point.
Because the cloud is pretty high and the reflex of blue coming through above us.
We are Leaning and Denley are probably thinking that this is not far off the best time in the game to bat, with the ball getting that little bit older, and then Leaning gets that one from Miles that's done a bit late.
Yeah, just finishing its 36 over this ball. It's going to be pulled to the fence and Cox gets off the mark with a rather nice 4 through straight mid-wicket. 110 for 4 and the lead exactly 50.
Yeah, that's not a bad shot when you're a naught. To pick up length that well and smash it through mid-wicket. It's obviously gone to the short boundary, but even if it was going to the long one, it would have gone for 4. So Cox trying to pick up where he left off with his 48 in the first innings, where he top scored for Kent. And was Kent's best batter, really. Billings got 33 and 34 for Matt Henry. But a couple of leading edges from Billings. He was a bit streaky at times, and then Henry chanced his arm. So Cox, the closest anyone's come to being as good as Sam Hain out there in this game, as Denley pushes this one out towards deep point for a single. Start of the next over from Miles. The only thing I would say is for Jack Leaning is he maybe just got stuck on the crease a little bit. Didn't quite get forward enough.
I think he was doing all right until you broke his concentration by saying that he did a reverse paddle for 6.
That's what it was, wasn't it?
Yeah, he was out there confused.
He was like, what? What did I do?
What's Ben said?
Yeah, Jack Leach.
I started thinking, well, I missed it. What happened?
Jordan Cox on strike. Lets this one go through to the keeper. He's got one of the short sleeve extra layers on, so you can't see his number on the back of his shirt at the moment. Umpire Goss just scratching away at the front line at the far end.
So will they bring out the cable knits next week?
Oh, yeah, I mean Manchester could be cold enough.
Yeah, the ceremonial return of cable knits to the Kent team.
Cox facing up to Miles. Softly defending into the covers this time. 111 for 4.
Is that you or Matt next week?
It is Matt.
Is it strict rotation you go by?
Not a strict one, but a rotation nonetheless.
A negotiated rotation.
Yeah. Well, the last year I think he got pinged when he went to the hotel at the ground at Old Trafford.
Oh dear.
So hopefully he gets through it unscathed this week, or next week, rather. Short ball pulled away by Cox, beats the fielder at mid-wicket. Might not go all the way. It's slowly making its way to the rope, and just in the end has enough pace to go all the way to the boundary. So second pull stroke hit for 4 by Cox. Moves the Kent score onto 115 for 4.
Yeah, nothing wrong with a bit of positive intent here. Otherwise you are in danger of just waiting for your own demise, because the bowlers have been kept in the game by a sporting surface. There's nothing wrong with it. It's just got that little bit more grass that gives the bowlers more to work with, and there has been a bit of movement through the air. Cox has come out with a positive mindset.
Driven away by Cox out towards mid-off. Slightly over-pitched by Miles, but out towards the fielder. No run on that occasion. Bit of chatter from the slip cordon. Dom Sibley there at first. Don't feel like I've said his name very much in this game.
Well, he wasn't out there long with the bat, and he's been rather nicely hidden away at first slip most of the time.
Most of the catches have gone to third or fourth, or the keeper, as this one's defended away by Cox. Cover does the tidying up. It's the end of the over. That Kent lead 55 here on BBC WM, commentary in Warwickshire, BBC Radio Kent and BBC Sport Online. Richard Wilford, Ben Watts. We'll get Grace Ballinger back in a moment's time.
Well, it's my break after 5 in a bit, after you've done your BBC Radio Kent thing. I've never stayed on the ground at Old Trafford. I've done it at Southampton, but I did a couple of days of the match at Old Trafford earlier this season for Warwickshire, and I was staying in that rather man-made monstrosity that is Media City. It's a very odd place. You feel a little bit like you're in some sort of strange modernistic movie.
Yeah,
when you're
I can see that
around Media City. Hannon Dolby to continue, bowling to Denley off the back foot, thinks about a quick single, but very quickly around from cover was Benjamin. After a bit of a yes-no interlude, he threw it into Burgess, who then lobbed it back to Hannon Dolby, who was facing in the other direction, and then had to duck in case the ball hit him on the head.
I don't think Cox was ever particularly interested. It was Denley who defended it, set off, and then ended up doing a bit of a semicircle and coming back again. Like a U-turn at a roundabout from Denley. All the traffic lights in the middle of Birmingham.
And Dolby, slower ball, clipped through mid-wicket, and with sufficient timing to go for 4. Nicely played by Denley. There was some interest from Warwickshire because of that short mid-wicket, a position that's already claimed the scalp of Zach Crawley. But Denley got his angles absolutely right and helps himself to 4 more. He's to 35. It's becoming an important innings, this, from Joe Denley, giving Kent the sort of anchor that Sam Hain provided for Warwickshire in their first innings. 119 for 4.
Yeah, he hit one shortly after Crawley got out through that area, all along the ground, and it was almost like, right, that's how Zach should have done it, but that was a little bit too similar to the one that went straight to the man.
And I'll be driven by Denley. Nice bent elbow. He shows the bowler, but it won't get past Will Rhodes. He's having a stretch there, which I don't think is an indication of soreness as much as I think it might be an indication that he'll be bowling before too long. Dom Sibley's doing some stretching at first slip, which is most definitely not an indication that he'll be bowling before too long. Don't think he'll bowl another ball for Warwickshire before he's moved back to Surrey. So he's parked that part of his career, bowling. And Dolby just outside off stump, pushing forward Denley, again interested in whether there might be a quick single, but rapidly realised that Alex Davis was coming in with some haste.
He did actually used to do it a bit occasionally, didn't he? What did he bowl?
Leg breaks. Kumble style, not in quality, but in style of delivery.
Yeah.
And that's some success, particularly in T20 cricket, where he could be regarded as an all-rounder. Because he's perfectly capable of scoring very briskly in that form of the game, curiously enough. He stands at first slip as Hannon Dolby approaches. That's gone through the hands of Michael Burgess. along the deck to Hayne at second slip. One more ball left in the over. This will be the end of Hannon Dolby's 13th. Either side of tee, he's bowled 7 overs, so he may be close to the end of business for this spell. Maybe to re-emerge sometime around the last half hour of play, would be my guess. And when he comes out the attack, it generally means the threat lessens as well. Bowls now to Denley, who leaves it alone outside off stump. End of the over, 119 for 4 with Denley 35 and Cox 8. And Ben is going to make way. Grace will come in, and then Ben will return after the fine people of Kent have heard about their team's progress. One set out, another set in. There we go. We're trying to make the changeover as slickly as possible, but you know, when there are cables all over the box, it's not always easy. Grace Ballinger back with us, and Craig Miles to continue the attack. Grace. Oh, and a short ball. It's top edge by Cox, and it's going to go all the way down towards the rope here, and it just carries the rope for 6. There's a top edge that was always going to be too fine for Hannon Dolby down at long leg, but it was a miscue from Cox. He goes to 14, 125 for 4.
Yeah, a bit of luck there from Cox. I mean, you've got someone out there at Hannon Dolby at long leg, and they've got a square leg, but yeah, he just didn't get absolutely anything on it at all, did he? And just went away for 6. Don't quite know how it went for 6, because it's quite a long boundary. And he got nothing on it, did he? But
it's another sign there's still plenty of pace in this wicket. I mean, Craig Miles can hit the deck quite hard. And that flew. Will Rhodes, I think, is going to be replacing Hannon Dolby at this end before long. He's done a bit more stretching. So Cox has very briskly made his way to 14. And now leaves a ball that's angling outside off stump. Through to the wicket-keeper. 14 of a stand that's already added 20 since the demise of Jack Leaning, bowled by Craig Miles for 5. I'll have an update very shortly for BBC CWR and BBC Radio WM. I can see why they've started a couple of minutes late each day, because the time on the scoreboard is a little bit later than a little bit behind real time. It's only just gone to 1 minute past when it's nearly 3 minutes past. That's a good ball from Miles. Gets up a bit. Cox almost follows it, but in the end gets his bat underneath the ball. Hannon Dolby's down on his hands and knees at the moment. Looks like he's drying his hands or something. It looks like he's rubbing something into the grass.
yeah, not sure really what's going on down there, but does what he wants, doesn't he?
Here at Edgbaston, Kent 125 for 4. They lead Warwickshire by 65. One key wicket gone since the tea interval. Lovely ball from Craig Miles that pitched on middle and off and took the off stump of Jack Leaning. Playing and missing is Jordan Cox. He's come on in positive mood, but he almost got out there to Craig Miles. He's on 14. Joe Denley with him has looked composed. He's got 35. This game has been moving quickly. Kent 125 for 4. They lead by 65. Duty's done. Ben will be back soon. Colleague in the box in between has got his fruit salad, which he enjoys. I quite envy fruits. It's quite a fruit salad-y day. Can't go too far wrong with that. Approaching once more is Miles. An appeal for a catch down the leg side. Well, they celebrated the catch, but it's not going to be given. Umpire Michael Goff was unmoved. So too was Jordan Cox. Sam Haynes looking around trying to work out what went on.
Flick the pad maybe, I reckon.
Yeah. Cox has not got the air of a guilty man, I have to say.
No.
Don't know whether we're going to get a replay of that one. But, I mean, Burgess was in full throwing the ball in the air mode.
Yeah, pretty good appeal. Definitely convinced them.
But again, we're dealing with one of the best umpires in the game in Michael Goff. He didn't see anything. And now he watches another ball pass outside off stump from just back of a length. And go through to Michael Burgess, 125 for 4, and Will Rhodes is indeed stripping off, ready to take over from Hannon Dolby, with 1 wicket in each of his 2 spells today. That's 8 for the match for him. He really is having an exceptional week. More rain at Cheltenham. I don't know what have they done to get all the rain at Cheltenham in the last 2 days?
Yeah, it doesn't look like we're going to get any here, does it? I mean, it's actually got a bit more blue sky than we've had the rest of the day.
Yeah, I'll have a quick look at the radar. Which, even when other forecasters were suggesting we might get some rain, the radar was thinking, nah. Let's have a look. It's all passing below us, really. It's all passing below us. So I think we'll be clean for the remaining 24 overs.
Will be Will Rhodes from the pavilion end with a slip and a gully in play as he comes in to bowl his first ball of the over to Denley. Full ball outside off, and Denley slashed at it, almost a kind of free delivery, but he misses it and runs through to Burgess. I mean, if you got anything on that, it would have been 4, wouldn't it?
I mean, it wasn't far away from the outside edge. It would have been a horrible ball to get out to, because it was a loosener, full outside off stump, and he's had to reach to get anywhere near it.
Would have been pretty poor for someone that is settled as Joe Denley is, and he's gone relatively quietly and just looked to kind of steady the Kent ship as they're now 4 down. Rhodes in again, slightly better ball this time, but again outside off, and it evades the mid-off boundaries, diving effort, and will run away for 4.
Yeah, Davis couldn't quite stretch far enough on the dive. The ball was always going to beat him. That was lovely timing from Denley. 39 now.
Bit too much length given from Will Rhodes in his first 2 balls here. Nice looking shot by Denley.
But simply Kent needed somebody to play a good hand for them here at the moment. It looks like it's Joe Denley who stepped up to do it. I think that was also called a no ball. So Will Rhodes will have an extra delivery to get through.
As Rhodes comes in again, and shorter this time, better outside off and left alone by Denley, and much better length there from Will Rhodes, just bringing it back a fraction and bringing that outside edge into play, but Denley's chosen very wisely to leave it alone. Kent now 131 for 4 with just under 24 overs remaining in the day. Deep point, deep square, and also a long leg in for Will Rhodes against Joe Denley. He comes in again. Fuller again this time, but straighter and driven back to him, and he gets a hand on it, and no run is taken.
Nice strike earlier on in the over from Denley. That cover drive for 4.
Yeah, timed nicely and just raced away even on this long boundary to the left of us here in the press box.
Good effort by Alex Davis. Big diving effort at mid-off. Obviously a wicket keeper by trade as well, Davis, so mobile fielder.
Rhodes comes in again, and another full ball, and Denley comes forward and defends it back convincingly. Yeah, you see that with the wicket keepers a lot, don't you? But don't necessarily always get the gloves. They're so agile and so athletic in the field. They're quite often the best fielders in the side.
I remember the days when Tammy Beaumont used to keep wicket.
Yeah, she did. We've got a few keepers in our side, and when our keeper, like, sometimes she'll field with us during training. She's so good in the field. Sarah Bryce.
Sarah Bryce, I was going to say, plays for, or has played for Kent.
Rhodes in again, and looks like he just got a bit, maybe a slower ball there as Denley plays it slightly early, but no chance for a wicket.
You enjoyed having Tammy with you, of course. She previously was with a different region, wasn't she? And is obviously being a Loughborough resident these days, playing for the Lightning.
Yeah, it's brilliant having Tammy with us. Obviously, as we said earlier, a very talented player, but she also offers a lot on the experience point of view, and even though she's a batter, she's helped me a lot. When I came into the side, I was only 17, 18, so quite a young player, and yeah, she's really good to have around. Final ball of Rhodes is over then. Again, could be another slow ball, full, and brings Denley forward. End of the over, Kent 131 for 4.
Yeah, we were actually at Loughborough Uni together, doing undergrad. 10 years ago now, we graduated. showing my age there, but yeah, Sam Billings was in the same cohort as well, so remember at one point I think the three of us all did our level 2 coaching together, actually, as well as Rob Taylor, who's your
Yeah.
coach
He
now,
was,
so
yeah.
former Leicestershire all-rounder. So yeah, it was a good group actually to do your level 2 coaching with.
Yeah, no. What hall were you in, Loughborough?
Kaylee has Miles bowls and it's left alone. So on the campus there's an array of obviously sporting facilities, and past the hockey pitches and a couple of 3Gs, which are the first halls in the sort of cluster. And then in second year I lived in the student triangle just next to Cumberland Park,
Yeah, that's near where I am now. Student Triangle.
and then I was on Radmore Road, which is the one behind the college, my final year as Miles bowls, and this one's pushed away into the point area by Jordan Cox. It's a funny little place, Loughborough, because it's a sort of place where people don't know where it is unless they've been there.
Yeah, it's so rogue.
Just
Such
bang in
an
the middle of
odd
the
place.
country, sort of equidistant between Derby, Leicester, Nottingham. And then once you're there, it almost feels like a bit of a bubble in itself, doesn't it? It's
Yeah,
kind of
it's-
this little microclimate.
Yeah, it's weird. It's small. It's like a little small town, isn't it? Like most people there are students, but I love it. I think it's fantastic. It's great fun. I've been there just over 2 years now.
Does feel like a second home whenever I go back, actually. Still got friends that are still there that never really left, as this one's outside the off stump and left alone by Denley. But yeah, you then leave to go back home or go back to London or whatever for the weekend, and you're like, oh, I'm out of the Loughborough bubble, so to speak. It's, yeah.
Yeah, no, it's strange. And then, of course, the facility is just fantastic from a sporting point of view. And yeah, really, really good environment to be in.
Yeah, I remember those times in the winter when we'd have our nets. I wasn't in the MCC U squad. I was part of the sort of wider club training group, and just as Miles bowls to Denley here, defends into the onside. They come through for a quick single. I think England were due to go out to the subcontinent, and so when they do that, they basically turn up the heaters in the National Cricket Centre, and so you come in on a Thursday night for your session. England's players have been in there all day, and it's absolutely boiling because they've had the humidity ramped up high, and you walk in and you're absolutely sweating within about 5 minutes because England's players have been getting themselves ready for the trip to the subcontinent. Do they still have the spin net as well on the far end, which there was one
The Merlin.
net which was more conducive to spin, I think. So that was always the one end. It's not the bowling machine one.
I'm not sure.
This one's edged and dropped by third slip, and I think he reacted so quickly there that Dan Mosley that everyone thought he'd actually got it. It was a bit of a nothing shot from Jordan Cox. It was like he was trying to run it past gully down towards third man, and he's ended up putting it into the hands of Mosley, diving to his right, and I think everyone thought he had it.
Yeah, I mean, his movements were just so quick, and he's been so good in there, Dan Mosley. I think he made a really difficult chance look a lot easier than it was. I mean, he got two hands to it. He's probably disappointed he didn't catch it, but he
Yeah,
reacted so quickly.
Just dropped out of his hand and bounced, and he picked it up immediately on the rebound, and then immediately afterwards Miles draws another full stroke out of Jordan Cox with an absolute crackerjack delivery that, just seen on the replay, was angling in towards the stumps and then left the batter. That's a real peach from Miles, and he's very unlucky in that over not to have taken a wicket. Kent's lead is 73. Cox is still there on 15. Denley 40. 133 for 4 in the Kent score. But still, this ball, 41 overs old, is still doing stuff out there for the Warwickshire bowlers.
Yeah, I mean, they've bowled nicely. I mean, Seamers in particular, I think they've looked really good, and they've kept asking questions of the Kent batters, and none of them have looked particularly settled, and I think that's reflective in the scorecard, with no one really pushing on, except Joe Denley, obviously, who sits on 40 not out now. He will face Will Rhodes for the first ball of his over, and it's a full ball, and it's driven beautifully by Denley, and that will run away for 4 down to the extra cover boundary. That was a good shot.
Yeah, that was a good shot from Denley. That was the more convincing, or the most convincing cover drive we've seen from him against Rhodes, because he did, when Rhodes came back on, have a bit of a big drive and a play and a miss, didn't he, earlier on in this innings, and of course was out for naught in the first. Did going for a bit of an ambitious drive early on in his knock, but that was certainly more like it from Denley. It's provoked a move from Burgess to come up to the stumps, trying to push him back into his crease a little bit. Haynes coming out of second slip as well. They're just going to change the field up here and maybe add a catching cover.
I don't think that's the worst shout actually, because he could just get, he doesn't bowl express pace, could almost just get him caught on the drive. Just comes in again and full and driven again, but nothing on it, through to the cover fielder.
Yeah, so now just one slip for Rhodes. Hayne in that short extra cover, catching cover position, and then there's an orthodox man behind him who's just done the fielding there. So if Denley does get a drive away, it probably goes to that fielder, and then if he hits it in the air, maybe there's a chance for a catch. So unless Denley's going to get it particularly square, he almost needs to put the drive away against Rhodes or go very straight.
Rhodes comes in again full and straight, but this time it is straight to Sam Hayne, as we were just speaking about, and no run is taken. I suppose it just applies a bit of dot ball pressure as well. Restricts that option. Will Rhodes can just afford to go a bit fuller and hold his lines and lengths, and Sam Hayne will be busy in there, I imagine.
Yeah, see if you can then bring first slip into the game. A little bit of cat and mouse.
Rhodes bowls and again full and again driven, this time straighter, but good roll at mid-off and stops him from getting it through. You can see what Denley was doing there, just trying to go a bit straighter, go straight past Will Rhodes, but not quite straight enough.
Yeah, it's got to be almost dead straight back past the bowler, hasn't it, if it's going to be mid on or mid off, who are deepish. But he's timed it pretty nicely in this over, at least. Denley is on 44.
Yeah, he certainly looked comfortable. As goes full again, but this time just defended into Sam Hayne.
Interesting little period remaining in the day. 21 overs after this last ball of Rhodes' 7th over in the innings.
Yeah, you feel as if a couple quick wickets for Warwickshire or a couple more before close of play, that they'll be very much in the dominant position in the game. Kent only leading by 77, but that being said, if these two stick around, they could get a decent lead.
Yeah, it could leave things well poised.
Final ball is full, slightly straighter, causes a bit of a false shot by Denley, but he stays nonetheless. And the end of the over, Kent are 137 for the loss of 4 wickets.
I've been saying for a while we didn't think we'd be here necessarily on day 4, but how much of a conclusion to the contest might we see on day 3? That will depend on the remaining 21 overs in the day. How many more runs Kent can add, how many wickets that can they keep in hand heading into tomorrow. I don't think any rain is forecast. There was meant to be potentially some today, but we've actually managed to dodge it pretty well. I think there were some chances for thunderstorms at some point, or some scattered showers. This one's pushed away into the offside, but seemingly just looking at the sky overhead, although it is still cloudy, floodlights are still on. There's more a sign of blue sky than rain clouds overhead, so we're looking pretty fair here. Likewise tomorrow, again it just looks cloudy, fairly minimal chance of rain. So Friday's weather certainly does look a lot wetter, but I don't think we're going to get to Friday in this game, so it may not matter. As Miles is in a bowling to Jordan Cox, he clips this away nicely into the onside. They run 1 and come back for 2.
Yeah, these two just starting to build a bit of a partnership here. Denley obviously 4-4 not out, and Cox going quite nicely on 17 off. I think it's just 22 deliveries, so striking it relatively well, and yeah, Kent will be starting to feel a bit more assured. These two stick around for another 10 overs or so, getting in a good position.
Yeah, Cox has scored quickly, mainly because of his couple of boundaries, ball strokes to get him going, and then the 6, which wasn't entirely convincing necessarily. And the stroke Jordan Cox played to that. Miles bowling to him, bangs it in short, and that's a wayward one. Burgess doesn't even take off. No ball given for height, and then 4 runs. So that adds 6 to the Kent score. Just seeing the replay now, I can see what he was trying to do with the bumper. As I mentioned, Cox had been drawn into playing one previously. That was so wayward. It takes Kent's score onto 145 for 4. Actually, there's been a few extras. There was a few leg buys earlier on in the innings, I seem to remember. So out of that total of 145, there's been 22 extras now, 21 extras. This one's clipped away by Jordan Cox. Appears only 5 runs have been added for the no ball. Normally it's 2 for a no ball in county cricket, isn't it?
Yeah, it has been, hasn't it? Definitely with
So
the front foot no balls it was 2, so...
Is it only 1 for a height one? This is a good delivery from Miles on the back foot. Jordan Cox feeling at it outside the off stump, wasn't far away from taking the edge through to Burgess.
Yeah, it was better line and length, that, wasn't it? It's that length that we've seen that's taken all the wickets over the last couple of days. It's just been that kind of nagging length where you don't know whether to go forward or back, and a lot of the time it's been causing snick-offs into the slip cordon or back to Burgess, so it's a good length to bowl with your 3 slips in place.
Here comes Miles again, a little bit wider on the crease. Short ball, which is hooked away by Jordan Cox. It's in the air, it's going to land safe, and it's not even going to go for 4. Reined in by Alex Davis. They come back for 2. But he's top-edged the hook shot over the head of deep square, but managed to kind of get it in between him and fine leg. The 2 of them did well to get around the boundary and to prevent the 4. Originally when he hit it I thought this is going to be out, then I thought maybe it's 6, then thought actually it's going to bounce and go for 4, and then they managed to get there and stop it.
Yeah, he looked in a lot of trouble, didn't he? I mean, I think he's got a bit lucky there, just had Alex Davis at square leg about 15 yards and it just went too far over his head, but looks like he's not too comfortable on the short ball, so not a bad plan.
Left alone outside the off stump. Yeah, he's a bit of a trigger happy hooker. Sometimes Jordan Cox. So, yeah, I don't think it is a bad idea to chuck in a couple of those, because it's a long boundary out there. So it's going to take something for it to go all the way for 6, and you can post a couple of men back. Get an incident like we just saw where it's a little bit interesting. All sorts of possible outcomes as that ball was hanging in the air.
Will Rhodes continuing from the pavilion end, and just in Henry Brooks doing a bit of warming up at the square leg boundary, so wonder whether we'll see him sooner, if he's just hinting to the captain maybe as he comes in for his first ball, and that is driven but straight to extra cover. Not Sam Hain, it is in fact, who is that out there? Is it a sub-fielder in the cover region? Is it Chris Benjamin maybe? Not too sure, but it's a dot nonetheless.
Yeah, you're right, it is Benjamin.
Got the sub-fielder on at mid-on at the moment. I think that might be young Kamsi Sheikh as Rhodes comes in again, and another ball driven, but again straight to the hands of Sam Hain. few dot balls building against Joe Denley here. Seems to be a little bit caught since that second slip's come into that catching cover position. So good change, so it seems, by Will Rhodes.
Yeah, 6 runs were added in the end. I've gone back and worked it out, or double checked it. So it was 139, and then the score moved on to 145. 52 then for the hook shot. 147 for 4.
Rhodes in again and slightly straighter this time, flicked round by Denley, but well round there by Danny Briggs in mid-wicket, and another dot ball.
Honestly, my maths today has been awful.
It's not my strong point either.
Saying to Richard, once you stop doing kind of times tables and mental maths, you just get lazy, don't you? And I just look to read the scoreboard about the leads or how many runs are ahead a team is.
Yeah, 4 ball on the leg side, flicks away, but Henry Brooks is out there and in front of square on the boundary, so will just be 1.
Yeah, sensible enough from Denley, because Warwickshire have done well to almost stop any runs from the drive with the field placings that they've brought in.
Yeah, they've just kind of got him a bit caught, haven't they? They've put him under a bit of pressure, kept the fielders in close, but yeah, quite wise from him there just to flip one round out to the sweeper and get off strike, I think.
88 the lead.
Rhodes in again, another 4 ball outside off, and it should evade Chris Benjamin. It does. They'll run back and get a couple. Should just be 2, and it is.
A square drive from Jordan Cox on that occasion to bring up the 150.
Small ripple of applause from beneath us for Kent's 150, and that means they now lead by 90. Just sense the game might be starting to shift a bit more into the balance and possibly back into Kent's hands if they continue just 4 down for a while. These two keeping the runs accumulating. Cox on strike again, and decent ball by Rhodes. Good line and length, and it's defended into the cover region. End of the over then, 150 for 4 Kent with 19 overs remaining in the day.
I talked about this potentially being one of the better times to bat in the game, with the light's pretty good, although the floodlights are still on. They have been on all day. Older ball now, 44 overs old. Henry Brooks is going to come back on from the city end to try and just bring a bit of extra added pace, replace Miles. I wonder whether Briggs might be considered before the end of the day.
Yeah, you'd think so, wouldn't you? I mean, if the seamers struggle to take wickets, it's always a good option, isn't it? They've bowled well, but at the end of the day, Warwickshire want to break this partnership, so it'll be interesting to see Will Rhodes' decisions.
2 slips for Henry Brooks. Just a discussion going on between Hayne and Rhodes, who's one at second slip and one at mid-on, whether or not the captain wanted Hayne to stay in there in the slip cordon as Denley clips away into the onside for a single. I think we'll just get one. You're listening to BBC WM, BBC Coventry and Warwickshire, BBC Radio Kent and BBC Sport Online. Ben Watts, Grace Ballinger, Richard Wilford will be back in a minute when I go and update BBC Radio Kent.
Interesting to see if Brooks tries the short ball ploy.
Does indeed go shortish. Jordan Cox doesn't quite attack it as aggressively as he's done to some of the pull strokes off Miles. Slightly more controlled towards that deep square leg for a single. 152 for 4. I'll have to let you take over this over in a second, Grace.
That is quite alright as Brooks comes in to bowl to Joe Denley here and just flicks off the hip out to Alex Davis, and the ball trickles to him and he lets it as they run a very comfortable single. As we said before, it'll be interesting to see just how often Brooks goes for the short ball here against Cox. He's looked pretty uncomfortable with it against Craig Miles and arguably got slightly more pace Henry Brooks, so it'll be interesting to see just how that goes into play. And Dan Mosley at third slip has come in to catch a mid-wicket. So now just the 2 slips in play. Brooks comes in and good ball outside off and left alone by Cox, who is now 22 not out off his 31 balls. Just saying before that we were wondering if we'll see any of Danny Briggs coming up, and it looks like it could be as he warms up down at the deep point boundary. We'd probably expect to see him coming on before the close of play. Brooks comes in then. Another good ball outside off, but just left alone by Cox. He's starting to settle in here after a couple of rash shots. He just seems to get a bit more level-headed as he goes and does a bit of gardening down the wicket.
Feels like the key partnership is underway, doesn't it, with these two together?
It does, yeah. I mean, started to rebuild well. They were in a spot of bother when they were 4 down, but looks like they're just starting to settle in. Joe Denley just 3 runs away from his 50. Final ball of Brooks is over, slightly straight but still outside off, and again just left by Cox. End of the over, 153 for 4 with 18 remaining in the day.
So yeah, it's going to be time for Danny Briggs. I think, you know, from Kent's point of view, this is a bit of a victory in that they've seen off the bulk of the seam attack. 45 overs in, the ball's starting to get a little bit softer. They've got 93 in front with 6 wickets standing. And now the Bears turn to Danny Briggs with 18 overs left in the day. You know, Warwickshire will want Kent 7 or 8 down. If Kent get through 5 down or less, then they're going to feel they're in a really good position for tomorrow. The lead of 200 plus is going to be hard to chase, I think. If the lead gets up to 250, could be extremely difficult. There's some running repairs for Joe Denley. I don't know whether his hands have just got very hot and sweaty or something like that, but had some sort of cooling things sprayed on it.
Yeah, that is true. Maybe just a bit of numbness, maybe. Bit of pain. Haven't seen the ball hit him or anything, but
No. It could be the heat. It was still pretty hot today, not like it was yesterday, but certainly hot enough. So Danny Briggs only bowled 1 over in this innings. First innings, just 3 overs and 1 ball, took 1 for 5. So he's going to have something in his legs here, and looking to get on top of him straight away. Driving is Denley. There's a little bit of a fumble from Hayne, who then when he tries to chase the ball down, he slips a little bit. Craig Miles comes and does the fielding. Hayne looks quizzically at the studs under his left boot, but Denley moves another run closer to his 50. He's 48, 154 for 4. And they're very close to a 50 partnership as well. 49 they've added for the Kent 5th wicket. As this ball wraps him on the pad. There's a bit of bat and pad there, and he wasn't quite sure where that was going to drop Cox, but it was in front of square and too far for Burgess to be able to pull out a dive. A little moment of uncertainty. There's no close catcher other than the slip, Dom Sibley. Briggs in again and just defended up to extra cover, and Sam Hayne. Danny Briggs getting good encouragement from behind the stumps from Burgess. Tosses this up, pushing forward into the offside again. Sam Hayne across to do the fielding. Any thought we had earlier that he might be injured when he was batting seems to have been dispelled by how he's fielding.
yeah, I mean, he's looked pretty athletic, hasn't he? He looked like he was rubbing his back a bit in the slips, but since he's come out, he's been diving, running around, so hopefully he'll be all good, Sammy Hayne.
Briggs once more, quicker ball, and that pulls out the cut shot for Cox. 50 partnership is up as they stroll through for a single. 155 for 4. Dan Mosley doing the fielding in the deep. He's been used in a few positions today. A couple of catches along the way. The 50 partnership off just 67 balls, so there's been some acceleration here. as they get more comfortable, and Denley will drive another single wide of Sam Haynes, so 3 singles off the over. That all felt fairly comfortable. 156 for 4, and this is I think as gentle a moment as he's been for the batsman, or just as unthreatening a period as there's been this last few minutes. That tail end of Craig Miles' spell, he had a couple of deliveries that discomforted Cox in particular.
Yeah, definitely those short balls, but since then it looks like Cox has reined himself in a little bit and just realised all he needs to do is just build innings with Denley, and Denley's currently 49 out, so just 1 away from his half century. He's at pretty comfortable. I think he's played it quite well. But it will be Henry Brooks to continue from the Birmingham end with those 2 slips and that catching mid-wicket in place. Good ball, slightly back of length, that good length we were talking about, punched straight back to him by Denley.
Fairly urgent need for a wicket, I think.
Yeah,
From Warwickshire's point of view, this is a really good partnership, and you know, double it. If they could make this into a 100 partnership, and you've got 5 wickets after this one, then they've got a good opportunity to push forward.
Fuller ball, which Denley attempts to drive, but is half driven out to the deep point boundary, and nearly a run out, as Denley's quite blasé with that run, but it does bring up its half century off 92 deliveries with 7 fours and no sixes, and could be a vital innings here for Kent, and Denley will be pleased. He sits at 50 not out, as Kent are 157 for 4.
Very valuable innings. Took him 2 or 3 overs to get settled in, but I think he's looked very good since, and he pulled out a couple of big drives that got him going. Since then, very measured from Denley.
Brooks into Cox and slightly down leg side, and just turned round to fine leg, and square leg, and just the one. Just starting to settle in and look comfortable here, Kent, as we say. Warwickshire desperately needing that 5th wicket here if they want a chance of keeping Kent on an easily chaseable lead. Just 2 runs away from the 100 lead now, Kent.
500 by Will Jacks today to get Surrey up to Essex's first innings score. They're 3 behind with 1 wicket standing.
Brooks in. Outside off and left alone by Denley.
He likes the extravagant leave
Yeah,
today,
that
Joe
one
Denley.
was especially extravagant. Almost watched it back to Burgess, turned round.
Yeah, turn round, periscope up, bat way above his head.
No, he's batted well, and he's looked confident, and he's looked quite comfortable since he's got in, and yeah, he'll be looking to push on. Big score.
Probably not a surface where you're going to go through the gears, is it? Just more of the same is what he needs.
Brooks bowls that one slightly back of a length, and it's quite strangely cut back for a single. Down to point by Denley.
Yeah, it's quite a sign of confidence from Denley, and he's just been able to push at the ball and use the pace of it.
Yeah, he played it very late.
Yeah, that's the secret, isn't it? The ball's right under his eyes by the time he plays it.
Yeah, no, he just looks all very controlled at the moment, which can't be said for some of the other Kent batters early on, as Brooks comes in, last ball was over and short, outside off, left alone.
Well, that's one of those where he almost tumbled onto the wicket and he's follow through as he put extra effort into the ball. Rhodes got to work out where a wicket might be coming from here and what his options are going to be. Might be a chance to get Helen Dolby back into the attack again before the end of play, but it might be a little bit of a while. Michael Burgess is getting a couple of tablets and some water as well. Wonder whether he might be cramping a little bit. Hot work behind the stumps.
Yeah, it's a long day as a keeper, isn't it? And as we've said before, they've been busy in there, both Burgess and Billings. They've kept well.
What has Daddy Briggs got that might change the direction of travel as we head into what will be the final hour of play? We're going to get a fair amount of overtime again today. Joe Denley was just looking to push singles, looking for the gaps in Briggs' first over of this spell. Suspect we might see more of the same here. Deep fielders at mid-wicket and cover. He just leaves the ball outside off stump. Has a look to see if it's going to spin. Pitched well outside off. And it kind of held its line more than anything else. Can't imagine you'll get much extravagance here. That's a fuller ball driven up to mid-on, who's quite deep. Both mid-on and mid-off are sort of halfway between the stumps and the boundary. But it was hit powerfully enough to Will Rhodes that they couldn't really contemplate a single. So it's just jabs out into the offside. Picked up by Hayne, and there's no run. So not enough for Briggs to have a bunch of close-in fielders. He's really got to bat for an error. Quick single here up to Rhodes at mid-on, but well judged by Denley. 160 for 4. He doesn't want to let Briggs to get on top and have too much control.
No, it looks pretty easy for the Kent batters from what we've seen so far, to be honest. They just seem to be almost milking Danny Briggs here, the spinner, and just taking those easy singles that are available from the deeper fielders.
The history of this season, as the ball left alone outside of stump by Cox, would suggest that this surface may well get easier to play on from a batting point of view. In today's 3 and 4 they tend to get lower and flatter, but we will see. Lower and slower, I suppose. As ball's pushed out into the offside. Sam Hayne tries to flick it up with his right foot onto his left foot, but his second touch goes awry and he berates himself, has to pick the ball up and then throws it over Henry Brooks. He's had to regather.
Don't mean to drop him in it, but I've seen him miss a few touches today, Sam Hayne, with the foot of his feet, and he hasn't been on it from a football point of view, unfortunately.
I don't think he's one of the most naturally gifted footballers in the group. They still have football as part of their warm-up, but it's not the old six-a-sides and things like that. Not after, since Boyd Rankin got an injury.
Yeah.
It's much more sort of foot volleyball that
You
they
don't
play.
want to get too fussed in the warm-up, do you, really?
It has to be non-contact these days.
Brooks in again to Denley, and good ball brings him forward, but defensive shot played and it trickles down and Dolby at mid-off. Just seems to have gone a bit quiet and a bit tame out there. It seems that Kent are starting to take control of the innings for the first time, really, as they now lead by 100, and Warwickshire desperately searching for that wicket and this partnership to break. Brooks in again, his short ball ducked by Denley. Good short ball at the body, but Denley plays it well. Decides not to take it on this time.
Brooks has bowled with plenty of fire in this match. It's good to see him back in that sort of rhythm.
Yeah, he's bowled well, his rhythms look good. Areas have been good. It's surprised to see him not take a wicket in his innings. I mean, he's bowled just over 12 overs, just 30 runs, so it's going well. This is in again, and short on the pads, and half an appeal for LB, but looks like he'll be going down leg.
Two slips still in place, so they're giving him those two close catches. There's still a short mid-wicket for Denley. Reasonably short cover as well. Actually fairly orthodox.
Brooks in again, then goes at the hip, and it's just turned round in front of square by Denley, and again another single is taken easily to Alex Davis.
It's bizarre, isn't it? It was sort of sixth session. It just feels like the quietest phase of the game here, where Kent are accumulating quite nicely. They've got two batsmen well placed.
It's all very relaxed, isn't it? And Warwick should be wanting to shift the momentum back in their favour, as Brooks comes in, and that is just almost followed round to deep point and just escorted on its way. And yeah, the strike's just ticking, isn't it? Especially against Danny Briggs. It just looks like they're happy to go at 2s or 3s. Just keep going now, 162 for 4.
Tricky thing for Will Rhodes is that he looks at what he's got and it's kind of winking Ollie bowl again. He's gone through 13 overs in this innings so far. When can I risk him again?
Brooks comes in again and back of a length outside off. Then he considers playing it for a second and then goes for one of those extravagant leaves that we have been talking about. And the end of Brooks' 13th over, again 162 for 4 with 14 overs remaining in the day.
So 2 for 34 from 13, Hannon Dolby. None for 31 from 13 for Henry Brooks. Craig Miles has got a wicket. He's bowled 12 overs in this innings, so the accumulation grows. Will Rhodes has bowled 8. He's also claimed a wicket, that of Zach Crawley. But he is now going to have to lean on Danny Briggs to try and keep one end tight. His first 3 overs have only cost 5 runs. And do the sort of job that Jeetan Patel used to do in the past. So one slip in place, backward point, deep cover, shorter extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, short straight mid-wicket, deep mid-wicket boundary fielder, and a backward square leg as this is cut into the offside by Cox. Not with any real power, he's just pushing it through for a single. He's to 26, 163 for 4. That's like seagulls.
There's been a few of them about today. A few have just flown past us here in the media box.
Down the wicket comes Denley and he's driving straight back over the bowler's head for 4. Mentioned he didn't want Danny Briggs to settle. Well, that was gun barrel straight from Denley. 57 now. For what we presume is a former England man these days. 167 for 4, the lead 107. That was straight and true from Denley. It's a good strike. As he awaits Briggs again, and now he's cutting for a single. Out towards Dan Mosley. Slight misfield from Mosley, but they'll only get the single anyway. 168 for 4.
Haven't seen much of Dan Mosley from a bowling point of view. Really, I mean, I think he's a pretty handy bowler.
He's a promising off spinner. A bit of a statement if they bowled him under these circumstances. As pushing forward in defence is Cox. I don't think you want to go twin spin.
No, I don't think so. But I feel like he bowled more last year than he has this year.
He bowls more in the One Day Cup. He's defended Briggs again by Cox. Whether he gets to see any action in the One Day Cup this year is down to whether his 100 team allow him to. There's going to be a little bit more flexibility for squads to release players to play matches in the One Day Cup and keep them in nick if they're not playing regularly. Attempted sweep here now. Could there be a chance for Hannon Dolby? He's trying to get there and it was just out of his reach. It was a miscued sweep by Cox. He's going to come through for 2. And with the best will in the world, it wasn't necessarily the ideal fielder that you wanted that chance to go to. Because Hannon Dolby used to take a while to get those paddles going. He's got very close to getting a hand on the ball, but I'm afraid he was always second favourite there.
Yeah, I think might have just reacted slightly slowly there, Hannon Dolby. I mean, don't think he's been very busy in short fine, but I think maybe an athletic fielder might have got there. Well, a more athletic fielder, should I say, but certainly wasn't an easy chance by any stretch of the imagination.
Yeah, I mean, whoever was fielding there was going to have to make a lot of ground.
Well, looking slightly more optimistic for Warwickshire as chances are beginning to come, but that was a mistake by Cox, and Henry Brooks will bowl his 14th over from Birmingham end as he runs in. Short and wraps Denley almost on the hip there. Looks like Denley should score with that kind of back of a length that Henry's bowling a bit straighter. Just wonder if he is going to get enticed into playing that shot. Uncomfortable. And Sam Hayne at second slip moves into gully, so just the one slip and the gully in place now. Brooks stands at the end of his mark and runs in. He's gone straight again, slightly fuller this time, and then he just defends it back to Brooks.
A few spectators have drifted away, but I have to say that these days in county cricket, that the vast majority of people who come are in it for the long haul. There were plenty who were still here at 7:23 yesterday for the final ball. I guess there's slightly less home cricket these days. There might be even less in the future, depending how the Andrew Strauss blueprint works out.
Brooks in again and again on that back of the length, and just jabbed a couple of bounces into Sam Hayne, who's now at gully.
There was certainly a hint within the latest part of the Strauss blueprint published today in his blog that suggested that first-class cricket be played by fewer, stronger teams. Which can't say that I'm entirely enthused by at all. But there we go. Don't think there's an awful lot wrong with the standard of county championship cricket.
No, I'd agree. As Brooks comes in and full this time and kind of gets Denley squared up and plays an interesting looking shot. He's starting to ask a few questions here of Denley, Henry Brooks, and he looks a little bit uncomfortable, a little bit unsure what to do the last few balls.
I think he's bowled really well in this second innings, Brooks. He's got no reward for it, but fewer of the loose balls, which can be part of what Brooks delivers. He's bowled at a good pace. He's trying to get it full quite a bit. He hasn't gone too much for the short ball. He's benefited a bit from bowling from the Birmingham end, given the size of the boundary.
And again straight, wraps Denley on the pad, but a half out of the pills. It looks to be going quite that far down leg. Few plays and misses, few hits on the hip bone, on the thigh pad, and just takes a few seconds out here. Joe Denley takes his gloves off and looks to recompose himself for the last ball of the over. You sense something might happen here. Whether it be for Warwickshire or for Kent, Denley currently 58 not out off 110 deliveries. Cox 28 not out off 46.
Looks like that false shot from Cox, the final ball of Briggs over, has just encouraged Warwickshire again.
Final ball over in, full straight and flicked round. For one to the deep square fielder, Alex Davis, and good over from Henry Brooks, but no wicket from it. Kent 171 for 4.
110 the lead. And Kent will be very pleased with their day's work so far. But Warwickshire didn't get too far in front with 60 as their first innings lead. And Kent lost a couple of wickets in knocking those 60 off, but things have improved for them since then. And this is a significant partnership now, worth 66. Third biggest partnership of the match, but with power to add. As Danny Briggs will continue from the pavilion end. And Denley again will look to be positive against him, driving up towards mid-off. Craig Miles will field, but there's a comfortable single. Denley to 60. 172 for 4.
Looks like Hannon Dalby might be limbering up again.
Yeah.
That short fine.
He's going to give it another go, see if it makes that difference again, whether he looks more of a threat. Nicely steered behind square here, but a tumbling stop keeps it down to 1. I think it's Chris Benjamin there.
It's nicely fielded. Ball was just evading him there and he managed to get down pretty nicely. Saved a couple runs.
Briggs in once more. Denley towards mid-wicket, picked up by Alex Davis, no run. Hoping to be back in Loughborough in time for the big match tonight. The Lionesses against Spain in the quarter-finals of the Euros.
Is it the quarter-finals?
Yeah.
Yeah, they've been going well, haven't they?
Pushed into the offside by Denley. Rapidly in his Benjamin, there's no run.
Is that 8 o'clock start, is it?
Yeah.
And for Love Island at 9.
We'll record one of them. Briggs round the wicket, pushed into the offside, no run. I mean, you know, there's a Halifax Town footballer about to turn up on it now, so...
Yeah, I've had the spoilers. Well.
Well, you've done Love Island, we've done Harry Styles. You didn't have the Harry Styles knowledge, sadly, but you know.
No, I didn't.
Down the wicket comes Denley. He's hitting straight and true again. Has that one gone all the way? It has. 6 to Denley. He's on 66. Little shrug from Danny Briggs. If so, well, what can I do, really? If he wants to play that shot and take on the field. 179 for 4. You kind of want him to take the risk, but Denley is playing with real assurance at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it is a risk to play a more attacking shot, but he doesn't for any minute look like it's going to be any sort of miss hit from Denley. He's just coming down and just pumping it over the mid-off fielders' heads, and yeah, he's gone nicely. He's moved on to 66.
Lead 119, still 6 wickets standing. Kent want to make sure that the target is in excess of 200. They'd love it to be in excess of 250. Beyond that is bonus ball territory, but they've put themselves in the right sort of position here. Really substantial partnership now between Denley and Cox. Oh, it's ball changing time. Well, you know, we haven't had a lot of that today. Craig Miles is bringing on the magic case. Joe Denley decides this might be the moment to get some refreshments.
Looks like Hannon Dolby will also be back on to bowl. A little bit harsh on Henry Brooks, maybe. He's been bowling well, but it's inarguable that Hannon Dolby's been the pick of the bowlers and need wickets at the end of the day, Warwickshire, so bring on their wicket-taking bowler.
See, if the Lionesses weren't so much, you think England's women cricketers are back in action tomorrow against South Africa as well in the first of the T20 games at Chelmsford, which is a great T20 ground, Chelmsford. It's been a very watchable series that so far. England have just got a bit too much for the South Africans generally.
Yeah, it's been domination, hasn't it? I think every game won by over 100 runs.
Yeah. Well, the first day and a half of the Test match, South Africa competed extremely well. They really did.
Yeah, the Test match was good. Hopefully we'll see a few more of them in the women's international game, but I think it was certainly a good advocate for it.
Surrey have done that Surrey thing of doing remarkably well to recover from 112 for 7. They've eventually been bowled out for 319. A last wicket stand of 67 between Will Jacks and Dan Worrell, of which Dan Worrell scored 1. Will Jacks ended up 150 not out with 8 sixes and 10 fours. They've got so much talent in that batting lineup. The odds are on any given week somebody's going to turn up and make a score.
Hannon Dolby comes in and good on the money ball to start. Full and just defended back to him by Cox.
11 overs left, including this one in the day. Warwickshire will feel they need at least a couple of wickets to get back into this game, because at the moment Kent are putting themselves in a strong position. They've batted really well.
They have. I mean, it's certainly been Kent's session. Warwickshire slightly probably disappointed with how they went with the bat this morning, and yeah, Kent have come out and replied nicely. These two just building up their partnership.
False start from Hannon Dolby. I think his hand was a bit sweaty. Dries it on the grass again.
Slipping a gully in then as he comes in and slightly back of a length and just escorted by Cox. Played it late and out to the point fielder Danny Briggs at deep point.
Ball's not doing a lot now, so it's a change of ball, so whether it'll do much at all. Michael Burgess has a look at it as he passes it from glove to glove. Somebody's doing their level best to encourage them out there, so I was just listening to all the clapping, trying to work out what the chatter was.
And I'll be in. Slightly back of a length on the leg stump, but Sammy aimed as well to get round and prevent the single, and nearly takes himself with the ball there. He's done well to stay on his feet, but no run taken in the end.
There was probably a run there, in truth. I believe we've been joined by Sports Extra. Very good evening to you. Grace Ballinger alongside Richard Wilford at Edgbaston. We've had 2 engrossing days play so far. 180 for 4 at Kent in the second innings, leading by 120 with 6 wickets standing. Denley and Cox getting them into good shape here.
Shannon Darby's in again in a very extravagant leave by Denley from a decent length ball on about the 6th stump line.
This pair have added 75 since the wicket of Jack Leaney was bowled by Craig Miles for 5. Denley's the first half century of the match for Kent. Sam Hayen the only one to pass 50 prior to that. He was out earlier today for 99 in the Warwickshire first innings of 225. He was last man out after Ollie Hannon-Dolby tried to shepherd him through to 3 figures. That was a first innings lead of 60 at the time.
And Dolby in again and again, left outside off again, a very extravagant lead. This time slightly close to the stumps and slightly fuller. But Hannon Dolby bowling some good channels here.
As he just joining this game for the first time, Warwickshire unexpectedly, having won the toss yesterday with such a hot day, put Kent in, but that's because a little bit of grass has been left on this surface, and it's been encouraging for the seam bowlers pretty much throughout, and there's some good seam bowlers in this match. Alan Dolby's taken 8 wickets, and Navdeep Saini on his debut, the Indian pace bowler, the international pace bowler, with 5 wickets in the Warwickshire innings.
And Dolby in then, and a repeat of the last 2 balls, extravagant leave and a ball back of a length outside off. The end of the over, 184 are Kent with 10 overs remaining in the day.
Joe Denley, after a bit of a scratchy start to his innings, has gone through the gears. Once he pulled out a couple of cover drives, looked like that settled him, and he's been very keen to put some pressure on Danny Briggs since he entered the attack. He's used his feet twice, once for a lofted 4 and the second strike going all the way for 6 into the pavilion here. As, Sam Hayen is going to take a break from the field. The young fast bowler Shay Simmons is coming out to take his place. There's a lot of enthusiasm in the camp about the future of Shay Simmons. Would not at all be surprised to see him involved in the one-day cup competition. So many younger players get an opportunity. 180 for 4 Kent, and it'll be Danny Briggs to continue, left arm round the wicket. Jordan Cox has been very positive in both innings. On the back foot, clips the ball off his pads through square leg. Fielder comes round. Henry Brooks from the mid-wicket boundary, and they're through for a single. 181 for 4. Nothing extravagant available in terms of turn for Danny Briggs, but he's gripping a little bit, but only slip as a close infielder for him. As Denley pushes it for a comfortable single up towards deep mid-on. 182 for 4. I'll update very shortly for BBC CWR and BBC Radio WM. You hear me break into report mode. So Briggs is in once more around the wicket, defended back into his follow-through by Cox. Briggs picks it up before, actually there's a 13th man out there as well, who went round as if to pick it up, but Briggs intercepted the ball before he could get to it. And he comes in again, and a neatly worked cut shot here from Cox, a bit of a chase around for Miles, and they'll come through for 2 more. 184 for 4. And Edgbaston, Kent 184 for 4 now in their second innings, building a useful lead on what's been a low-scoring surface. They lead by 124. Joe Denley going through the gears, a straight 4 and a straight 6 off Danny Briggs. He's gone on to 67, and he's found really good support from Jordan Cox with 33. The wicket probably as benign as it's been at any point in these opening 2 days. Still 9 overs to go on the day. Kent 184 for 4. As Briggs continues to wheel away, final ball of the over, defended by Cox. 6 overs for 25 then for Briggs. At the end of the over, 184 for 4. Ben Watts from BBC Kent will be back with us very shortly. And Grace, what have you got coming up in terms of your playing in the next few days?
So just travelling up to Durham on Friday for a 50 over game on Saturday with Lightning. And then we have a couple of weeks break before going into the 100, where I'll be down in London with London Spirit.
Oh, just the thought of having Lords as your home ground.
Yeah, it's very exciting, isn't it? And yeah, I've never actually had the privilege to play at Lords before, so to then have it as my home ground this year should be good. I'm very excited.
I'll be listening out for you on the radio coverage and looking for you on the games that are on the BBC as well. So it's been good to have you on board again.
Hannon Derby comes in, and Straight ball this time, wraps Denley on the pad, but looks like to be going down leg. And Denley's been caught a few times here by the Warwickshire seamers, a lot by Henry Brooks and again there by Hannon Dolby. Just looks a little bit uncomfortable on his leg stump.
He does, but you're right, it was missing leg stump. Just looking at the pictures that we've got on the feed in the ground. Hannon Dolby just has been a cut above in terms of the Warwickshire bowlers in this match. There's 5 wickets in the first hour yesterday. He admitted he doesn't think he's ever done that before.
As he comes in again, short ball this time and chipped up. Oh, but lands right in the middle of Hannon Dolby, the subfielder and Burgess, and that is just the luck you need sometimes as a batter. Totally done by the short ball there, Denley, and just chips it up. 9 times out of 10 would have gone into the hands of one of the fielders, but was not to be, and that could be a big moment.
Yeah, he gets a pat on the back there from Ollie Hannon Dolby. I think he's been hit on the helmet as well, so they'll have to go through all the necessary checks now. He'll have to have a concussion check, and he's looking at his helmet as if there might be a bit of damage to it as well. But it did look like that he got top of bat or glove maybe onto his helmet, and there were 3 fielders converging. It's dropped no more than 8 feet away from where he was standing, and all 3 of them got close, one of whom was Hannon Dolby. Burgess was in there as well, but none of them got close enough to even think about diving for the ball or anything like that. I think he caught him by surprise. He doesn't use the short ball that often, Hannon Dolby, but because of his height at 6'7" and the length of his arms, it is sharp, and Denley wasn't in position for that. Rueful shake of the head. Looks like his helmet's okay, but so they have to do all the official checks. Grace is having one of those stretches that when you, towards the end of your stint, you've got to have in that stretch and thinking, right, I've done my shift. You know that Ben's going to have to go via his pick and mix.
Yeah, well, I was just about to say I'll make way, but he's got into his pick and mix.
He's got another chew.
I'll give him a second and then I'll make way for him. But
he couldn't resist the allure of the supermarket over the road from the ground yesterday.
What the Aldi opposite?
Other supermarkets are of course available. Yeah.
Right, I will make way. It seems that Denley will be okay.
Yeah, it's been a little bit of a delay. Sports Extra listeners have left us for a while. They're checking in and out at various grounds at the moment, but it was nice to have them briefly, and I think they left before they found out about Ben's pick and mix, which is slightly disappointing to me. But never mind. So a little bit of a break whilst Denley makes sure that everything's in full working order, but it appears that it is. Thanks again very much to Grace Ballinger, and wishing her well, particularly in the 100. Oh, to have your home ground at Lord's. Wow. It's a treat. She fancied a bowl on this surface this week, though.
Yeah, not bad. Lord's not bad with that slope.
Hannon Dolby into Denley, steered into mid-wicket. 13th man does the fielding. We're not entirely sure who he is, because I think he's a trialist. You've got a bunch of people playing for the seconds up at Lady Bay. I never realised just how close Nottinghamshire's second 11 ground at Lady Bay is to Trent Bridge. But it's like 200, 300 yards.
Is it?
It's just up the road. You have to park up that way these days for the for the T20. That is the Lady Bay ground.
That's where the twos play. Okay, yeah, really close.
Play a lot of their games there. So Denley always edged it. It's one bounce before Dom Sibley, who gets a big paw on it to prevent a boundary. They'll come through for a single. But Denley a little bit discombobulated by this over from Ollie Hannon Dolby, who has yet again shown that it's a different game when he's bowling.
Poor shout sounded. Oh, it seemed like the right shout for Dom Sibley, the way that he's caught that after it bounced in front of him and looked like it had gone beyond him, and he managed to stop it. But yeah, Hannon Dolby has got the ball doing stuff that other bowlers haven't all game, hasn't he? So
his height just gets a bit more out the surface, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think you're right. And
the same way that Senny's extra pace gets more out of it.
Yep, true.
Cox survives. He's on 33. Denley survives. That's a very short bouncer from Hannah Dolby to Cox. He just stands there. He didn't have to duck out the way of that. He leant back a little bit, but he didn't really need to too much. Craig Miles is warming up as if he's going to have another go. 8 overs left after this, so we're looking at just after 20-7 for close of play. So ball comes out of the groundsman's area. They're playing in the tunnel area. A white ball has come rolling out.
Really?
Yeah, it's being thrown back in there. There's a rich history of games of cricket being played in that groundsman's tunnel area. Short ball guided towards third man. In fact, he's got that fine enough for 4. That was well controlled by Cox. He's to 37, 189 for 4. The lead is up to 129. And as things stand, with 8 overs left in the day, Kent will be very, very pleased with how Wednesday has turned out.
That's straight out of the Ben Watts playbook, that shot. That's about the only shot I can play. Run it down to third man. Little short on jab.
Using the base of the ball.
Yeah, Cox did it really well there. Guiding it wide of those men in the cordon. Yeah, the young man who's been on as 13th. Carrying a lid, making his way off. Down below us, and Craig Miles is indeed going to come on to have a final burst at the end of the day. From the pavilion end. A couple of spectators. I would say heading out to beat the rush, but there isn't one, so they're just heading out slightly early for their tea, perhaps.
Well, they've got to weigh up if they're catching the bus and they want to get back for the Lionesses game.
Yeah, you know.
And they want to make their Welsh rarebit before that and pour themselves a brown ale. I'm not trying to stereotype them, really. But that could be it. They've been here since the start. It's already been a long enough day. We're into bonus territory with 8 more overs still to go.
Yeah, told my evening presenter to expect me at past, but probably not beyond that, as Miles is in. Oh, manages to go through Denley and then past the wicketkeeper for 4 byes. It seemed to swing back late.
It did appear to swing back late, and it's not missed off stump by too much, but it's gone enough to totally wrong foot Michael Burgess. So Ollie Hannon Dolby has to go ball digging behind the advertising hoardings, the ones for the sponsors of this fine competition. Just saying to Grace, a competition that could be threatened in the next couple of years by the Andrew Strauss blueprint, judging by his blog today.
What, this level of above this standard of red ball cricket. Here comes Miles. Short ball which Denley sways out the way of.
That looked quite a good bounce to that one. It's a bit too far down the leg side. Just been able to step inside the line of it. Yeah, this idea of, you know, we need to create a competition that more simulates the rigours of international cricket. I'm not so sure. Not so sure.
Well, currently we've not exactly got a 50 over competition that's doing that, because of the 100 they've notched it down the pecking order, and now we're trying to find replacements in the 50 over team for Morgan and Stokes, of course. As this one's defended away back down the pitch by Denley. He scampers through for a single. So wasn't there a case where Will Smead's List A debut the other day was
for England Lions?
For England Lions, yeah.
And you know, Matthew Potts making his ODI debut, having only played 10 List A matches. Now, as it turned out, I mean, I didn't realise, but the reason he only bowled 4 overs was that he couldn't cope with the heat and had to leave the field.
Yeah, he went off with heat exhaustion.
But it's extraordinary to see him thrown into that form of the game with so little experience of it.
Yeah. I mean, he's had a very good summer in the Test team, so...
Well, he's a cracking bowler.
They clearly think, for whatever reason, he's got it at international level. Kent Cricket's media man Liam Knight's just messaged me saying Jordan Cox, who's defending this one back to Craig Miles, has only played 1 List A game. Presumably that was the Pakistan tour match where he made his debut. There you go, yeah, 2019.
Is he available for the One Day Cup this year, or is he?
No, he's in the 100. He's in the Over Invincibles team.
It'd be interesting to see
unfortunately
how much give and take there is, though, this year.
Yeah, that's the thing. So last year, for example, he was a wild card pick for the Invincibles, but then I don't think he played. You know, he was almost a spare man. Whereas if it hadn't have been for the COVID bubbles last year, you could have released him out of that and given him some good level list day cricket. As Miles is bowling to Cox and he defends back up towards mid-on.
There aren't many cricketers I've seen over the years who've improved by not playing. And I've seen teams improve by a player not playing, but that's an entirely different story. But, you know...
Players' reputations can improve when they're not playing in a losing team.
Yeah. But honing your skills in the middle still remains the best place to develop as a cricketer. There's work you can do off the field. You can adjust technique, you can make yourself fitter. You can become a better fielder. But it's still about how you perform out there inside the oval, isn't it?
England bowling, Miles. Tucked away by Jordan Cox out to deep square leg for a run. Moves to 38. Gets to 195 for 4. Joe Denley just taking his gloves off and rubbing them in the dirt to the one side of the wicket, just to try and dry off his hands. Goes and has a chat with Jordan Cox about how Kent are going to approach the final 7 overs of the day. Here on BBC Sport Online from Edgbaston.
I think he's got a slightly stiff back, Denley. Which is interesting, not long after he's taken a bit of a bump on the head. We'll have to just keep an eye on that.
Did he get any glove or bat on the one that hit him on the lid?
Felt like he had.
Yeah, I thought he had it initially.
He's a fine bouncer from Alan Dolby.
The way that 3 men chased after it as well.
Coming into bowl to Cox, it just covers up around off stump. Defends up to mid-off, where Henry Brooks comes in energetically to do the fielding. It's one of these situations, I don't think Warwickshire feel the game has gone away from them altogether here, because it's leads 135, and it may well be that the surface is better to bat on tomorrow than it was today. Today it's been better to bat on than it was yesterday. It's customary for an Edgbaston pitch to get lower and slower even when it starts with that bit of extra grass on. So I don't think they feel they've been knocked out of it yet, but they could really do with something in these final overs. Cox drives off a thick outside edge. 2 fielders converge, one from long leg, Craig Miles, who gets there before the deep square leg, Alex Davis. And he keeps them down to a single, 196 for 4.
Cox was scampering there, he really fancied 2, but unable to get back in the end. 39 for him, 69 for Denley. Partnership now worth 91.
Dolby has struck in both of his spells so far today. Could do it again. That's a bit aerial by Denley, but it won't find mid-wicket. It's a bit squarer than that. He'll get a single to Alex Davis. 70 for Denley, 197 for 4. Sam Hain thought he was going to be in the game for a moment at short mid-wicket.
Wasn't far away, was it?
Cox gets rid of a couple of things that were sitting somewhere on the strip in front of him. And now awaits Alan Dolby in his 16th over of the day. Bouncer too short, left alone, and it whirls through to Michael Burgess.
Bobbed underneath it, Cox, and then actually rehearsed a little dab as if he could have knocked it over the top of the slip cord.
Yeah, not in this format, Jordan. Save that for the 100 or the one-day cup if you end up being allowed back. The squads do seem very big for the 100 this year. Competition that presumably isn't producing international players in any way, shape or form, is it? Because most of the international players don't play much of it.
What, 100 ball cricket?
Yeah.
Ben Stokes is going to play none of it.
No. And Dolby draws Cox forward in defence, pushes up to mid-off. Brooks does the fielding.
I mean, the records go on T20, don't they?
They do, yeah.
But, you know, you're not exactly preparing for T20 international cricket because it's a different format, it's less balls. As a bowler, you're allowed to bowl 10 in a row.
Doesn't happen often, does it? Don't think it happens very often.
No, they like to swap it around, don't they?
I mean, given that in T20 Blast the wisdom often is one over spells and keep it changing, don't let the batsman settle. Alan Dolby, that's a very short bounce. It's too short, really. Waste of a delivery. Through to the wicket keep, 197 for 4, 6 overs left in the day. So now we're looking a bit more 645-y, aren't we? Over rate hasn't been special from the Bears again, but it's still very, very warm. There's been a fair degree of leniency from the umpires in terms of trying to keep up to the rates. And the lead, 137 for Kent, with still 6 wickets standing. This excellent partnership of 92 is now the biggest of the match. Can't imagine they finished on time anywhere today. Let me have a look. They finished at Leicestershire reasonably on time. And that's a day one. They had the virtue of not playing yesterday. A lot of runs around. 38 ball half century for Keith Barker for Hampshire today. That's quite entertaining.
How many did Will Jacks end up on?
150.
Miles bowls to Denley down the leg side.
150. Last wicket stand of 67, of which Dan Worrell scored 1.
I mean, he did his job.
Yep. James Vince fell short of a century, 95 for him. Hampshire, 453 for 8 against Gloucestershire. But they've lost quite a bit of cricket in that match. Got an extra half hour's play there today, so they're not even due to finish till 6:30. It'll be a bit after that. Some interesting cricket being played around the country today.
Craig Miles is having a look at the shape of the ball and says to his skipper, "What do you think about this, Cap?" And then he hands it to the umpire and says, "What do you think about this, ump?" And then it gets chucked from umpire Blackwell to umpire Goff, and he says, "Oh, I'll have a look at it in my measuring equipment."
And it's square. We've decided it's square.
And then ball handed back to one umpire, back to the captain, and back to the bowler.
Yeah.
It's fine.
They've only had that out there for about 15 minutes, that ball. You may recall last week for Leicestershire, Weon Mulder scored 235 not out in that huge partnership with Ackerman.
Ex-Kent. Had him as an overseas for a year.
Well, you may be equally fascinated to know what he's doing today.
Smashing it around again.
He is smashing it around again. I'll tell you after this ball.
Saw one clip of him going to his 100 with a 6, I think, because this one's defended away by Denley.
Well, I don't think he did, not today, because he hasn't hit a 6. But
oh, okay.
He's 147 not out.
Maybe one bounce for.
It could have been.
23 of them.
Leicestershire 387 for 5 on the opening day against what's been a very good Glamorgan team this year, a very competitive Glamorgan team. Kimber 68, Hill 81, Swindles 52 not out. So Leicestershire have had one of their good days.
They've had more good days than they've had it in recent years, admittedly.
Yeah.
Here comes Miles, wide of the off stump, left alone by Joe Denley.
In the big game, Dan Worrell is wreaking havoc. Essex 17 for 2 in the second innings. I mean, dominated the day until Will Jacks teed off on them. Then in their second innings, they're still 31 runs behind and 2 wickets down. Unbelievable. What I was saying earlier with Grace, this year with Surrey, Nick Brown and the two, Alistair Cook and Sam Cook, who's in as a night watchman, which turned out to be a bit of optimism.
Miles bowls. Joe Denley again leaving alone outside the off stump.
Sam Cook don't know much about batting. There's a gag in there somewhere. I don't know. But yeah, I mean, I was saying to Grace earlier, every match Surrey finds somebody to bail them out. They've got such an extraordinary depth of batting. And they've got themselves back from the dead there. Looked like they were going to concede a 100-run lead. And now they're absolutely on top. Wonder how long Warwickshire will trouble them at the Oval next week. So yeah, I don't think they'll travel with great optimism.
Short ball from Miles. Which Denley ducks underneath.
You have to bat really well down there, don't you? You have to bat really, really well. You need to win the toss, bat, and score 500 to give Surrey any problems.
Honestly.
They've got so much ability in both the bowling attack and their batting lineup.
I mean, today looks like one of their sort of weaker lineups in terms of batting depth, and yet they've still managed to rescue themselves after being in a slight pickle earlier on.
Oh, 120 for 7. I mean, they're in a proper pickle.
One to come in the over from Greg Miles. Denley manages to just about defend this away into the onside. So 5 to go on day 2 here at Edgbaston. BBC, WMBBC, Coventry and Warwickshire. BBC Radio Kent and BBC Sport Online. Richard Wilford and Ben Watts. We've got Mike Taylor joining us tomorrow. Nicky Chowdhury.
Yeah.
Reinforcements coming in.
Yeah, 2 days in the heat. I just have to, at that point, I have to bow to it and say, look, I need to go home and finish the rotors. Trust me, that's what I'll be doing. I'll be listening to you, though.
I think Matt Cole over the last couple of days was going through the Commonwealth Games schedule, working out when Kentish athletes are going to be involved.
Oh, that's a tangle. Alan Dolby to start a new over, into bowl to Cox, who defends. I think the most significant number on the scoreboard was the one that you mentioned at the end of that over, that there's 5 to go. And I think these two absolutely now will be hell-bent on still being there, not out overnight, and at that point it's very much Kent's day.
Good noise from the Warwickshire fielders. They're trying to G themselves up for one last push, one last wicket. Maybe on day 2.
And Dolby in. Cox again, resolute, comes forward and defends. Certainly not want to take any liberties against Hannon Dolby. Just a little bit of early movement there out of the hand, but it was so early that you've got plenty of time to adjust as the batsman. But, I mean, he's head and shoulders taller than most of the bowlers in the match, but it's just been a different game in this Kent innings when Hannon Dolby's bowling.
Yeah, literally head and shoulders above the rest.
I don't like to ladle the praise on too much because people are conscious of the fact that, obviously, having done a podcast with him for 5 seasons, we're good mates, but the stats of the match rather bear that out, that he's bowled well. As this is guided towards mid-wicket, Sam Hain does the fielding. Cox again not wanting to take any liberties. And there's no run.
I mean, even in the first innings, when you talk about his 6th wicket, he obviously took 5 in the morning session. Then Kent got a little bit of a partnership going between Billings and Cox. Hannon Dolby came back on and then immediately got the 6th one and got the breakthrough, didn't he? He's just... Kent were looking untroubled against the other seamers, and he was the one that managed to come back on and get another wicket.
In the bowl to Cox once more, squirts it out through point. The fielder is deep out there, so they'll come through for a single. 198 for 4. So you're sticking with your Sam Billings theory at close of play?
Yeah, I think so.
For the Kentish audience to enjoy on their breakfast bulletins tomorrow. Full interview go out somewhere as well?
It's about 90 seconds goes out.
That's all right.
In the bulletin.
And Dolby 2 for 43 so far, bowling to Denley, and he also is very much defence first.
Yeah, I'll put a chunk on at BBC Kent Sport on Twitter as well. Got about a couple of minutes of Matt Henry from last night. There's a 2-minute 20 limit for audio on Twitter.
There is indeed, yeah. Well, same as video as well, that's meant to be 220.
Yeah, so effectively what I do is, it's just a screen recording video. I find that's the quickest way to get it out there.
And Dolby approaching once more. Stanworth 93 now, shouldering arms is Denley. Nice little dance in his crease as he lets that go. As if a post-cricket session of Strictly Come Dancing awaits him. And it's at the end of the over, 198 for 4. You're going to go do a brief foray to Kent.
Yeah, I should do that, shouldn't I?
I didn't want you to... It's very easy. I lose track of time, particularly when I'm working away from home when these bulletins are coming up. So I like to that my colleagues don't miss out as well. As I'm on my own for 5 minutes, I'll do a few scores for you. International T20 match. Ireland have competed really well in both 50 and 20 overs with New Zealand so far in this series. Not so much today. To that in a moment, but first here's Miles to Cox, who drives out into the covers. Won't penetrate the field. It's like Benjamin picking that one up. And there's no run. New Zealand 179 for 4 from their 20 overs. Cleaver 78 not out. That's Dane Cleaver, wicket-keeper batsman. 2 wickets each for Little and Young. And Ireland in reply 52 for 6. Paul Sterling made 21. Couple of wickets each for Duffy and Ish Sodhi, who was at Worcestershire last year. Hampshire all out now against Gloucestershire at Cheltenham. 457 they mustered. Miles in once more to Cox, driving up to mid-off this time. Davis does the fielding, and there's no run, but they look very comfortable out there just for the moment. Felix Organ 118, James Vinton 95, and Keith Barker 50 in that innings. Nobody took more than 2 wickets. I think there is time left in the day at Cheltenham for Gloucestershire to begin their reply. Northampton's 25 for 1 in their second innings, lead Lancashire by 128, having bowled them out for 132. Career best of 5 for 14 for Jack White, who was bowled with such great energy against Warwickshire twice this season, so delighted for him that he's got his first 5 for. Miles bouncing in from the pavilion end. Back of a length, pulled, but it's gone to mid-on. And it's stopped by Will Rhodes, sprawling to his right. And again, no run. Yorkshire 154 for 4, trails Somerset by 270 runs. Tom Kohler-Cadmore on the attack, 62 not out, including 4 sixes. Harry Brook made 41. 3 wickets there for Jack Brooks against his former county. Essex 19 for 2 in the second innings, trailing Surrey by 29 after that extraordinary 150 from Will Jacks earlier. That's Division 1 done. As Miles bowls well outside off stump, left alone by Cox. Derbyshire 155 for 2 in reply to Nottinghamshire's big 618 for 8 declared. Wayne Madsen 55 not out, and Brooke Guest on 44. With no Masood now there at Derbyshire, got to find their runs elsewhere. Hilton Cartwright playing as their overseas, but it's not a bad reply so far for them. Middlesex is 99 without loss in reply to Sussex's 523. Robson 45 and Stoneman 47, both going well. Pujara made 231 earlier. Miles is pushed into the offside by Cox. Benjamin rapidly in, picks up one-handed, and there's no run. And close Leicestershire 387 for 5 against Glamorgan, with Wian Mulder 147 not out, and Harry Swindle's 52 not out. So lots of games with plenty at stake over the next couple of days. Close at the Oval now, by the way, with Essex on 19 for 2. That one is done, so it's only there in Leicester where the day is already complete. Here we have 19 scheduled deliveries remaining. And here's Craig Miles with the first of those, completing his over. Cox, ball down the leg side, has a swing, gets nothing on it. Looks up, maybe partly because he felt that he could have got runs from it, but partly that he realises that it was a relatively high-risk shot, because he so often gets strangled down the leg side from deliveries like that. If you are anywhere near Edgbaston tomorrow, I think it'd be a really good day's cricket to come down to. Could well be that it's result day tomorrow, as Danny Briggs is going to make a return, this time bowling at the Birmingham end. And as much as Joe Denley was keen not to let him settle and came down the wicket to him to good effect a couple of times earlier, I'm not sure quite how keen he'll be to try and launch him in the final 3 overs of the day. So I think that might be part of the thinking from Will Rhodes. He's going to have long off back, a deep cover and a deep mid-wicket as well. Briggs 6 overs for 25 so far, and all the damage has been done really from those 2 big hits from Denley. He looks to drive past the bowler, bump ball into the hands of Briggs. And there's no run. Ben is back in the box for the final 17 balls. Always staring at least 2 phones as he pushes up to mid-on. It's his side job as a salesman of sou'westers and galoshes. Maybe.
Waiting for the orders to roll in.
Briggs round the wicket, defended by Denley. I don't think he's going to run down the wicket and try and knock him over the top anytime soon. Well, it wouldn't have been a good day for business yesterday, but things will pick up. Briggs spears that one in, pushing forward again. Back to the bowler is Denley. Just a little bit of a test of this from Danny Briggs. Denley is going to take no liberties, you wouldn't have thought. Again, just forward, dead bat. That's not your side order then. Side order's pick and mix.
Yeah. I don't think I'd make much good sales. I'd be too busy eating it.
Yeah. Driven towards mid-wicket. No run made over for Danny Briggs. It's like footballers who've become pub landlords after the game. Because they finish the game. It's not a great combination generally. Well, there's a bit of that in cricket these days, isn't there?
It's more coffee these days. Baristas.
Oh gosh, yeah. I'm not. I mean, I drink coffee, but I'm not into the fancy stuff. Don't know which country the beans have come from. And
No,
that
I
sort of
don't.
thing.
I don't even do hot drinks full stop. So.
Oh dear. None at all.
Nope.
Oh gosh. What time to learn that when I'm not here for the next 2 days. I'd have got you trying something.
Here comes Craig Miles running in. Bowling the penultimate over to Jordan Cox. Defends on the back foot. Picked up in his follow-through, Miles. 15 overs in this Kent second innings. 3 maidens, 1 for 42. Jack Lean, the last man to go for 5, was his wicket. Beauty that moved away late and crashed into the stumps. Since then, this partnership between Denley and Cox of 93 has helped the visitors potentially conclude the day feeling pleased with their work. And there's Miles bowls, full delivery which Cox defends. Slight push drive out towards mid-wicket. They'll end the day with around about 140 run lead, 138 it is at the moment, which is, you know, not unassailable.
It's a good working lead, I'd call it.
Yeah, I think that's a good way of putting it, actually. Burgeoning lead.
Oh,
If you, these
burgeoning.
two, yeah, you know.
Oh, yeah. These two carry it on for another hour tomorrow, and really is a platform then to get a score on the board that's going to be difficult to chase, even if wicket gets lower and slower.
In and bowling. It's defended away up towards mid-on by Jordan Cox.
Oh, you're so lucky I'm not here tomorrow. I'd have had some hot water and a series of beverages for you to try. Trust me, that would have happened.
Oh,
What was that?
what was that noise? I'm the sort of
Exciting.
person that drinks cold water from the fridge in the middle of winter.
You can't beat.
I take cold
Water.
water to football games in my chilli bottle. Here comes Miles, defended away up towards mid-on. Other flask type items are available.
So, look, if you scroll back to Series 1 of the Bears Podblast, and just listen to the big set piece halfway through, which we pre-recorded, when Chris Wright was still a member of the Bears, and he loves his tea. Chris Wright. So we had Chris Wright's T20, in which Chris Wright tastes 20 teas, and it was a very popular part of the show.
Sounds outstanding.
He was very serious about his tea tasting. He got on very well with the girl in the shop because he had the same level of enthusiasm for tea as she did.
Miles bowls. Jordan Cox once again straight back, defends it back to the bowler who kicks it away to his pal at mid-wicket. There was a couple of neat little step overs from Danny Briggs. Or keepy uppies rather.
Watching the sheer enthusiasm of a cricketer for some oolong tea or whatever it is.
Well, it was
It's just extraordinary.
the Test documentary on one of the online streaming services that the little bromance between, is it Stoinis and Zampa and the Aussie team?
Oh gosh, Adam Zampa has the full kit, doesn't
yeah,
he?
he does. The full works. There's Miles for the final time on day 2. Bowls to Jordan Cox. Defended away, the ball bouncing over his head, and he flipped it up like he was trying to flick away a basketball from the hoop. 198 for 4, 70 Denley, 40 Cox. 1 over to go, 6 balls.
That would have been goaltending, to be honest, if you did that. If it was above rim height. I don't like to get technical with you, but that wouldn't sit well on a basketball
Fair
court.
enough, that's, yeah.
1 over left in the day, and Kent have got through this session very nicely. They've added 99 runs for the loss of just 1 wicket in the last 31 overs, and if you'd offered Sam Billings that, he would have seized it off you. Denley pushing forward to the first ball of Briggs. Day closing over. Defends it back to the bowler, has to wait for it to come to him. Stoops down and picks it up with 2 hands. Hasn't been a lot there for Danny Briggs to work with today. Denley just tentatively uses his feet, but only to again drive it back to Briggs. He smiles. Rubs a bit of perspiration on the ball and then comes in again. Driven into a bit of a gap this time. There could have been a single there, or there would have been, because Hannah Dolby has slid down and tried to create the long bridge, and it's bounced off his knee. They don't get a run, but they'd have got there fairly comfortably. That was a tired piece of fielding. This one speared in by Briggs, defended back to the bowler once more.
That was the closest that Warwickshire have got to taking a wicket as well since the leaning one. The attempted sweep from Cox off Briggs that ballooned up, and Hannon Dalby chased after it, couldn't quite get there.
He got close. Defended back down the wicket by Denley. 1 ball left in the day. Denley we think had a life. We think it was either bat or glove onto helmet, and the ball looped in the air and landed in between 3 fielders, tantalisingly. But he's earned his luck. He's batted really nicely, Denley, and he will end the day on 70 not out as he defends the final ball. 198 for 4 Kent. They lead by 138 on a track that has been easier to bat on today than it was yesterday, but there is still something there for the bowlers, and we know that Kent have a really good seam attack. Certainly 3 of the 4 bowled really well in Warwickshire's first innings, so it all becomes a question of what is a chaseable score. A lead of over 200 I think makes life very interesting. Above 250 and Kent would immediately become favourites if that's where they get to tomorrow.
Yeah, I think they'll be certainly pleased with their efforts as Denley and Cox head off the field. Unbeaten partnership at 93 between the 2 of them since the loss of Leaning on 105. Crawley, Compton, Beldrum and the men to go as well. And at that point, Warwickshire were really thinking they were in the game when they took 2 wickets before honours were even. And then the one of Bell Drummond as well, when he was looking good out there and leading before he could get going. A few low 5s from some of the Warwickshire players, congratulating each other on their day's efforts, but although the body language suggests they're content, I don't think they're entirely happy with the way that partnership has potentially taken the game back in Kent's favour. It certainly leaves Kent well poised to go on and try and take advantage tomorrow morning.
Yeah, I don't think they've done much wrong with the ball, Warwickshire there. I think Kent have batted really well. I think they've realised that you can bat time on it now. Good controlled aggression from Denley to make sure that he negated the presence of Danny Briggs when Will Rhodes wanted him to just block an end off, and a couple of strikes and did that. I think Henry Brooks bowled really well without any reward. Craig Miles finally got a little bit of fortune, but Kent batted well. I mean, Cox looked pretty neat, didn't he, yesterday in more difficult batting conditions, and there's been a couple of scares along the way, but there's going to be. 93 they've added for the 5th wicket. Thought they batted very sensibly in the last half hour to make sure that they kept afloat and made sure they didn't suffer any misfortunes in those closing moments. So Kent slightly on top in the game, but there's really not a lot in it, and may even get into a fourth day the way things are going. If it continues, if this surface continues to get a little bit easier, and the recent history of Edgbaston suggests it will, then we may see quite a change in this game over the next 24 hours.
And day 4 looks a bit damp as well, so if we do get down to that, then the weather comes into the game as well. So maybe the draw then is back on. That seems unlikely, but you never know.
Well, Ben will be back tomorrow. Nicky Chowdhury will be coming up as well to join the team, and Mike Taylor will be stepping into my seat for tomorrow. Thanks very much to those of you who joined us, whether it be online, through YouTube, through wherever you've been finding the coverage. And the play will start